to the modern standard required to fit into the aircraft. If we don't have those, then yeah, we might have to go to commercial means and to the warbird community and make sure that we can get replacement parts. In very few cases, then we might have to have a part made for us, but it really depends on which piece of equipment we need.
We're not going to see the Lancaster this year, are we? Explain why that is.
So, every 8 years on our warbird aircraft here, they go into what's called a major depth maintenance cycle. And that's true of the frontline aircraft too, but they will work to a different time span. So every 8 years we send our aircraft away to depth maintenance. And the Lancasters, we've known for a while that the Lancaster was going to have to go away. It's actually in pieces at the moment. It's part of the aircraft restoration company at Duxford. And what they've been doing is they've had to change the control rods again, which was all part of the schedule. And in order to do so, one of the beauties of the Lancaster and the way that it was designed and built.
Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to Shropshire for the RAF.
One factory wasn't taken out by a bomb strike. So the aircraft, the actual fuselage can be split into 5 pieces. What they've done is they've split the airframe this year at the transportation junction so they can get access to the control rods, change the control rods, and very soon actually they're going to be putting the aircraft back together again. At the moment it's without engines, so the engines are going to be overhauled as well, the fuel tanks are being inspected, so it's all that depth maintenance which then preserves the aircraft and means that we can continue to fly for many more years to come. So it was always scheduled, but it is invest now so that we can maximise its potential later.
So hopefully it'll be back with you for the 2027.
We're certainly hoping so, fingers crossed, and everything's progressing really well at the moment with the regular updates that we have from our depth maintenance organisation. So I'm looking forward to that aircraft being back here next year. It's also, that leads into me being able to train new crews and progress existing members of my aircrew cadre as well.
Now, its replacement in terms of the big aircraft, if you like, in your display, is the Dakota, which I have to say I saw a photograph of it in the air the other day, and it's looking absolutely fantastic. So I'm really looking forward to seeing it at this afternoon's display. Tell me a little bit about the Dakota for anybody who doesn't know.
There was a civilian version of it called the DC-3 originally, and then during the war, the Dakota was taken on by the Americans, called the C-47 Skytrain. Under the Lend-Lease agreement, the Royal Air Force were lent Dakotas. We called it the Dakota because it's the Douglas Aircraft Company Transport Aircraft, and it had multi-roles. It was one of the first multi-role aircraft. It's very special to me as well because it's the first of the warbird aircraft that the bomber pilots and bomber aircrew at Bbmf get to fly, but also all our modern day frontline roles, on whether that be on the A400 or C-130 as it was for me, or C-17, all those modern day roles came from that aircraft, whether it be CASEVAC, aeromedical evacuation, parachute drops, stores resupplies, and in fact Eisenhower identified the aircraft as being one of his top 4 items of equipment that won the war, in line with the atomic bomb, the bazooka, and the Willys Jeep as well. So it's really, really special. But in the same way that fighter pilots have the Chinook to advance their training here at Bbmf, we don't. We actually put our aircrew onto the Dakota. So primarily it's actually our training aircraft. But as you said, she's beautiful and she's well worthy of being in the spotlight as a display aircraft in its own right.
And you fly the Dakota, don't you, in the Bbmf? What's she like to fly?
She's brilliant. She's absolutely amazing. Very grateful for her, she's responsive. Will very quickly tell you who's boss when you get it wrong. And that's one thing that I always tell any of our new aircrew that I'm teaching how to fly the aeroplane is, the moment you get confident with the aircraft, have a word with yourself, because it will very quickly remind you who's in charge. It's an attack, all our aircraft, it's an attack on the senses when you operate these aircraft. Both the emotional aspect of what you're flying, what it represents, and more importantly, who the aircraft represents, but also the noise, the vibration, the sound, and the smell of the aeroplane when you climb on board as well. So they're absolutely awe-inspiring.
And as you've said a couple of times in this interview, you started your career at RAF Cosford. So being in charge of the Bbmf displaying at Cosford must mean something to you, not only professionally but personally as well.
It does. It's not my first air show at Cosford, and every single time the landmarks stand out extremely well. You know, I can remember the old haunts of whilst I was a trainee at Cosford, but equally seeing the RAF Museum, seeing the camp itself, seeing the layout of the airfield, it brings back some really, really happy memories. And to be perfectly honest, it only seems like yesterday that I was going through as a trainee at Cosford. Some very happy memories.
Well, Paul, thank you very much indeed for talking to us, and please keep up the great work that you and your team at the Bbmf do. We're really looking forward to seeing you display.
And thank you for having us, and we're really looking forward to the display.
Our squadron leader, Paul Wise. We won't have to wait too long for the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. They're one of the early performers in our air display program this afternoon. They're on at midday.
They're on it.
We'll see
Thank you.
And two fighters, possibly, I believe, Spitfires from the Bbmf. We're really looking forward to that. You will have noticed some arrivals here at RAF Cosford. A Mustang, P-47, the jet pits have all just touched down as they prepare to take part in this afternoon's display. And I can also tell you that airborne and actually just a few minutes away, you'll see 3 helicopters arriving from East Midlands Airport, and on board are the RAF Red Arrows. We're very lucky. They're going to be displaying for us at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but before that, due to touchdown, as I say, and meet and greet you all. They'll be signing autographs and having their photos taken. So the RAF Red Arrows inbound at the moment in 3 helicopters from East Midlands Airport. You're listening to our countdown to RAF Cosford 2026.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Special. I think it's just the finest light airplane ever built. You know, its handling characteristics speak for themselves. So just light, crisp, it becomes an extension of yourself. But yet, it's a bit of a cliche. You know, easy fly, difficult to fly well. That sums the Chipmunk is. It is easy to fly, but it also shows your mistakes and errors.
I had the luxury of having a few months to design the 7 aircraft display once the decision was made, and that allowed me to change a few things that maybe we haven't seen in a 7 aircraft display previously, to keep the show as dynamic as it was as a 9.
The combination of the punch, the strike from the Apache combined with those upgraded find capabilities from the Wildcat makes them a formidable match for doing what they do best and going on the battlefield, finding the target and then delivering that lethality when needed.
So we're a very small team of full-time people. All of the people on the station will get involved in some way, small and large. Nearly everybody on the station is playing a part in it, and it's the most amazing thing to be a part of.
The flight control system as well just means that you can be pretty agricultural on the controls, and the jet will look after you. So I don't have to worry too much about overstressing it or anything like that. I can get the maximum amount of performance out of the jet at any time. So it's a pretty awesome jet to fly.
We maintain priceless artefacts of our national heritage in an airworthy condition in order to commemorate those who have fallen in service of the country, and that's all conflicts and in peacetime. We want to inspire future generations as well, so that we can keep these stories alive for many more years to come.
More arrivals here at RAF Cosford, arriving from Middle Wallop near Andover in Hampshire, are 2 Apache helicopters, again due to display along with the Wildcat with the Army Air Corps display a little bit later on this afternoon. It all means with these arrivals that it's not long now until the start of the air display, and as is tradition, the RAF Falcons will be literally dropping in on us to get proceedings underway. Well, my colleagues Andy Pawsey and Ben Dunnell will be taking you through this packed programme this afternoon. A little earlier, I asked Ben for some of the displays he was particularly looking forward to this afternoon. But first, I wanted to know what, in his opinion, makes a great air show. Well, that's a really, really difficult difficult and really, really good question, because different air shows are good in different ways. You expect different things from them. But as far as the fundamentals are concerned, of course you want it to be safe. Of course you want the weather to be good. In terms of the aeroplanes, you want, I think, if it's, say, the type of air show that we have here at Cosford, rather than one that's focused purely on modern military or purely on historic aircraft, that good broad mix, historic and modern, some aerobatics, some more sedate acts, military jets, ideally heavy aircraft, a really, really good spectrum of types, and that absolutely is what we've got at Cosford 2026. Now, in the run-up to Cosford, we did have a few participants who were due to perform having to pull out, but the organisers have done a fantastic job, haven't they, finding replacements? They really have, and that's not the work of a moment either, because of course you need to ensure if you're booking in further civilian aircraft, are the pilots available? Does it fit in with the operator's maintenance schedules? Do all the pilots have current display authorization? All of that and a lot more needs to be in place before something can turn up here and display. It's not just a question of getting on the blower and asking someone to cut and them coming and displaying. So yes, they have done a tremendous job, and thankfully quite a few of the star items that we were expecting are very much here and correct. Things like the French Air and Space Force Rafale. And what else catches your eye at Cosford 26? Well, certainly among the historic highlights is the Bbmf Mark 1 Anson from RAF Station Czechoslovakia that's come over from the Czech Republic. In fact, it's come from an airfield in Belgium where the maintenance company that helps look after the aircraft is based. That hasn't been to Cosford before. It's only its second UK mainland appearance. It's absolutely gorgeous and stunning historic aeroplane, so that's absolutely on the list of highlights. B-17 Sally B, of course, we've had that many times at Cosford in the past. I don't remember in recent memory it landing here and operating from Cosford, so that's really good. Also really nice to have the Swordfish from Navy Wings on the ground, because that hasn't been on the ground for its appearances in the past couple of seasons. It's done some incredibly long transits to and fro to get here. Always nice to have these aircraft operating from the airfield. The Rafale I just mentioned, the Chinook roll demo with a dual lift, which I've not seen in a display certainly for a very long time, and definitely not in recent years. And if I were to mention something else, Rich Goodwin with the jet pits, which has been on the display circuit for a few seasons. We've never seen it display at Cosford though, so a lot to look forward to. And we look forward to Ben Donnell and Andy Borsey taking us through this afternoon's air display. We're kicking off at 11:30 when the RAF Falcons is dropping in on us. The Reds are in sight in their helicopters flying in from East Midlands, which seems a very good time to talk about the Reds, because you will have seen the King's birthday flypast yesterday, and of course the iconic sight of the red, white and blue smoke trailing over Buckingham Palace behind the RAF Red Arrows. Well, the team, as I say, are about to land here for a meet and greet, and then they'll fly back to East Midlands Airport, where they're temporarily basing over the weekend and display here at Cosford at 3 o'clock. Well, a few weeks ago I caught up with Red 1 Wing Commander John Bond, who actually flew here at Cosford before he joined the Reds.
I have, yes. In 2012 I was the Tutor Display pilot, so that was one of my very first weekends, I think, if I can remember about that long. So I got to display at Cosford in 2012 before I joined the Red Arrows in the Jubilee year. So I had the Tucano, which was painted in the red, white and blue as well. So it's a nice sort of segue into this year and my last year on the team as team leader displaying at Cosford.
And I mean, while we're talking about you, and before we get on to the Red Arrows, I noticed also early in your career you flew with the East Midlands University Air Squadron. That was probably where you got your first aviation experience, I'm guessing. The University of Birmingham Air Squadron play a big part here at Cosford. I have to say they look after and host the pilots extremely well and do a great job around the airfield, around the time of the air display. What are your memories of the Air Squadron, and what would you say to people thinking about it as a choice if they're at university?
I'll be quite frank, the University Air Squadron is the sole reason why I joined the Air Force, if I'm totally honest. And I'm not just saying that just because you've asked me this question and I know that you've asked there today. The University Air Squadron essentially gave me my first introduction into military life and military flying in particular. I was very fortunate to do a lot of flying with the East Midlands University Air Squadron during my time at university. I got the bug for flying, I got the bug for going upside down, and I got the bug for military life in general, which you get exposed to. So for me, the sole kind of reason was because of my time at the University Air Squadron to join the Royal Air Force. So I was pretty much indebted to the US to kind of be where I am now. So I would completely recommend to anyone that is joining the Air Force to explore the opportunities with the University Air Squadron at Cosford University. I didn't have any kind of cadet exposure or anything like that where I live near any RAF bases. So I haven't really had the opportunity to get a glimpse of a career that I can have
part of your work, isn't it? Aside from the fact that you're in a very elite unit, the Red Arrows, actually getting to meet the public close up and personal.
Yeah, absolutely. It is one of our favourite bits of an air show weekend, actually, and just in logistics, etc., where we operate, we don't do it as much as with flying, but this weekend, Cosford will be on the ground as well, so many of us probably our favourite bit of the weekend, getting to meet the public, having to go with potential young aviators, maybe inspire them for future careers. So to us, it's a real opportunity to see our supporters, people who support through the travel season, take fantastic photos, and hopefully inspire the next Red Arrow pilots amongst the crowd. We really look forward to meeting everyone before we display and have to head on back to the airport to get into the jets.
Your display at Cosford will be actually a punctuation point, won't it, in the UK display season? It'll be the end of part 1, because you're off to the States. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so post Cosford, we'll have a couple of days after the jets will get engineered, ready for the long trip over across the pond to the USA, which will be a fantastic opportunity to display the best of Britain, many significant events and occasions, marking the 250th anniversary of independence, and we'll be there amongst allies and other international counterparts, so a real big event, and 6 weeks over there, flying the flag, red, white and blue, and then we'll come back, we'll have a week's leave, and get ready for a very busy August and September when we get home, which we can't wait to get started again. So a bit of a season of 3 parts. We've got the initial 3 weeks with some really big shows, including Cosford. We'll then take that trip across the Atlantic, which is always an interesting one, and then a few weeks in the USA with quite big shows and a very big fly past on the 4th of July. Back for a really busy second half of the season as well.
Of course, you just said there, it's always an interesting experience. It's quite an adventure getting across the Atlantic in hawk jets.
It is. I've done it 3 times. I would say privileged, but that'd be lying, because it can be a little bit daunting at times. It's an incredible team effort to get these 1980 aeroplanes across such a vast stretch of kind of diverse terrain and water. It's a big Air Force-wide exercise to get us across. We've got support from P8 at Lossy Mount, the Envoy at North Hull for a CT platform, because our aircraft is just not designed for flying at those latitudes across such a vast array of terrain, so a lot of it very inhospitable. So we have to have a lot of support with us, a lot of logistical support in terms of positioning our engineering teams at the right places.
Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel.
2012 I was the
live here at the Cosford Air Show. We are the official broadcaster for Cosford 2026.
The team started off as a 7-ship.
And welcome to the show. If you'd like to give us a thumbs up, let's get this stream out there. We've got an action-packed 6.5 hours of flying coming up.
How to keep the show as dynamic as it was as a 9. So there was a few non-negotiables for me when I was designing it. I still wanted the 4-ship break and the 4-ship down the line opposition pass, so I had to think of a way of trying to keep that in, because normally that's flown by Red Data 9 as well, so I had to kind of manage how to get Red 4 and 5 into that. And we have looked back through the archives as well, when the second half was traditionally a 7 and a 2. So for example, 7-ship rollbacks is in the first half, which again has been flown since the 1990s, and then hopefully if the blue sky allows and the cloud is high enough, then we'll end the show in Cascade, a manoeuvre that hasn't been seen since the 1990s, and it's taken a lot of really great cooperation with the Military Aviation Authority and the regulators to ensure that we can depart the arena over the crowd, and I really hope we get to put that on this year at the Cosford, the weather allows, to head into Cascade.
in the Platinum Jubilee Royal Flying Past, and that memorable 7070 that was formed in the air by Typhoon.
Yeah, that's right. A particular career highlight for me. So I was formed part of the Zero on the 70 formation, and yeah, I look back at that with fond memories. It's a really good day.
It was such an effective formation. I mean, how much preparation went into that?
Yeah, so we were prepping for a few weeks beforehand. I think we did about 3 or 4 rehearsal flights in total, starting off with just individual elements of the big formation. So the Zero would get together, the 7 would go off and practice separately, and then the last couple of practices we did, we brought them together. But yeah, it was an awesome thing to be part of.
Gents and Teddy Bears.
Now around the world there's lots of different makes and models.
Ted is doing some PR work today, so he's not on the show at the moment, and he is also expected to fly today. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and out come the Reds. Look at this.
Absolutely phenomenal, and the flight control system as well just means that you can be pretty agricultural on the controls, and the jet will look after you, so I don't have to worry too much about overstressing it or anything like that, and I can get the maximum amount of performance out of the jet at any time. So it's a pretty awesome jet to fly. So throughout the whole of last year's season, I was kind of just making notes, going around the airshow circuit and seeing what I thought looked cool. But the good thing about Typhoon is it's quite easy to put together a good display because it's just so noisy and so agile. So, but yeah, I was chomping at the bit, as you say, to put pen to paper and come up with my own sequence.
I'm speaking to you after the first full weekend, I'd say, of the UK display season. What was it like finally getting to display in front of the public?
It was incredible. Yeah, a real, as you say, a pinch me moment. Something that I've been working towards for a long time, and yeah, still haven't quite gotten over the feeling of it. Yeah, it hasn't really sunk in that I got the display in front of the public and if I do this. Yeah, it's a pretty awesome feeling.
A bit different from practicing in an empty airfield.
Yeah, definitely say the butterfly.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, Teddy Bears. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel for our 3rd year now. We're quite privileged to be the official RAF Cosford broadcaster, and it's always a delight. It's something that we obviously have to apply for. We don't just rack up and stack up. We are the official. We do things right, do things correctly, to bring you the unique military aviation experience. And this time we find ourselves here at Cosford for the 3rd time and our 3rd season. I hope you all enjoy it. We've got a massive lineup as well. The Falcons, the RAF's parachute display team will be flying, dropping out of the skies literally for our first opening display, which will be really exciting.
High speed elements as well as some slow speed elements, and a few nods to previous displays as well. Some manoeuvres that I've stolen from previous shows that I thought looked cool. Jet is without a doubt the star of the show. I'm just the lucky guy that sits in the cockpit, but it makes a lot of noise and it grabs people's attention. So the jet actually makes it very easy as a pilot to put on board. So yeah, it's an awesome aeroplane.
So Ted's going to be doing some PR work today.
Thank you for being here at Cosford, and enjoy the afternoon.
Thank you very much. Look forward to display.
And that is Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, who is this year's Typhoon display pilot, and will be
look at it go! Yeah.
Later on this afternoon. Well, we're just under an hour until the start of the air display.
Right, I'll tell you what, let's go back in time to the look at this.
At about 11:30.
Oh yeah.
People still coming into the showground. The car parks are not yet full. There's around 60,000 people due to be here. You are one of 60,000. Fantastic to see you. Thank you for supporting us.
61,000 crowd, a full sellout here at Cosford. Welcome to Cosford.
Lockheed Martin and our headline sponsor,
what an absolute
make sure you get a
privilege it is to be here, ladies, gents and Teddy Bears. It really is.
Packed with articles, lots of background about the participants, a map of the showground,
and I know many of you who have served with the Royal Air Force have probably been here, because what is Cosford when it's not an air show? Well, that is a very, very good question. question. The function of Cosford, RAF Cosford is a Royal Air Force station controlled by number 22 group. And it is a training station, and it's home to the Defence School of Aeronautical Engineering HQ. So many of you who have been in the Royal Air Force, served in very different roles, have been here. And number 1 radio school and RAF School of Physical Training. And there are thousands of Royal Air Force boy entrants that were trained at the station from the 50s and into the 60s. It opened in 1938. Now you know me, you know how I like to give you the history of Cosford, because it does have history, considering the fact that it was built way back when. But the building actually started in August of 1937, and it was literally a school, number 2 school of technical training, which stood up, and the station formally opened on the 15th of July 1938. Now, just before the outbreak of the Second World War, Cosford had around 3,580 trainees, consisting of apprentices in the trades of fitter, which is engines, airframes, armourers, plus a significant number of flight mechanics as well, and flight riggers. However, the apprentice element was ordered back to RAF Halton in March of 1940. RAF Halton is still functional today and offers a different style of the training. In March 1939, number 9 maintenance unit took up residence at Cosford. Its role was being to store, maintain, modify, repair, and ultimately issue aircraft to operational units. Now, Cosford became synonymous with the Spitfire when 2,700 were prepared on the station for frontline service here. And throughout the war years, many and varied units came to Cosford. An officers' school, number 12 Ferry Pilot School, a Czechoslovak depot, a school of musketry, to name but a few, and remained for many years while others departed relatively quickly. In 1963, RAF Cosford had the RAF School of Photography here, and in 77 there was the RAF School of Physical Training, which returned to Cosford. It's also home to various units as well. It's currently home to 605 Squadron Royal Auxiliary Air Force. They're part of the Reserve Logistics Support Wing personnel, and are primarily specialists in logistics, mechanical transport drivers, suppliers and chefs as well, because I've always joked, but it is quite a thing. If you think about it, if the chef is late, all the flying has an impact. All the flying is late as well, because if the chef is late, well, no one's going to get their breakfast or food, are they? So if the ground crew don't get their food, the planes aren't ready, so on and so on, right? But there's also a number of subject matter experts supporting a myriad of other RAF branches here at Cosford as well. I do love 605 Squadron Royal Auxiliary Air Force motto. It's in English, it means I never sleep. Nunquam dormio. They formed in 1926, formed as a bomber unit, RAF Castle Bromwich as well. Now I'm going to keep my commentary very, very minimal, because the fact that we do have commentary in the background, and it can be quite sort of, what's the word, off-putting in some ways for me, and also a bit of a mishmash for you as well.
What can we expect?
So, as I say, for the
it's also home to the University of Birmingham Air Squadron as well. Units, RAF School of Physical Training, as we mentioned, Defence School of Photography, number 1 School of Technical Training, number 1 Radio School, RAF Cosford Voluntary Band. We've also got number 2 School of Technical Training, and RAF Cosford Pipes and Drums.
Back to what 18 Squadron, the Green Wing, are able to do with the role demonstration. I think the main thing for us was that we wanted to introduce
now look at
that tandem load configuration to highlight the triple hooks and the sheer power that Chinook has.
Now this has a lot of stories to tell. The Lysander, oh yeah. How many SOE agents went on this?
Something else that we're really proud of that we're going to be debuting at Cosford today is the tandem load configuration, just to highlight quite how much power the Chinook has. We're going to be doing the internal loading of the troops and the quad-bike elements as well. And then the main thing that, again, we wanted to bring that was new is working with our 16 air assault partners, who we work closely with anyway, to bring you the 105mm artillery gun, and this time it's a live gun, so we'll be doing blank firing as part of the demonstration. And this is just to demonstrate how quickly the Chinook could bring in an artillery piece and a Land Rover and a team, offload that equipment, they could set up and quickly be doing their job within minutes.
So this is the Westland Lysander, and what stories it's got to tell. We covered a lost airfield. If you love your history, do check out our playlist, Lost Airfields.
I can tell talking to you now, you're really passionate.
The British Army liaison aircraft, they produced by Westland Aircraft.
Attending Biggin Hill Air Show every year.
It was used immediately before and during the Second World War.
Or standing on the barriers and all of those, all the good stuff that you get involved in at that age. And I think
the first Lysanders entered service in June 1938, equipping squadrons of the Army Corporation, or the Army Corps.
So to have the privilege to be able to display the Chinook
is also synonymous with special duties, special duty squadron from the likes of 138 Special Duty Squadron, which formed to undertake these SOEs, so Special Operations Executive Missions, to basically maintain clandestine missions with French resistance. For example, we've covered RAF Cosford, which also had them.
We won't give anything else away in case anybody doesn't know what we're talking about.
Also RAF Tangmere as well.
Great, well thank you very much. Thanks for
161
thanks very much,
transported 101 agents to and recovered 128 agents from German-occupied Europe as well.
The Chinook Roll demo team, so enthusiastic, the team so up for this display season, and this is their first public display, so they're really excited. Do try to stay on and support them. They're actually our last display today, coming on at around 5:30 this afternoon if we run.
So yeah, where is Ted? Well, my name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator, and you've also got the official commentators in the background for the air show. We are the official broadcaster for
information centre.
Cosford.
It's just by the air traffic control tower, staffing that to give you help and information. We're also giving out free wristbands. If you've got young ones with you, you can put a wristband on them with your mobile number on. If unfortunately you get separated, it is a very good way of making sure we get you back together and reunited really quickly. Also, can I just say, I think the information centre is a really good place for you to maybe brief your family or group as a good place to rendezvous, because it's, as I say, right by the air traffic control tower, which is obviously raised and easy to find. So to make sure you have the best day possible and don't get split up and spend large chunks of time trying to find each other, use the information centre as a point to rendezvous. Well, of course, this is an RAF show, but we're delighted that both the Royal Navy and the Army are taking part in
They are indeed.
Representing the Army Air Corps will be a Wildcat and 2 Apache helicopters. You saw them arrive just a few moments ago. Major Rob McRae is the display manager, and he's going to be flying one of those Apaches.
This year we're continuing our progress with our display flying from the last 2 years. We are going to have the usual mix of 2 Apache helicopters, E-model helicopters, and a Wildcat Mark 1. Our display this year unfortunately doesn't include pyrotechnics, which I know a lot of people have been excited about.
So Ted will be flying today, by the way. I believe he's going to be flying in the Chinook demo. We're just going to confirm if we have to pick him up at Odeon.
In the world at the moment, that is unfortunately not going to happen.
It's a bit of a drive.
We are hopeful that we're going to bring it back next year and beyond. It's just a 1-year hiatus. But the benefit of that is we are bringing back more of a traditional flying display. We've moved away temporarily from that tactical style display that we've known from the last few years to a traditional flying display, which has given us the opportunity to showcase some more manoeuvres that we haven't been able to demonstrate thus far, to try to entertain and show you what both of these fantastic helicopters can do.
Well, before we get on to those manoeuvres, let me ask you, for those that don't know, tell me about the Apache and the Wildcat and how they fit into Army operations?
The A-64E, the E model Apache helicopter, which is the newest helicopter to the British Army. It's the updated aircraft from our previous D model, which brings a number of amazing benefits. It provides more powerful engines, it provides a greater suite of technology inside, including updated weapon systems, updated tactical map systems, and an overall update to what was already a fantastic helicopter, bringing it even more into the 21st century. The Wildcat Mark I was the update from those that will know and have loved it, the Lynx helicopter, the update being the Wildcat, which primarily, or initially anyway, was assigned to the find capability, so its job was to go and seek the targets and relay that as a reconnaissance platform. However, due to the updated battlefield that we're facing today, their role has changed and evolved and have moved into a number of different capabilities, including limited movement of material and personnel, recce. There is a limited strike capability, as well as that core recce and find capability that they were initially providing. So becoming far more multi-rolled in what it is they do. And the key thing with the two helicopters working together, or is the fact that they work together. So the combination of the punch, the strike from the Apache, combined with those upgraded find capabilities from the Wildcat, makes them a formidable match for doing what they do best and going onto the battlefield, finding the target, and then delivering that lethality when needed.
Rob, I know you are Blue Eagle 1, you're flying one of the Apaches, and I know that you will have flown in from Middle Wallop, which is just outside of Andover in Hampshire, and I know the Wildcat is based at Yeovilton. Give me a flavour of the roles that two helicopters are undertaking in terms of what they do in the UK.
If we taking the Apache first, the base of Middle Wallop is the training regiment. 7th Regiment is the training regiment for the attack helicopter force. We provide, I'm on what's called the CTT squadron, so conversion to type squadron. We receive the trainees from RF Shawbury, having learned how to fly in an helicopter, in the Juno helicopter. They come to us fresh and we teach them how to fly the helicopter day, night, and as a pair, all the basic flying capabilities, introducing them to what the Apache itself can do, the sensors, the night capability, and we then pass them to our sister squadron, 653 squadron, who then take them through their CTR, their conversion to roll, where they learn to then fight the helicopter before they get past to the front line. Once they complete with us, they then move to Watersham Airfield in Suffolk, and that's where our frontline Apache squadrons are based, and they go on operations, on exercises, all from that location there. The Wildcat themselves do things slightly differently. They receive their trainees also from RF Shawbury, but all of the training and frontline capability is all based at our NAS Yeovilton for a number of reasons. One, because the Navy also operate the Wildcat helicopter, although a slightly different version, as you will probably see the Black Cats flying today. They provide the same, or the squadrons there provide the same CTT and CTR capability, or all the training, and then they're then passed to their frontline squadrons, where they then specialise on exercise operations, and they would do the same as the Apache.
And Rob, I said to you that, you're Blue Eagle 1, you're the pilot of one of the Apaches. Just give us a flavour of what the Apache is like to handle.
The Apache is a fantastic aircraft to handle. It has its pros and cons. It is an interesting helicopter to fly because it is a tandem cockpit, so we sit front and rear rather than the traditional side-by-side that you might expect from a helicopter, which gives a different view and different skill set, having to talk through everything as opposed to being able to see what the other person's doing. Flying the Apache is amazing because of the technology that we have on board. We've got a number of systems, a flight management computer on board that makes flying the Apache wholly honed towards providing lethality. So it is all geared towards being as stable a platform as it possibly can do. So when there are engagements, they are as accurate as they possibly can be, which gives us the benefit in a display role or a display, while conducting a flight display, of a really smooth helicopter to fly when it comes to doing the maneuvers that we do. She's quite big. She is a long helicopter. She's only a few inches shorter than a Chinook, and she's fairly heavy, so she does require a slight firm hand to get her to do what we need her to do, but she is an amazing helicopter to fly because she is just so Wilco with the kit that is on board.
So tell us what we can expect from the display this afternoon.
I don't want to give away too much. This is the first public display for the Army Air Display Team this year, so you'll all be receiving the first run-through publicly of what we're going to do, so I'm not going to give away too much. But what we have aimed to give you in the display routine that we are doing today is a flavour of dynamic manoeuvring. We've introduced a few extra manoeuvres that we haven't done in previous years. We've introduced a 360-degree wing over, which we've never done before. But the main difference between this display and previous years is the combination of the Wildcat being more closely linked to the manoeuvres that we do rather than being slightly more separate when we do things. Our run-in is a formation that we've never done before from a display perspective, and the first manoeuvre that the Wildcat conducts, which you'll see if you come to watch us, is something to behold, particularly for us in the cockpit, but hopefully for everybody watching on the ground.
Well, Rob, we're really looking forward to seeing the display, but you're also on the ground, aren't you? You've got a static display.
Yeah, we've got the fantastic opportunity this year of sending an Apache static. They'll be combined with a number of current serving pilots, ground crew, engineers, who will all be keen to talk to everybody. I know that we're a much smaller part of aviation than the RAF and the Navy are for the Ministry of Defence, and what we would love to do is to get as many of you around, show you the aircraft and answer as many questions as you like.
And I know, Middle Wallop, you've got a fantastic museum there as well, haven't you?
Yeah, the Army Flying Museum here is an amazing charity. They do a lot of great work, both preserving past and present helicopter fleets, including the historic flight, but also they do a lot of great work in the community, in the STEM fields, for young people looking to get into aviation, as well as charity work that they do. So if you're passing Middle Wallop, then please pop in. I'm sure they'd appreciate you coming and having a nosy round. And they now have a D-model Apache as part of their fleet of aircraft inside, which you can go and have a nosy round.
That's Major Rob McRae, or Blue Eagle 1, as he will be this afternoon when he flies the Apache in the Army Air Corps display. Well, things are getting very excited here in the commentary box because we are getting closer and closer to the start of the Cosford 2026 air display. We're already in touch with the RAF Falcons
ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears.
They are in North Oxfordshire at the moment, preparing to take off in an Atlas 400.
If you want photos with us later on, it will be after the show, after the last display, which is the Chinook.
In the RAF as well
if that's
as the
okay,
RAF
but
Falcons,
we're more than happy to sign anything and have some photos with us together in Ted. Ted is doing some PR work at the moment.
Minutes from now, if everything goes to time. Well, our next guest is, and indeed he's our final guest as we preview the air show. He's a very lucky man. He gets to fly some of the best known classic aircraft around. You saw him land a few moments ago, actually, Mark Levy flying the World War II P-51 Mustang, and he's also displaying along with the P-47 Thunderbolt. Both aircraft are part of the Ultimate Warbirds collection.
Ultimate Warbirds was established a number of years ago. It's actually spun out of a company called Air Leasing, which is the company run by the Grace family. Nick Grace was the father of the family, and he first of all restored a Spitfire in 1986, one of the first two-seat Spitfires to be available in the UK. And unfortunately he was killed in a car accident some years later, and his wife, Carolyn Grace,
the Bbmf's Chipmunk kit. They have two in their inventory.
The world's only
can be used for recce, and of course predominantly for training, not in the displays, but used for training. It is part of Bbmf. They do have two, and they can also use it for a courier. I know, right, to drop and take tools and parts.
Actually restored some of them completely from scratch. dispatch about 10 warbirds.
In terms of being a pilot, you probably have one of the most envious jobs out there, don't you? Because you get to fly a selection of these aircraft.
Yes, I'm probably one of the luckiest pilots in the world. Like many pilots and many of the spectators here, we made airfix models when we were kids of P-51s and Spitfires and Hurricanes. And at no point did I actually ever think I'd actually get to fly the real thing. But with my extensive experience of airshow flying, I was fortunate to be asked by the Grace family to fly their Spitfire. And because of the other aircraft which they look after for private owners, that extensive collection outside of the family aircraft became available to me.
You were an airline pilot, weren't you? What was that like, jumping from the cockpit of a jumbo into one of these classic aircraft?
There's very little actual carry-through from one to the other. The airline job is very much a people manager, machine manager and computer manager, with the actual hand flying skills only actually exercised right at the beginning of the flight and at the end of the flight.
Lysander, we'll come to that when it's...
weighs up to 400 tons, so there's not very much carry-through.
And it's a lot clearer.
Flying the classic airplanes I do now, having retired, is very much what we call a stick and rudder skill. It's literally hand flying the aircraft. There's no power controls, and the airplanes are much more skittish, especially on takeoff and landing. And those are the skills that actually built up as a general aviation pilot away from the airline side of things.
I've been talking to a lot of pilots as part of this preview program, and one of the words that comes through when it comes to flying these older aircraft is respect. I'm guessing you would agree with that.
Absolutely. Every time I strap on the airplane, I have to realise, or I have to remind myself that these things are precious. They built 15,000 P-51s, for instance, and there's a good number left, but there's probably no more than about 150 left in the world, and certainly over in Europe they're much rarer. And apart from the actual physical value of the airplanes are worth anywhere between $2 and $3 million. They are historical artifacts, and I'm very privileged to fly them. And rather than bring the aircraft by their neck during displays, you can do that, it's your own airplane, but these are very much not my airplanes, and I'm displaying the aircraft to show its attributes rather than my attributes. So it's somewhat less boisterous than a fully aerobatic airplane, which would have been flown in combat back in 1944. But we have to remember these aircraft are over 80 years old.
Now, in terms of the Second World War, when we think of RAF fighters, we think of the Hurrican, we think of the Spitfire. Is it too much of a crass comparison to say the Mustang that you're going to be flying, very similar to the Spitfire and the Hurricane?
They are very similar in terms of the mass of the airplane and to the uneducated outsider. They look very similar, similar size, but they were built for two completely different jobs. They're both fighter aircraft, but both the Hurricane and the Spitfire were very much built for the European theatre in terms of a defensive interceptor. They were designed specifically to get airborne, climb very rapidly to altitude, enter combat for maybe 20 or 30 minutes and then return to the ground having defended UK airspace. The P-51 and the P-47 were both built as long-range fighters. America's a big country. All airplanes in America have to fly long distances, and that very much came to the fore in the second half of the World War II when we needed bomber escorts to go all the way, so it's 800, 900 miles to Berlin. The Spitfire and the Hurricane were just not suited to it. So the inherent ability, the range of both the P-51 and the P-47 was something which actually came into the fore in the latter half of the war.
Now, you're in the rare position that you've flown both the Spitfire and the P-51 Mustang. What's the difference in terms of flying characteristics?
Well, I take passengers flying ultimate warbirds in both the two-seat Spitfire and our Mustang. Actually, you see out in front of me today, has also got a second seat and a second set of flight controls. So I take passengers flying in both these aircraft throughout the summer. And when the passengers ask me the difference, I kind of characterise it as the Spitfire being a slightly quirky British antique sports car, whereas the American is very much a Chevrolet. It's a very, very easy aircraft to fly. It's designed for the pilot. The ergonomics inside the cockpit are very much of a later age than the Spitfire. It's a little bit heavier on the controls. The Spitfire can almost be flown with finger and thumb, certainly in pitch control, which makes it a very good close-in combat aircraft. But the P-51s are much more robust long-range aircraft, gives you a lot of confidence in its strength. It's a little bit heavier than a Spitfire, so it suffers from that. In a turning fight, if you're in a dogfight, you want to be in a Spitfire. But in terms of confidence in the aircraft, I'd take the P-51 to war every time.
Now, the P-51 you're going to be flying, tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's a P-51. It's painted in the colours of a 356 fighter group aircraft. They were based in Suffolk in World War II. But in actual fact, the aeroplane was actually built in Australia under licence. The Australians, after the war, built around about 120, 150 Mustangs under licence. So the aircraft is officially an Australian Mustang rather than a North American one. But it's obviously much more relevant to the UK to have it in 8th Air Force 356 fighter group colours.
Now, something people should listen out for in your display is a rather unique sound that the Mustang makes.
Yeah, that's right. As the aircraft dives down to high speed and then pulls up, that's me putting back on the stick to enter a loop or some other aerobatic manoeuvre, we get a very characteristic whistling noise which the P-51 has. I've heard it told in two different ways, one of which it's actually wind blowing across the gun ports, which you can see sticking out of the leading edge of both wings. I've also been told it's air being channeled through the radiator scoop beneath the bottom of the aeroplane. Probably a combination of both, but it's absolutely characteristic of the P-51. Definitely something to listen out for.
And the Mustang, of course, had a history of escorting heavy bombers in the war. You might well get reunited with the B-17, which is a constant.
Yeah, so Sally B is here, by the way, the B-17.
We've flown with the B-17 on many occasions to represent, or give a representation, should I say, of just what it may have looked like with the 8th Air Force flying over Germany with the fighter escort. You have to remember the P-47 was actually the first of the American fighter aircraft which had the range to go as far as the western borders of Germany, and it was superseded by the P-51 later in the war, because the P-51 was just that little bit more economic. It could actually fly much further with the same amount of gas, and the P-47 was actually moved on to ground attack duties. But both aircraft...
Who's looking forward to this? I'm really looking forward to this, and
into Germany,
hope you all enjoy our
somewhere on the Belgian border. So very
coverage.
Strategic part of that bombing.
Cannot wait.
Well, that's Mark Levy. He'll be flying the P-51 Mustang later this afternoon. Well, it's just after 11 o'clock. That's it from me for now. A quick thanks to Henry Terry, who has produced our Countdown to Cosford preview. Time now to hand you over to our main display commentators, Ben Donnell, and first of all, Andy Forsey.
Here we go.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A very warm welcome to the Royal Air Force Cosford Air Show 2026. My name's Andy Forsey, and I have the honour and the privilege of being one of the commentators you'll be hearing through the rest of the morning and throughout the afternoon. I do hope you've had a good run-in. It's always a little bit tricky. 60,000 people attending the show today, so I hope that's been as painless as it could be. All the work's done. All you have to do now is sit back and enjoy yourself. Very big thanks to the team there, Jonathan Richards and Henry Terry, for providing entertainment here since 7 o'clock this morning. They will also be providing some more entertainment post-show. First of all, though, I'd just like to thank you for being part of 106 years of history. Now, the Royal Air Force was formed back in April 1918, and within 18 months of being formed, it was nearly disbanded. Why did the country need an Air Force? The war to end all wars was over. Well, father of the Royal Air Force, Lord Trenchard, he disagreed, and he went about trying to create what he called an Air Force spirit, and he did that by establishing 3 great principles, which he called pillars. The first was all about training. He established the Royal Air Force College of Cranwell, which is still in existence. He also started the world-famous apprentice scheme, initially at Holton, now very much here at Cosford, and he also formed a staff college, which again is still in existence, currently tri-service at Shrivenham. He also established university air squadrons, and they are absolutely thriving. 15 university air squadrons around the country, including our very own University of Birmingham Air Squadron that provides such wonderful support to us all throughout the show. But also one of the things Trenchard did was create the idea of an RAF Air Show. The opportunity for the general public, let's face it, the taxpayers, to see, to meet and experience the Royal Air Force. Now, air events had been round before this, but this was different. This was an RAF organised and hosted event, not only to see aircraft in the air, but very much to see what happens on the ground. The first was held at RAF Hendon in 1920, and just about, with a few gaps during the late 1930s, early 1940s, for obvious reasons, that tradition has continued. Right up to now, because you are at the one remaining Royal Air Force Air Show. And true to its roots, we consider this to be an at-home day. That one day in the year when we can throw the gates open, welcome you in to not only see aircraft in the sky, but see them on the ground, meet the people, interact, talk, enjoy and learn. This is what today is all about. So thank you, and thank you for being a part of this important part of history. Without further ado, it's a delight to introduce you to the final voice you will hear, apart from some guest commentators, of course, but the second main commentator, my friend and colleague, Ben Donnell. Ben, welcome to Cosford.
Thank you very much, Andy. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're having a great day so far.
Ben. Ben is a legend and a great commentator.
As Andy was just saying, this
bit of an inspiration as well, Ben, and also George Smoky Bacon as well. Both of those commentators
to you
have been an inspiration to me.
From across the whole of the Cosford community, because yes, there's a team dedicated to putting on the air show, but they come the period leading up to the show and this show day itself are augmented by people from right across this very historic and very important base.
Indeed, it is an incredible team effort, and sitting here right now, it's an absolute delight to look across a busy airfield, see lots of people, lots of smiles, and well, I think those smiles are going to get bigger, because very soon we are going to take you through the flying programme that we had for you this afternoon, which will start in just about 20 minutes time. Hopefully you've already purchased your souvenir programme, available for £10 I believe, from various points around the airfield. Lots of great information and stories, and some great aviation photography as well in there. About 3 or 4 pages in, the most important pages in my mind. One is the showground map, the other is the flying display programme, and if you have a programme with you, we'll just give you a couple of moments to find it in the bottom of your bag, and we'll just take you through, because if you've been following us on social media, then as you'll know, there has been a few changes over the last few weeks. It is inevitable. Things do get in the way, technical issues, operational issues, weather issues, and I'm touching every piece of wood around me, but I have the current flying programme that we received from the aircrew brief just a few minutes ago. We hope we run it through perfectly throughout the day. Maybe not.
Yes, of course, things can always intervene as we go through the day. Thankfully, the weather doesn't look as though it will, and Andy will talk to you a little bit about that once we run you through the programme. So, let's go through it, starting at 11:30 with the Royal Air Force Parachute Display Team, the Falcons, and an excellent jump ship for them today. They're going to be jumping from an RAF Atlas C1, the Airbus A400M as it's otherwise known. The RAF call it the Atlas C1, one of those outstanding tactical and strategic turboprop airlifters from RAF Bryce Norton will be bringing the Falcons in, and once more they're resurrecting the flypast by the jump ship as well at the end of the slot. We don't tend to see that from the Falcons when they jump from, say, the Dornier 228 Summit Air that they normally jump from, but the Atlas is going to be giving us a flypast after the Falcons have jumped and allowing the senior officer to take the salute. Then we're on to the F-35B Lightning from the Lightning Force, the joint RAF Royal Navy Lightning Force at RAF Marham in Norfolk. That's going to be giving us a short roll demonstration with a flypast breaking into the circuit and then a hover to show off the STOVL, the short takeoff vertical landing attributes of the UK's F-35B.
So that will take us through.
So yeah, we've got an F-35B small roll demo.
Back in time for that superb organisation, a display by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. I'm expecting that to be the Dakota and 2 Spitfires. Now, we all love to see the Lancaster, but just like your car, it needs servicing, and every so many years, around about 6 to 7 years, it needs a major servicing, which really takes a year. Basically take the whole aircraft apart, make sure it is still fit for purpose, oil it, lubricate it, clean it, change any bits, put it back together, repaint it, which is something we can all look forward to later on this year, as the aircraft will be coming out in new markings. But that basically means that Lancaster is not available for air shows this season. But we do have the Dakota, which is a fine aircraft in its own right, and I know was very much a key part of His Majesty the King's flypast. Hopefully you saw that yesterday over central London. That will take us through. We have a few movements throughout the day. We will be sneaking some aircraft in and out, especially some helicopters. But then we're going to welcome a pilot who is very well known at Cosford, but an aircraft I don't think he has ever brought to Cosford, and that is Rich Goodwin in his Pitts Special. But this is a very extra special Pitts because it is the jet Pitts. It is powered by one propeller and two jets.
Nice.
That will take us through to nearly 1:45, where we will hand over to our friends from the Army Air Corps, something I'm sure we're all really looking forward to, which is a roll demonstration by 2 Apache attack helicopters and 1 Wildcat reconnaissance helicopter.
Then it's silent flight time from the Royal Air Force Gliding and Soaring Association with the Schleicher ASK21 Glider from the RAF Shawbury Gliding Club, flown, as we've been hearing from Jonathan in the morning, by one of the Cosford-based trainees, giving his first display at this year's show. Then we ramp up the noise again with the RAF Typhoon FGR-4 from 29 Squadron at Coningsby, and then it's the first of our international military display items. Quite a late addition to the programme. Very, very welcome to see the Royal Canadian Air Force taking part in the Cosford display with a CC-130J Hercules, which is based with their Air Task Force at Prestwick in Scotland, actually operating from Birmingham Airport for today's flypasts. It's going to be giving us 3 flypasts, and they often tend to be quite spirited from the Canadian Hercs, so that's something to look forward to at about 1:20 past, and then back in time with 6 World War I replicas from the Great War Display Team. They're not operating out of Cosford, they need a grass runway, so they're operating from a local gliding club site. It'll be great to see them with a really whirling dogfight in the skies above this historic airfield, taking us up to about 2 o'clock.
And then we have a very exciting item for you. About 25 minutes from 2 o'clock, that will be the B-17 Flying Fortress, P-51 Mustang and P-47 Thunderbolt. Now, in all my years at Cosford, I don't think I've ever seen the B-17 on the ground here. The aircraft already here, arrived yesterday, and we will get to see that aircraft both take off and land back here at Cosford. That's going to be amazing.
So long as the wind conditions permit the landing, of course. But
indeed,
it'll be benign.
We'll talk about the wind a little bit later and how that will affect, but as Ben rightly says, probably the Flying Fortress, the B-17, in many respects will be the most sensitive to any wind that we have today. And then as we get to 2:30, I guess some of us have waited nearly 3 years for this to happen, and it's not been through anybody's fault, because they have tried so well, so hard to be here the past 2 years. They're definitely here this year. That is the Rafale, an amazing display that's going to be for you. And then as we head through to round about 2:45, we're going to highlight one of the anniversaries we have at the moment, and we'll talk about how we are celebrating that on the ground. But at 2:45, we have those 2 fantastic chipmunks that together form the vintage pair.
Then 3 o'clock, it's Red Arrows time. The Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team will be joining us in the overhead at 3 o'clock for their last display before they head off on their North American tour this summer. So you will not want to miss that. The Red Arrows on at 3, but equally the show's far from over once they're finished. We've got a smorgasbord of delights for you, starting off once the Reds are finished with the
Bronco, the OV-10B Bronco from the Bronco demo team over in Belgium, back at Cosford for the first time in 9 years. Then we've got a very familiar historic RAF aircraft in the form of the Jet Provost Mk.5 from Viper Classic Aircraft, and then another of the late additions to the programme, and another heavy. We're really blessed with a very strong heavy presence at Cosford this year, and number 99 Squadron, Royal Air Force at Brize Norton, will be sending a C-17A Globemaster 3 for the
99 Squadron, the first squadron to operate from RAF Mildenhall
will take us up to
in 1934.
And then at 4 o'clock we're going to go. We're going to have a little.
Sorry, I got to put something in there.
We're going to go back to the late 1930s and early 40s with the Harvard, and then come much more up to date with a display from the Royal Air Force Tutor, the aircraft that's actually based here at Cosford. And then, as Ben mentioned, we'll welcome the C-17 back for its
I love the hat, man. Nice one.
Take us through to 20.
Yeah, it's a little bit nippy.
1640, 20 to 5.
A little bit on the colder side.
Another wonderful item for
nice
you
one, man.
from the Fleet Air
Oh, yeah,
Arm,
classic,
the Swordfish
classic.
and the Black Cat.
Good to see you, man.
And then there's something of a nod to the RAF of the early years of World War II, with some absolutely outstanding historic aeroplanes we've never seen displaying at Cosford before. The first of them is the glorious Anson 1 from RAF Station Czechoslovakia in the Czech Republic. An utterly wonderful aeroplane, and it gives a very spirited display, and it allows us to tell you a little bit about one aspect of Cosford's wartime history. That's on just after 5 o'clock. It's followed by the solo display from the Westland Lysander of the Aircraft Restoration Company. You might have seen it arrive not that long ago from its base at Duxford. We have seen Lysanders here in the past. We saw a Lysander here in the past. The RAF Museum example was restored here, and before the restoration was finished, it was on display at our RAF 100 show here in 2018. We've never seen one, as far as I know, in the flying at Cosford before, so great to have the Arco Lysander with us today. And then the Aircraft Restoration Company providing us with another display after that, another late addition to the programme, the Hispano Bouchon, the Spanish-built Rolls-Royce Merlin engine Messerschmitt Bf 109. And still, the show is not over, because we'll be finishing the display today with the RAF Chinook roll demo.
And Ted is going to be flying today
for the 2026 display season. That will finish the show, which doesn't finish off until just before 6 o'clock. It's one of the longest flight programmes we've had at Cosford for many a year. That's 6.5 hours of prime flying. So that's what we have planned. Everyone here will do their very best to deliver that flying programme, and how wonderful it looks like it will be. If you do Airshow souvenir programme with you, and if you do open up to the flying display programme page, which is on page 4, there is a QR code on there, and if we do have some updates during the day, we hope we can update the website accordingly, and you will be able to access that through that QR code. We should say there are 2 aircraft listed on the programme, in the programme brochure, that aren't sadly appearing for different reasons. 2 classic jets, the Sabre from the Flying Bulls in Austria for technical reasons not able to display for us today, and also the Vampire, which was to have been coming to us from the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, unfortunately also not displaying for us. But the team here have worked absolute wonders to not just replace those and a few other aircraft that, for reasons Andy was giving earlier, aren't able to be with us, but also to end up with even more items than we had anyway. So yes, well done them. Some very good heavy participation, as I was saying, and some very good international participation, both military and civilian. And of course we'll do our best to let you know of any changes as we go on as well. We're not thinking the weather's going to be too much of a factor today, hopefully. Hopefully not. We went to the pilot's brief, which happens before every air show, to make sure not only that the show runs smoothly, above all it runs safely. And weather is absolutely key for us watching, and also for the pilots and all the ground crew. So if you have a look up now, that cloud you can see generally around between sort of 1,500 and up to 4,000. I would say most of it is above 1,500 at the moment. Most of that broken cloud has thankfully gone away. We might get a little bit of an improvement throughout the day, but not a lot more than that. The impact of that, well, most of the fast jets have different routines that they can do depending on the cloud base. If they have a high cloud base, space or beautiful blue sky, then expect to see those nice big pull-ups into loops that need 3,000 to 4,000 or so feet of airspace. But the pilot has to stay out of cloud, and that is the important thing for obvious reasons. And why would we want to see an aircraft in cloud anyway? So we have to stay below the cloud. So if the cloud does stay low, some of those manoeuvres will be just a little bit flatter than they might have been. Just as exciting. Wind at the moment, so we're looking at quite light, certainly compared to the last few days, around about 5-6 knots or so. The direction is very, very important, because in aviation we like to do everything into wind. We take off, we land, we hover. In a nutshell, if you fly into wind, you basically get free airspeed. It's like airspeed for nothing. So if an aircraft is pointed into wind on the ground and there's a 10-knot wind blowing, it's basically already doing 10 knots. And that's very important when you take off and land, especially if you're flying a big 4-engine bomber from the Second World War, especially if that happens to be B-17 Flying Fortress. So we're just going to have to watch that quite carefully, because the wind does have is slightly across the runway, which is never the situation we want, because we have two runways. We have one piece of tarmac, but it's two runways. You can take off left to right or right to left, but you always want to be doing that into wind.
Yes, and it might mean that we see a change of runway direction over the course of the day as well, just potentially.
Indeed, which is entertaining from our point of view, not so entertaining from an air traffic control point of view, as that can complicate matters, but rest assured we have all the plans in place and we are getting very close and getting ready. I must say, we're all, hopefully you put your seat down, you've got a good view, you know where you're going to be. Please take time to have a good look around the airfield, because there are some amazing things here.
There are. One of the things I love about the ground displays at Cosford is there are aircraft tucked into all sorts of corners of the show site. It's wonderful. You go around a corner, oh, there's another Jaguar or another Hawk. There are some real highlights, though, on the ground. I think let's start off down at the far right-hand end of the airfield. As you look out towards the runway, hopefully many of you have made your way down there.
So if you're on ADSB, you can see Ronin 30, the call sign for our A400.
Because we've got a
bringing
Jaguar in armed
Air Force
configuration
Falcons.
in a shelter up at the far end. We've also, in a revetment in the deployed operational training area, as I believe it's known, up at that end, got one of the Eurofighter Typhoon development aircraft, flanked by a Tornado F3 on one side and a Tornado GR1 on the other side, and both Tornadoes in original squadron marking. So a very rare opportunity to see that. Then come further down, there's a lineup of the Jaguars that are such an integral part of Cosford. I think there are 9 of them in all sorts of different colours again. The Raspberry Ripple test scheme, there's a pink Gulf War one, there are black ones, grey ones, and then we come to the Chipmunks.
And it's one of the anniversaries that we are celebrating, and it's a delight to welcome such a scurry of chipmunks. Collective now of the chipmunks is a scurry, apparently. I think we have 10. If you're in the local area, then it would have been 3 weekends ago was the actual anniversary of the first flight, and I think they had a big push to get as many chipmunks together. They came from right across Europe, and they came to Halfpenny Green, our very own Halfpenny Green, just a few miles away. What a sight that was.
Yeah, there have been some terrific chipmunk celebrations this year. The Halfpenny Green event was wonderful. That was the biggest gathering, and quite a few of the aircraft that are here, I should think almost all of them, were there. IWM Duxford had 42 of them at the beginning of May, of which half flew in the display, and here again, and where better, at this famous Royal Air Force station, than to see so many of them. 10 on the ground, we'll have 2 in the air from the vintage pair, and there are some really lovely examples in the ground lineup. We've got one in Portuguese Air Force colours. We have got the oldest surviving airworthy chipmunk in beautiful natural metal, and we've got one that you know a little bit about.
I do. I have a special interest in this aircraft, and the timing is immaculate, as yesterday was the King's birthday flypast. I think it's the chipmunk that's nearest to the centre of the showground. If you walk that way, it's the first one. If it's moved, it's not a problem. You can't miss it because it's bright red. And that is the King's Chipmunk. As the Prince of Wales, this is the aircraft that he learned to fly on, went solo on as part of Cambridge University Air Squadron at RAF Bassingbourn, and actually has been flown subsequently by a number of the Royals. It has an amazing, normally when you might have an anti-collision light on top of the aircraft, the King's aircraft has what's called the Parrot, which is a very distinctive red light right on top of the canopy of the coaming to make it absolutely clear that the King is flying this aircraft.
It's absolutely distinctive.
And then also, of course, after he finished his training on the Chipmunk, he moved on to the Jet Provost, the Cranwell. We had Jet Provost in the air and on the ground here today, was awarded his wings and then moved on to Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton to earn his helicopter wings on the Wessex. And we have 2 Wessex helicopters on the ground. You couldn't make this up.
We do. Wonderfully nostalgic. The other Chipmunk I've mentioned, and it seems a bit invidious to pick them out, but it's a representation of another really famous one, the Army Air Corps Spitfire, which was a Chipmunk used to train Ford Air controllers. The Army used Chipmunks for basic training as well at Liverpool, but they painted one in camouflage. This isn't that actual aircraft, it's painted as such. Again, really, really distinctive. Thanks to all the Chipmunk owners and operators. They're all off to the right of the control tower.
And I had to just point out one other Chipmunk there, which is in the markings of Liverpool University Air Squadron. It is the grey Chipmunk. I only mean grey in colour. It's a beautiful example, but the reason I'm mentioning it is it is owned and operated by Simon Ludlow, who's currently teaching me to fly.
And very nice it is too, with the line
PZ865.
UAS, indeed. So
the last of many has got airborne.
Item, which will be courtesy of the Royal Air Force. We always like to start the show in this way, and this will be a display by the Royal Air Force Parachute Display Team, the Falcons. Probably, we mentioned the B-17 being very weather dependent. Well, of course, we should say the parachute display teams are very weather dependent for all the same reasons. They have to have enough airspace below cloud that they can safely exit the aircraft and deploy their canopies, and they also have some wind constraints because, of course, they are, I wouldn't say powerless. The modern canopies are basically aerofoils. They are wings, and you can gain quite a lot of forward momentum from them, but you can't just tread on the accelerator when you need that extra push. So wind direction and speed, absolutely critical.
As we were saying earlier, a real treat to see them jumping from an Atlas. It is something that has been seen before, but not very often, and the addition of the fly past at the end is really nice as well. Of course, we used to see that regularly in the days when they jumped from the RAF's Hercules. Well, of course, the RAF no longer operates the Hercules. We are privileged, though, to have 2 Hercs at our show. We'll have the Canadian one flying through later, and the Royal Netherlands Air Force with their C-130H30 in the static park with a very enthusiastic crew. Go and see that over the course of the day as well.
And it's an airframe you just can't miss. It dominates the whole of the showground.
It does. Great to have something that large here on the ground. We've got large warbirds with the Catalina and the B-17 on the ground, but that's by far the biggest aeroplane that isn't part of the RAF Museum Midlands outside on the airfield.
And because we only operate, generally, day-to-day, operate RF tutors from here, we have quite a small runway. It's about 3,700 feet. There's all sorts of different ways of measuring runways in terms of takeoff distance, landing distance, but in Air Force terms that's quite small. If you go to RAF Marham or Lossiemouth, you're looking at where the fast jets operate, you're looking at sort of 9,000 feet. So this is just over a third of that length. If you go back to the Second World War, and we are so looking forward to seeing Sally B on the runway, the typical A-standard airfield
to all our
were built to support both RAF Bomber Command and the United States Army Air Force, especially the 8th Air Force. The standard pattern was 3 runways, all at 60 degrees to each other, but the longest was about 6,000 feet. So even in those terms, Second World War B-17 would need a runway, or would use a runway twice this length. Of course, it had quite a payload on there.
Oh, of course. So that's why it's such a special occasion to see it on the ground here.
Go on! Johnny!
Well now, we're getting ready for the first item of the 2026 RAF Cosford Air Show, one of the Air Force's great teams of aerial ambassadors that we'll see represented throughout the day in our show. And here to tell you about it is the team's commentator, AS1 Matthew Jenkins.
Miles away, yeah? Slow down.
So our first item displaying are the Royal Air Force's parachute display team, the RAF Falcons, operating from Bryce Norton. I know, I just need to get my commentary in, don't I? I can't help it. And while I can, while it's quiet, again, don't worry, I'm not one of those that just go on about it all the time, but as we start the stream, we always recommend to please give us a thumbs up. It does help the channel get out there to other viewers that have the same interests. Do hit that like button, give us a thumbs up, and it may help with the algorithms getting our stream out there.
Royal Air Force
and of course subscribe as well,
How are you all today?
Bye.
My name is AS1 Jenkins and I have the honour of being part of the world famous Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team.
Oh yeah.
As your commentator today, it is my job to talk you through our fantastic and exhilarating display for 2026. Hopefully getting your eyes to the skies and pointed in the right direction so that you can get to enjoy every single moment of it. Weather and air traffic control permitting, the Royal Air Force Falcons hope to provide a thrilling display for you today, demonstrating the skills and capabilities of Royal Air Force parachuting within limited spaces and sometimes at very short notice. The team strives to represent the very best of British, both at home and overseas, by displaying the traditional red, white and blue colours of the United Kingdom wherever we go. The Royal Air Force Falcons can conduct parachute displays from a minimum of 2,500 feet above the ground and up to a maximum of 12,000 feet. Today the weather conditions are presenting us with some challenges, and therefore the team are hoping to perform a log show for you today, which they will exit the aircraft from between 3,500 feet to 2,500 feet. If you do take any photos or videos today of the display, we would love to see them shared online via our social media channels, and I'll tell you about those later on. You may have noticed some members of the team are already out on the display area today. This is known as the Drop Zone team, and they are setting up as we speak. Today they are led by Drop Zone Safety Officer, you've got to give them all a cheer, Flight Lieutenant Adam Foster. Warrant Officer Martin White, assisted by Survival Equipment Technicians Corporal Ed Dyson and Corporal Ryan Tripp, and also Sergeant Luke Riddle. The DZ team are responsible for preparing the landing area and checking the wind speed and cloud base by tracking a red helium-filled balloon, which you may have already seen. The information gathered from the flight of the balloon allows the DZSO to calculate the direction in which the aircraft should approach and the point at which the team should exit the aircraft. This is vital because although the canopies are very manoeuvrable, the team must be released at exactly the right point to enable them to free fall for a predetermined time and then to land in the area that we can see here today. You might see the green and orange crosses already put out on the drop zone. These are the left and right indicators for the parachutists. This safety measure allows half the team to land near one cross and the other half near the other. The information which has been collated by the drop zone team has already been passed to the team coach, who will be briefing the jumpers as and where and when they will exit the aircraft. Also today, I'd just like to add, we have Jeffrey the Giraffe jumping with us today. It's a charity that's very close to the RAF Falcons, as Jeffrey the Giraffe is from a charity called Giraffes on Tour. And they're an amazing flying fundraiser for Great Ormond Street Hospital. Jeffrey belonged to a little girl called Louie Conway, who sadly passed away aged 9 from a rare form of leukemia. Jeffrey has been on some incredible adventures, flying to the edge of space in a U-2, rowing the Atlantic Ocean with 4 RAF pilots, to flying over 130 military aircraft around the world. And today, we, the RAF Flying Falcons, have the pleasure of jumping with Jeffrey, who has now raised over £124,000 for Great Ormond Street Hospital. Giraffes on Tour are here today, so please pop by their gazebo and say hi and give any donations you can. It'd be much appreciated and they're very grateful. So the aircraft
aircraft we are using today will be the A400M, which is the main primary jump platform we use for training with other parachuting in the RAF. The Falcons mainly use a Dornier DO228, but today they're using an A400 to put on a spectacular display for you today, which will be even more special. This aircraft is used for strategic air mobility as well as tactical air mobility. This aircraft is one of the newest in the RAF, celebrating 10 years since it first entered service in the late end of 2014, with a flight of now 22 A400Ms. This aircraft is a multi-role aircraft capable of carrying up to 114 passengers and up to 34 tons of freight, depending on its configuration. We'd also like to thank, of course, our sponsors. The RAF Falcons cannot do their job without the fantastic support from this season's sponsors of 2026. Our long-standing supporter, Sonic Communications, are continuing their sponsorship once again and providing vital radios which will allow us all to keep communications in the air and on the ground. And thank you to Event Management Fire Solutions at Summit Air and Finch Embroidery, who provided financial support to the team for the 2026 season. And also a big thank you to ASF Signs, who have supported the team for a number of years by providing colourful signage and graphics on the RAF Falcons team vehicles. And finally, a big thank you to the RAF Museum and the RAF Benevolent Fund, who are the two sponsors very close to our hearts as they continue to provide support to us and the wider RAF family with their incredible work and generosity. Whilst the aircraft climbs to the required altitude, the team will be conducting safety checks on their parachutes and the rest of their own kit and each other's kit, making sure all handles are visible and no straps are twisted and all pins are in place. They'll be preparing themselves psychologically for the display, and the adrenaline will be flowing as they want to put on a great show for you today. The team has been training all over the world recently, as far as even Dubai. There's even a few Falcons who are on overseas exercises at the moment in Slovenia. So just a little bit of information for you on some of the aircraft. We normally use a Skyvan, a Dornier DO228. We even use a Chinook sometimes, which we're hoping to do in Odeon this year. And during this season, the team aims to complete approximately 50 display descents from various heights and locations around the UK and Europe. In preparation for display season, the team have spent 2.5 months during the off-season period training and practicing their parachuting skills in the fair weather climate of Southern California and Dubai. They have also used the vertical wind tunnels in the UK, where free-fall skills have been perfected in a simulated environment and by cost-effective means. Each team member can expect to complete around 350 jumps per year, which includes training and displays. The team are very well supported by two of the RAF's finest survival equipment technicians.
Just thought I'd let the A400 get a bit closer. Here we go, our first
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Time to get ready to experience the aerial skills of one of the world's greatest military parachute display teams. Get your cameras ready, because it's time to introduce the Royal Air Force Falcons.
As you can see, the A400 approaches, so keep your cameras and your eyes to the skies and stand by, because they're about to jump. They want to put on a spectacle for you today, so I hope you're prepared with your cameras, and don't forget to tag the RAF Falcons on social media. Send us any photos and videos.
Well, I don't do Pilates, but I think this qualifies.
And there they go, the 2026 Royal Air Force Falcons display team. The red smoke trailing from their legs is created by small canisters attached to their boots, which were activated at the very last moment before jumping from the aircraft.
Here we go.
6 canopies are safely deployed as the team immediately begin maneuvering into the snake formation. For 2026, the team have been
They built the snake formation by turning 180 degrees back into the jump direction. As you can see, they're very close to each other, guys, which takes a lot of concentration and maneuverability skill. They practice and practice and practice to put on these displays for you today. So we hope that you enjoy it. Look at them go! As they're approaching the drop zone, make sure that you cheer in for them because they can't hear you, believe it or not, for our communications.
Nice.
They're following into the saber chase now. So this is a quite tight formation, and as they come closer to the ground, they'll split into something called ducks, which is two different saber chases, which will go left and right onto the green and orange left and right indicators, like I said before. As they come closer to the ground, they can't hear you, so again, please give it up, a big cheers for the RAF Falcons! As they come into the drop zone, the first is Flight Sergeant Mark Clayton, Sergeant Marcus Shields, Sergeant Jed Evans, Sergeant Luke Mees, Sergeant Matt Hyam, who Jeffrey the Giraffe is flying in with today. And last but not least,
no, he's got it on his foot there.
Peregrine. We haven't quite finished just yet, as the team will be completing their lineup and official salute today. They'll quickly remove their equipment as their helmets and goggles cloth and their parachutes are gathered in. They need to secure their parachutes to make sure they don't blow away or get all tangled up, so you will see them place their heavy harnesses on top of the parachutes itself. Each Falcon wears a bracket on each leg which holds a pair of small canisters, which right now are very, very hot to touch. So you'll see them wearing gloves, and this is not only because they must handle the hot canisters, but also because the temperature can be freezing at high altitudes. Flight Lieutenant Adam Foster will be taking the salute today. So as you see, they'll be landing right now, taking off the canisters, their parachutes, and when they put the berets on, that will be an indication and sign to the DZSO that they are ready for the lineup.
Tim.
Is that the guy?
As you can imagine, guys, the adrenaline is flowing through them now, and they're still excited. So you can imagine it's going to be tricky that they've got to run all the way from the drop zone to the DZSO for the lineup and then complete the official salute.
Sadly, that will be out of our shot, but no worries. Well done, lads.
Like I said, once the berets are on, that's assigned to the DZSO.
And girls as well. I believe there was a female in that, right?
And then you will call for the team to line up, and then OC Falcons will call them to the attention position.
Yeah, I believe it was... Oh, maybe not. No, I thought there was for some reason.
Keep an eye out on the sky, because you're about to get a fly past from the A400
Check this out,
once
man.
again.
This one's good.
Make sure you keep all your cameras up.
Go on, give it low for the show. Give it lower than tomorrow. Here we go. Skim the trees.
The A400. And here we go, it's coming in! Get your cameras pointed to the skies and get those pictures going! Once again, please, everybody give a round of applause and a massive cheer to the superb display from the 2026 Royal Air Force Falcons Parachute Display Team!
Whoa.
The RAF Falcons are online, so please do follow us or contact us. We'd love to see your photos and videos of the team today, and hope you share them with us on Instagram at RAF Falcons, and the same on Facebook. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope the sushi and coffee were strapped in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how about that? What an opening display, descent. What a great sight also to see the A400 running in directly in front of you because of the way the wind is today. I think that added a certain amount of anticipation to that great descent. It's not the best conditions for the Falcons. They would love a nice clear blue to do a 10,000 foot or so jump, but flexibility is always the key to air power, and you saw that in spades during that display. And a lovely opportunity to see the A400 up close. I think the team had plenty of room inside that aircraft prior to the jump. Under normal conditions, the A400 can actually carry just about 100 fully equipped parachutists. Now that is a lot of military power, and it is a role that the A400 excels in addition to its normal load carrying. By load carrying I mean freight, which it can do both in what we call a tactical sense and also a strategic sense. Strategic being sort of from large hub to large hub, but tactical actually delivering it into small airfields, into small operating areas near the front line.
Yes, a very capable aircraft, the Atlas, part of that much renewed lineup of air mobility assets based at RAF Prize Norton in Oxfordshire, along with the Airbus Voyager tanker transport and the Boeing C-17A Globemaster 3 that we'll be seeing an example of later in the programme. But talking of renewing the RAF inventory, this is very much what we're going to see represented by our next aircraft.
It absolutely is. So this will be extremely loud, so if you do have the young ones with you today, just perhaps keep them a little bit close for the next few minutes. We want to thrill and impress, we do not want to scare, but this will be, we are expecting 2 flypasts from the Royal Air Force F-35B Lightning, along with the Typhoon. This fulfills the combat air role of air power. It is a fantastically capable aircraft that is already operational. It only seems months ago that it entered service, but that's what happens as you get older. Time seems to accelerate. Built for the Royal Air Force and for the Navy, of course. Deploys on the carriers, HMS Queen Elizabeth and HMS Prince of Wales. This being the B version of the F-35, what we call STOVL, short takeoff and vertical landing. It operates perfectly from our carriers.
Look out for the weapons bay when it hovers.
And so the aircraft, which is operating from its home base at RAF Marham in Norfolk, is about to run in for what will be a flypast into a break into the circuit, then a hover and departure.
And there's some amazing engineering technology in this aircraft to enable it to hover above the normal wing-borne flight. The principal item is called the lift fan, 50-inch diameter horizontal fan that is located just behind the pilot, and you'll see that because it's normally covered by a very large door that then opens when the aircraft begins to enter the hover part of flight. The engine has a drive shaft that actually connects the main engine to this lift fan, so it's all the same power, so that the aircraft doesn't have to carry excess weight, an extra engine to make it go up and down, in addition to the engine to make it go forward. It also has a steerable nozzle. Basically, the jet efflux, the jet pipe at the rear of the aircraft can actually swivel downwards and sideways, and then on each wing what we call a roll post, which is basically another little jet outlet. So if you think about that, you've got 4 pillars of air, which means the F-35B can hover. And this aircraft can really hover. If you think back to the Harrier displays, when that aircraft moved into the hover flight regime, it was very much a living, breathing thing, wobbling sideways. It really felt like it was alive. This aircraft absolutely rock steady, which is what it needs for operating off the carriers. And indeed, this aircraft has already seen combat with Royal Air Force. just back in March, the RAF F-35Bs shot down a number of what we call Apaches, basically drones, whilst on operations over Jordan. Yes, doing so with their ASRAMs, Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missiles, having been deployed to RAF Accra series, specifically with combating those sorts of drone threats in mind. And indeed, the Royal Air Force is bringing into service, certainly for the Typhoon, a weapon basically geared to surgically remove drones, which is not something we really thought about 10 years or so ago. The normal air-to-air missiles are built to take out other fast-moving, acrobatic, aerobatic, dogfighting aircraft. A drone is a very, very different target. So this new attack system basically fires a kind of metal needle almost over short range at relatively low speed. That is just the thing you need for bringing down a inbound drone. All of the British F-35 squadrons are joint service, joint RAF and Royal Navy, and the commanding officer and senior pilot alternate between the services. It was, of course, the famous Dam Busters number 617 squadron, which was the first RAF frontline F-35B unit, with its first 4 aircraft arriving at Marham on the 6th of June 2018. Well, now, if you look out to the left, we're expecting the run-in for the first pass. It was that put operational aircraft on board HMS Queen Elizabeth for the first time in June 2020, and the following year conducted an inaugural deployment with the new carrier strike group. Got it. And that led on to debut operations by the UK's F-35Bs over Iraq and Syria. So, in from the left,
here we go.
The first pass, the Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning.
And of course the Royal Air Force omit the 2 because it's in fact their 3rd Lightning. Sorry, I've got to add my little bit. I'll shut up.
And it was around the time of this air show last year that it was announced that Britain is going to buy 12 of the CTOL conventional takeoff and landing F-35A models, the same sort of Lightning as is used by the US Air Force's 48th fighter wing at RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk, specifically with the nuclear strike role in mind, plus 15 more of the Stovel F-35Bs. And the last, the 48th aircraft in the first batch of F-35Bs was delivered in March 2026. And currently, one having been lost, there are 47 of these jets in service at Marham. Of course, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine is very much in our minds, and F-35Bs from Marham have been part of our response to that as well, flying long-range missions, integrating with RAF Typhoons and other assets. And as part of the general bolstering of NATO's defences in Europe, in the summer of 2024, British F-35Bs were deployed by number 617 Squadron on the all-important Icelandic air policing mission. This is a mission that rotates between different NATO fighter assets because Iceland doesn't have fighter aircraft of its own able to defend its airspace. This is very much now a NATO task, and the F-35Bs have played their part. So now if you do look again to your left-hand side, the aircraft slowing down,
opening there.
So as the mighty sound just reverberates.
There is a reason for that. Tune into our Marham streams and I'll...
short, but hopefully very sweet demonstration of some of the capabilities of the F-35B. And a nice time to remind you that just about every display team we have here has a presence on the ground as well. We tend to group them all together in one area, and that area is located towards the rear of the showground, the far left-hand side as you look out over the airfield, beyond the last grey hangar. Certainly the Bbmf are in there, the Typhoon, the Chinook, the Tutor. I can see both Army and Navy, plus also some of the other elements of the Royal Air Force, all of which are very important to bring out to show to you at this air show. And it's down at that end of the site where you can find the Dutch Hercules on static display I mentioned. The Irish Air Corps PC-12, a very welcome visitor to Cosford this year, and a great deal more besides. And of course, one of the signature elements of a Cosford Air Show, the Vintage Village, which I think is looking excellent this year. Of course, it's going to be an ever more ubiquitous aircraft around the world, the F-35 that we've just seen as the years go on. The worldwide fleet already stands at more than 1,200 Lightning IIs, and it's on order
ladies, gents, teddy bears. Just quickly, for those who don't know why the weapons bay opens,
NATO alliance,
there's my
fleets of combat aircraft are renewed.
If I got time before the BBMF come.
Doing with the introduction of this very capable platform indeed.
There's our auxiliary air intake, the Rolls-Royce lift fan, and at the back you got Rolls-Royce's 3 BSM. Those are the roll posts here, here and here. But tune into our Marham streams and I'll tell you all about. So you notice that the weapons bay opens. So I don't have that feature on here, but I do have the A variant to show you. And I can tell you all the specs. There is a reason why it does that when it hovers and it's about to land. If it didn't open the weapons bay, imagine all that thrust. You've got 20,000 pounds of cold thrust here. You've got 40,000 pounds of thrust from the Pratt & Whitney here, the F-135, and that force, that ground effect will just push back and make it quite unstable. So the weapons bay acts like a dam or a cushion to take in all that ground effect, that pushback from the forces that is pushed down onto the ground. So there is an actual feature and a reason for that.
Technical snag and can't join us in the display today, but we're still going to be seeing two fighters, and very appropriately, it's two Spitfires in this battle, in this Spitfire anniversary year. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight has played a major part in commemorations already of the 90th anniversary of Supermarine's most famous fighter, and those commemorations continue through the season.
Oh, God.
Yes, indeed, and I'm so glad that the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight have decided to bring two Spitfires. We generally would look at one Spitfire, one Hurrican. It is an important anniversary year, and of course we were hoping to welcome both the Dutch Spitfire back to Cosford and also the Rolls-Royce Mark 19. Sadly, both airframes not available, so this should be something very special. And it'll be the two oldest Spitfires in the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight's fleet, the genuine Battle of Britain Veteran Mark 2A in the colours of number 54 Squadron during the battle, those of an aircraft flown by one of the most famous New Zealand fighter pilots of the activities of the summer of 1940, Al Deer, and the recently overhauled and newly painted Mark 5B, AB910, itself a Second World War combat veteran, which now appears with D-Day invasion stripes representing one of the Mark 5s of number 402 Royal Canadian Air Force Squadron.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Yeah, when it's not like an air show where things are happening every 5 seconds, tune into our Marham streams or even Lakeney streams, and I'll give you all the details of the F-35AB. Sometimes the C, I will talk about it just as a tech spec comparison. The A variant is the only one with the internal GAU-22A, it's a 25mm cannon. There's quite a few differences. It's got a traditional arrestor hook on the A, but the B doesn't have it. All these kind of differences that you can look out for.
With the new Red 10, Squadron Leader Stu Roberts, the ground supervisor and commentator for the Red Arrows, coming in one of the Airbus Juno helicopters stationed nearby at RAF Shawbury. have some red arrows on the ground throughout the morning. They will be departing quite soon, in about 20 minutes. They do like to get the chance to come out and say hello and meet you.
Good old Elon there.
Of course, the red arrows can't actually operate.
You can probably see it from there, man.
We've, well, as I say, bussed them in. We've helicoptered them in. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to have a chat and maybe a photo. And after the Bbmf, I'm expecting another helicopter movement as the members of the Red Arrows this morning head back to join the rest of the team. Pre-display briefing, the walk to the aircraft and the warming up and the getting airborne ready to run in and display for us on the dot at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
It's all of that taking place at East Midlands Airport today, which is where the Red Arrows flew into yesterday following the King's birthday flypast. And in fact, Ben, you make a very good point there, because we have aircraft that are displaying for you today that are operating from all sorts of airfields.
How's Teddy?
Because of the limitations we do have here at Cosford, it's
yeah, I think
great that
Ted's
we
still
can
here.
utilise other airfields, other facilities in order to get aircraft to display. Shortbury being one, of course, but we have the Staffordshire Gliding Club provided at Slayton.
So Ted's been with the Red Arrows just now.
I think is the right word, and probably some tuck for the Great War Display Team. We have aircraft at Harden as well. All these airfields providing aircraft that will then come in at various times this afternoon to display for you here at Cosford.
Make sure we're coming back here, otherwise we've got a long journey. So as promised, as Red 10 there getting out. Here's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. He's just been doing some PR work with the Red Arrows. I know. Our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby there.
With the Juno having landed apart from the flight line, we look forward to our fighter contribution from the Battle of Britain Memorial flight in whatever form it may take, because it may be that the plans changed since we were notified of which aircraft they were going to be supplying for today's show. But anyway, some moments of tremendous nostalgia in the offing from the Royal Air Force's historical ambassadors.
Yeah, we got the AB910, which is a Mark 5 B-wing, and the Hurrican.
And here indeed we have the Hurrican 2C and the Supermarine Spitfire 5 of the Battle of Britain Memorial flight.
Rolls-Royce Merlin 45. This actually has an aerial victory when serving with 133, one of 3 of the Eagle squadrons. Yes.
respected figure, taught for many years on the conversion unit, and up until a couple of years ago, I think it would be correct to say that he had a part in training every Typhoon pilot that's currently serving on that aircraft. So a very well known and very well respected and well loved member of the aviation community.
Tell me about what the aims of the trust are.
So the aim of the trust is very simply to provide opportunity in aviation for those who are disadvantaged in our society, whether that's mental or physical disabilities, whether it's social backgrounds. We're there really to share the opportunity that exists within the amazing world of aviation.
I see you, Mark, and I guess this was something that was close to his heart.
Very much so, and the trust really does speak to the person that Mark was, who, to describe him, I think anybody who had the honour of working with him or calling him a friend would say that his real trademark was just how generous he was, and he was very much about other people before himself, whether that was instructing on the Typhoon or whether as a friend or engaging with people around the aviation community. He was very much about opportunity for others.
Tell me about you're doing an auction, aren't you?
We are, so we can't do what we do as a trust without the very generous support of the people who financially go out there and fundraise so that we can do our team and the ideas and so now we are ability to get back into the worldwide solving we are pretty trained display the Spitfire, and we're offering tickets, so please if you want to support us and have the opportunity.
So there go the Reds to get ready.
Painting them, please go down and pay them a visit.
And how else can people find out about the trust?
So the trust is, we're on social media, so Facebook and Instagram, and we also have a website at www.marklongtrust.org. And if you want to find out more about us, please do find us on the website and Facebook and follow us on our amazing journey.
And for you and your colleagues on the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, it must be very important to you to keep his name alive.
Very much so. Aside from providing the opportunity and doing something that we feel passionate about, we feel equally as passionate about preserving the amazing legacy of an amazing and very dear friend.
Thank you very much indeed to Jonathan and to Squadron Leader Mark Sugden there for talking us through the wonderful workadays of the Mark Long Trust. But now, with the three Junos carrying the members of the Red Arrows off to East Midlands Airport, ready for their display later on, it's time for one of the most outstanding aerobatic displays on not just the British but the worldwide airshow circuit.
I know I was dead nice, so that's dead nice.
An urgent message, please. Could Tracy and Chris Jones please report to the public information tent? That's Tracy and Chris Jones to report urgently to the public information tent. If you don't know what that is, it's the white and yellow striped tent right in front of the air traffic control tower. Should you need any help in finding where that is, ask one of the members of staff around the site. Thank you very much indeed.
And I'm like, 20 like I'm not spending time.
With the Junos departing, we've now got the Army Air Corps contribution to today's programme. A Wildcat and two Apaches lifting to go and hold, ready for their part in the programme. They're the next but one item, and then we'll be on with the aerobatic display I just mentioned.
And then she gets me in and she comes and things. And it just it's just like things that don't feel safe. I think just do what you need to do. Forget about the
This is a very potent contribution to today's show from the Army Air Corps. You can get up close to another of their Apaches in the static park, and in fact we've got a second Apache in the static, an Apache Guardian model of the Royal Netherlands Air Force, part of their contribution to the RAF Cosford Air Show 2026.
Oh, look at those flames coming out.
The Wildcat leading the two Apaches out to the hold, ready to leave the stage clear for an absolutely exceptional session of aerobatics. If you've never seen a biplane generating jet noise, well now you're about to witness exactly that. I'm talking of course about Rich Goodwin Air Shows and the incomparable jet pits, and I'm delighted to say that the engineer for this aircraft, Colin Hales, joins me here in the commentary box. Colin, welcome to Cosford 2026.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What lovely weather and a lovely turnout.
Absolutely, a capacity crowd, and we're delighted to see the jet pits in the flying for the first time at Cosford, because while it has been on the circuit for a few years, this is its first time at this air show.
Indeed it is. Those pesky jets have delayed us last year, but here we have the full display with the aircraft fully capable and fully equipped.
So, it's a display that starts straight from takeoff. What will Rich be doing to get us underway?
Normally his normal manoeuvre is to go into a knife edge to show the sponsors on the top of the wing, of course, and then he'll turn the piston engine, the Lycoming engine, up to full power, and then he'll increase the jet power from the two Lynx jet engines and climb vertically.
It is such an incongruous sight, no matter how sort of spectacle I should say, because it's not just the sight, it's the sound. No matter how many times I see it, a biplane with jet power, or partial jet power, and it's the result of an amazing engineering effort as much as anything else to bring you what we're about to see from this aeroplane. He's taxied out. He normally does so at least partially under the power of the jets, doesn't he?
No, the jets we remain at idle until airborne. The knife edge can be done with just the power from the Lycoming engine, and then the vertical climb, you'll hear the jet engines come on and he'll climb away.
In fact, we have had a change of runway direction, so he's taxied to the right-hand end of Cosford's runway. Obviously the wind is currently favouring that slightly. And here he goes, spoke on for Rich Goodwin with the jet pits.
Performance takeoff, isn't it?
£700 of thrust. So this aircraft has more thrust than weight, so it can climb forever, and it also has the capability of hovering. Another hovering aircraft today, but I think substantially less expensive than the previous.
And we've seen an incredible power height-weight ratio demonstrated throughout this display. Before we get the next burst of jet noise, Colin, what sort of engine controls does he have in the cockpit, given the two different types of power plants?
Yes, it's a hybrid aircraft indeed, so he has the main usual throttle, and at the end of the throttle, then there's just enough room to get two fingers on two slide controls for the two electronically controlled jet engines.
Now this is a beautiful manoeuvre, a partial flat inverted circle.
Aircraft. Obviously we've got jet engines attached and we've also got a smoke system. So we need 3 tanks in that aircraft, one for the piston engine, one for the jet engines and one for the smoke system. So it's incredibly complicated inside. There's pipes and tanks and electrics. It's like a microwave room inside the aircraft. So there's no way
and this is a very small aeroplane.
Absolutely tiny. As mentioned, wow. Normal straps aren't sufficient to hold a pilot to, like this Richard is, to the aircraft. He's ratchet strapped to the aircraft with 3 big ratchet straps. The ratchet straps are so tight, if he can't breathe, that's good. They're not tight enough. So ladies and gentlemen, there's 196 days to Christmas, but we are going to try and create a Christmas tree. This aircraft can turn and ascend, and Richard is now building the base of the Christmas tree. We'll climb to the top and come to a point at the top of the tree, becoming a spiral at the top of the tree. And then he'll do a spiral flat spin down, creating the trunk of the tree if the weather is close. Aircraft can manoeuvre descending, but Richard, with his power, he can manoeuvre ascending. And there he enters the flat spin to make the trunk of the tree. No.
I'm sure a lot of people in the crowd will have seen a standard pitch special at some point in an aerobatic display in the past. This one, quite apart from the jets, is decidedly non-standard, isn't it?
Indeed, we've got the X ornament wings, we've got maximum size elevators and ailerons that we can have, but this aircraft was developed for you, the airshow hunters who've come along to see the aircraft. Richard, he's good at aerobatics, the aircraft is phenomenal, but we wanted to bring something extra to you at the air shows, and that's why we decided to bolt on the 2 jet engines so we can hover the aircraft for you. Of smoke oil. So the actual overall weight of the aircraft will depreciate and reduce quite a lot through the actual 10-minute display. And that allows us the capability to hover much more stably because the aircraft has actually lost a lot of its weight during this display. main rotor to this aircraft being the piston engine, but the piston engine tries to maintain the fuselage in the opposite direction. And without a tail rotor, there's nothing we can do to stop that.
Now, one of the main attributes of the modifications to the Pitt's design is the ability to give the aircraft better low-speed handling performance, isn't it? Because of the sort of hovering manoeuvres that he's doing, am I right?
You are right indeed, and also to be able to keep control of the aircraft if we have an engine flame out, so much time testing required, and the larger increased control surfaces allow the aircraft to remain in control even if we have one of the jet engines flame out.
Project that, as you intimated earlier, took many years to bring to fruition, didn't it?
3, 4, 5, I can't remember when we first started, but I've never met another more passionate person. Not only about aerobatics, but the Pitt Special aircraft himself. He's absolutely passionate about the Pitt Special. If it wasn't going to be a Pitt Special, it wasn't going to happen. So. And one of the problems Richard has is top speed is 200 miles an hour, but then to bring the aircraft to a hover, you have to bring it to a hover and then bring the aircraft to a halt. And that's not that easy.
Displaying at the Cosford Air Show, and indeed his father, the late Ken Goodwin, was a renowned RAF aerobatic pilot famed for his Hunter and Lightning displays. Sponsors, Colin, of course, they're crucial to any display such as this, and it's Aerobytes who are the title sponsor, isn't it, for the Jet Pits display these days?
Aerobytes make every single flight safer, but also the contribution they bring is also to off-season. Richard can't just jump in this aircraft at the beginning of the summer and just do these manoeuvres. He has to train all year round, so therefore the funds are needed all year round. And without our sponsors, we simply couldn't bring this aircraft.
With another fantastic low-level knife edge pass.
We end the show with a vertical climb to show the absolute performance. This is full power from the jets and full power from the piston engine.
We've got our Ted Coningsby Display Award.
And that is his display complete.
Wow,
absolutely awesome and easy to see why this is so
pinned in the comments. We've got the Ted Coningsby Display Award. If that's your favourite, don't forget to vote for it. You can vote for your second favourite as well.
Likewise.
Absolutely. Indeed, it's something unique. We create created an aircraft to be unique, and but we just want people to be able to see it. There's excitement around the aircraft, and why would we not allow the aircraft to travel the world for everyone to see?
Absolutely right. We're delighted it's been possible to bring it to Cosford this year. Colin, thank you very much indeed, not just for helping me talk through this display and bringing some fascinating
Trust me, that was a workout.
The building and operation
How do you even plan that? How do you? I'd love to ask him a question like that. How do you actually remember that routine?
Absolute pleasure, sir. Absolute pleasure.
But as you may have heard, it is in his blood. It is his passion to do this.
Coming into land after another sensational performance, please give it up for Rich Goodwin and the Jet Pits.
Well done.
Well, we've enjoyed Rich Goodwin and his displays for many years at Cosford. That was absolutely another level.
Wasn't it?
Confess, I took the opportunity to jump out the commentary box
my neck a rest.
to get the full effect. And my word, the sound of those two jet engines with the propeller was something very, very special indeed. This kind of mixed power approach has been tried commercially a few times, not really that successful. I guess the most successful example is the iconic 1940s, 1950s Convair Peacemaker B-46 bomber that had massive 6 propeller engines and also 4 jet engines. That aircraft still holds a number of records for the biggest, the heaviest aircraft ever to fly. So just a few moments, next display is already up and running in. So this is a display we tried to bring you last year, but we had, beyond our control, some technical problems. But now we are really looking forward, and it's my pleasure to hand you over to the Army Air Corps.
Thank you very much for that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Captain Alex Radford from the Army Air Corps. It's my pleasure to take you through this year's 2026 Army Air Corps display. The display team is made up of volunteers from 1 regiment based at the Royal Naval Station, Yeovilton, and 7th Regiment based in Middlewall. Call sign for the team this year, very special, Blue Eagles. It's an honour and a great privilege to once again, for the team, to be called this. And for the first time since 2010, to bring it back.
Oh, nice.
It's also incredibly meaningful and special within Air Corps history, as the call sign dates back to the origins of the display, back in 1968. Then, like today, it's made up of volunteers. And today, very special for you guys, the formation is made up of 2-time Boeing AH-64E Apaches, call signs Eagle 1 and 2, and 1 Leonardo AW159 Wildcat helicopter, call sign Eagle 3. If you look over to your left, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the Blue Eagle is approaching in Vic formation. Eagle 3, the Wildcat, leading the 2 Apaches in. Eagle 1 on the right, closest to us, and Eagle 2 on their left, furthest away from us. They're flying in at 120 knots, approximately 140 miles an hour, down to 100 foot above the ground.
Here we go.
So they approach the centre point of the airfield. You'll see the first manoeuvre of the display. It's Eagle 3, looking to pull a 270 wing over. This is the aircraft. Turning the aircraft 270 degrees away from you in the ground. On the right now, you see Eagle 1 and 2, left with 180 wing over towards us. Then exit and fly back towards the centre of the airfield. Here, I'm looking incredibly hard to retain information during these complex maneuvers when we train to do the back. Beyond the Apaches in the deck, now we can see be flying an even more dynamic wing over this time. Looking to pull up to 60 degrees nose up rather than 45 degrees the first time, demonstrating the remarkable maneuverability of what is incredibly heavy aircraft that can weigh up to 10 tons. Back to your front now, we get a first close look at Eagle 3. Unique opportunity to see it close up for the first time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, special treat, a new manoeuvre for this year. Eagle 1 and Eagle 2 fly the most complicated profile display. The mirrored 360-degree wing over. Consistency is both vertical, 60 degrees nose up, roll to 90 degrees angle of bank. However, now the pilots look to return the aircraft and move their shoulders to 360 degrees. Meanwhile, in depth, you'll see Eagle 3 on a 270 wing over before it moved up to a left. And shortly, you'll see the Wildcat enter rapid climb. This can be used operationally to climb through the small arms threat band and shows the true power of its engines, each producing over 1,300 horsepower. Now, the great opportunity to grab a photo of all three aircraft with the same camera frame for the first time. Blue Eagles will now do an opposition pass to the centre of the airfield, leading the Wildcat as they fly down. Having safely passed one another, Eagles 1 and 2 are now pulling up for what can also be known as tactically the return target. Operationally, this manoeuvre can be employed to rapidly achieve height, turn the aircraft to 180 degrees. In the Apache's case, to then employ a 30mm cannon or 2.7-inch rockets onto a target. This is particularly useful in the low-level environment, where the enemy may attempt to ambush or take opportunistic shots at the Apaches as they thunder overhead en route to another mission. Here the Apaches will look to return fire rapidly, as quickly as possible, in order to neutralise that enemy threat. Heading over to right now, Eagle 1 and 2, and the final 270-degree mirrored wing over. Interestingly, this is now when the formation will split into 3 individual aircraft, with Eagle 2 exiting the wing over early, whilst in front of Eagle 3's lane. Adding new complexity to the display, demonstrating the coordination and cooperation of each of the crew as they continue to conduct and fly their own manoeuvres, whilst always ensuring they're aware where the other 2 aircraft are at any space given time. Right now, you see Eagle 3 has arrived at the hover, and they'll set themselves up to spot and turn and rapidly climb. Great opportunity to look at this aircraft up close and personal. The Wildcat is an agile helicopter with a top speed of 178 miles an hour and a range of 250 nautical miles. It's a multi-role helicopter, as shown here today. It can be fitted with the F-35B cow to the side of the aircraft with an effective range of 2 Ks. This allows it to defend itself, but also be done with escort protection. The fast rope brake can also be fitted with a winch mounted on top of it, allowing the Wildcat to be used to insert and retrieve back elevations. The camera fixed on the nose of the aircraft, capable of thermal imaging out to 8 Ks. This will be used day and night. Its ability to find on the Wildcat's targeted lasers, including and the target speed, namely that of an Apache teammate, operating to guide it with new joint air-to-ground munition, or JACM, being the latest variant of the missile with a laser and radar guiding capability. You'll have also noticed the donut on the top, also known as the fire control radar. This can detect 1,024 targets, including small drones.
Really?
Prioritise 256 of these and shoot the most dangerous 16. All in the meantime, passing all the others it's found via a data network to other aircraft to engage. Now, as you can see the Blue Eagle is repositioning, you might want to get your cameras ready.
Okay.
Blue Eagle 3, the Wildcat, today was flown by Captain Cy Bowen, Major Calvin White, and crewed by Sergeant Danny Richmond. Blue Eagle 1 was flown today by Major Rob McCrae, Major Bridge Najar. Blue Eagle 2 was flown by Mr. Jim Traher, one of our ex-military Apache instructors, now employed by Boeing, civilians instructor, 7th Regiment, and in the front seat crew, Captain Adam Roberts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the 2026 Army Air Corps Display Team.
Nice. Beautiful.
It's not just the crews who get the aircraft here, it takes every member of the 1st Aviation Brigade, the UK's only fighting aviation brigade. The team would also like to thank all our ground crew and engineers for helping us to be possible. Finally, thanks goes to you, the general public, along with all our families and friends for their constant support. Find us on Instagram @ArmyAirCorps_display team. Follow us. Follow each program. Any further questions? Just come and chat. Please do find us at our static display as well. Thank you very much, Cosford. Have a great afternoon.
Very nice.
Our thanks to the Army Air Corps Display Team. That fabulous demonstration. And to hear Blue Eagle, I confess the hairs on the back of my neck went bidding. Thank you very much, and our best to everyone involved in that wonderful, wonderful display. So just to bring you up to date with what you can expect in the next hour, I'm expecting one of our classic displays next, which will be the ASK21 Glider. And as we roll past the hour, we will go back to some Royal Air Force heavy metal, the shape and the sound of the Typhoon. And then we'll turn to one of our larger aircraft from the Royal Canadian Air Force. Very much looking forward to the 3 expected passes from the C-130 Hercules. And then we go back in time for that fantastic gaggle of aircraft that together form the Great War Display Team. So that's what we're looking at over the next 60 minutes or so. I think it's, I'm pleased to say the cloud does appear to be lifting. There is certainly more blue sky than grey sky, certainly compared with 2 hours ago. So a reminder to make sure that you are wearing suntan cream. Ultraviolet levels are incredibly high this time of year. So please make sure that you do have a hat on, and certainly that you have sunscreen on all those important little pink
You're all enjoying
places.
the show, ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears. Ted Coningsby channel, live here for 2026 RAF Cosford Air Show. Hope you're all enjoying it.
So for many years here at Cosford we have enjoyed superb glider displays by Ian Gallagher, Gally as we know him, Chief Instructor with the Royal Air Force Gliding and Soaring Association. But Gally has given up his display seat, vacated it for 1 year. He's in fact flying the Tug this year, that's the towing aircraft, because the display pilot this year is someone very different and very special. He is 22-year-old air recruit Bradley Lefty Kemp. Now he's currently training at Cosford, and when he can he flies with RAF Shawbury Gliding Club. And in very short order, he has worked his way through basic glider flying to gain his display authorization, and that is quite a feat, believe me. If you look up to your left-hand side, you can see the combination running in, or maybe trotting in to start its display. This is the ASK21 glass-reinforced plastic two-seater glider. Excellent for beginner instruction, can also be used for cross-country flight. It does have quite a thick wing profile, which gives the glider very good low-speed handling, with a stall down to about 35 knots. Now, the stalling speed of any aircraft is important. It's basically that point where the wing can't hold on to the air any longer, and the wing loses lift, which means the aircraft loses lift. Important for all aircraft, this glider, stall speed of about 35 knots. And I'm going to state the obvious here, this is a glider, it is not a powered glider. So throughout this display, Brad will be trading altitude for speed and speed for altitude. Of course, gravity always wins, but just watch, I think you're going to be very, very impressed. He's off the tug and away we go.
Well, that was very graceful, wasn't it? That was nice, man.
What a beautiful debut display from Brad Leslie Kemp with the RAF Shawbury Gliding Club ASK21. Well done, Brad.
Go on, look at those speed brakes.
He wants to encourage younger people to take up gliding, to use it as a means of getting into aviation, as we were hearing in his interview with Jonathan earlier on, and I hope that it's done it for some of you.
I think that's a success. I think, how wonderful is that? He's so passionate about his flying, about loved his gliding, and that's so well controlled. We're fortunate that we get to see a lot of glider displays, and that is right up there. I think everyone involved, his instructors, Gandhi especially, I think I can probably see his smile from here. That was something truly special.
Yes, there is Ian Galka landing on in the Scheiber Turbo Falcon tug aeroplane, and they'll be hitching the glider back up after the next display item to take it back to Shawbury. But yeah, wonderful to see a new display pilot on the circuit as well. I'm sure we'll see Brad a great deal in the future.
Absolutely.
And a wonderful representation of the home team here at Cosford as well.
Paddy, and that was 2022 RAF Typhoon.
And I think for gliding, that's
also
pretty
got,
good conditions today. You
Tom
always
Nation
get a
as
bit
well.
of a breeze, not too
flying
much.
gliders. And now
Temperature is good.
He is 2026 RAF Typhoon display pilot. Absolutely right. Well done, Ian, for saying that.
He's not going
they do indeed.
He gets a nice boot up into the sky by Galley first of all, but the way he managed the energy throughout.
We're doing Davey, Jay Borton, Rob Smith, Margot Baxter, Rosa H92, Alex Black, Alan J, Alan Gates, Ian, Emma. How you all doing? Jenny L3242, Righty, Scorcher, Joshua Brown, what up?
RAF Gliding and Soaring Association gliding here at Cosford.
Railways and Runways, John Minter, Rainbird. How are we all doing? Hope you're all enjoying the show.
During 2020. But we're very pleased to pretty much every year, we didn't have it last year, but pretty much every year, welcome them back to the Cosford Air Show.
We have just a few moments before the next display item, and for that we're going to go back to the Royal Air Force. A little bit earlier we saw the mighty F-35B, which is half of the combat air role of the Royal Air Force. Well, you're about to see the second half. This is, of course, the Eurofighter Typhoon. Always a very exciting and thrilling display. I think it's something extra special this year. There are some kind of operational manoeuvres in there, which I always very much like to see. Because this Typhoon has been on many, many operations. Currently in Romania, part of the NATO air policing, or what is called Opoloxy. Has also participated in Operation Azertized, which is a similar role over the Baltic states. Very heavily deployed around the world. Plus, of course, always deployed in the UK. This is the aircraft that maintains what we call Quick Reaction Alert, QRA, at both Coningsby in Lincolnshire and at Lossiemouth in Murrayshire. There are both aircraft, ground crew and weapons ready to go at any moment, 24/7, ready to respond to any incursion in our airspace, to investigate and to take action as necessary. And I think it will come as no surprise that certainly in the north of the UK, and as we head up further north into what we call the high north, as you get up towards Norway, the number of incursions has increased and continues to increase almost with every passing month. But those incursions can be for real other reasons as well. I don't like to use the word sort of accident, but inadvertently. There was one not so long ago where an airliner lost all communications. We of course don't take any risks, so aircraft are scrambled out, and every pilot, every civilian pilot knows what to do if a Typhoon pulls up next to you. You do basically follow, you do very rapidly do exactly what you are told.
Yeah.
Flying the Typhoon for us this year is Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, flying instructor on number 29 Squadron. He's originally from Pontypridd in South Wales. He joined the Air Cadets. He flew for the first time with the Air Force with the Air Cadets at just age 13, and then became a gliding instructor at just 16. I think you can see a pattern emerging here. Joined the Royal Air Force back in 2015. Trained on the Tutor, the Tucano, and then moved on to the Hawk T2 at Valley. Joined the Typhoon fleet back in 2021, firstly with number 6 Squadron, the flying can openers, and in fact those of you that know your aircraft markings will see a number of Jaguars around the airfield with 6 Squadron markings. Has been on many operations in the Middle East. He has participated in NATO air policing in Eastern Europe and has also deployed to the Falkland Islands, Australia and also Germany.
Cool. Well, you're going to see it in the wild.
In addition to the battle-proven weapons capability of this aircraft, a new capability is being added right now. This is called the Advanced Precision Kill Weapon System, which is geared towards neutralising, shooting down what we call RPASs, but are generally called drones. The normal air-to-air missiles have been, if you fire them against the drone, it's a kind of a sledgehammer approach. A Typhoon can only carry a certain, fairly small number of these air-to-air missiles, whereas this new system is much more geared to just knocking down a drone with precision, with speed, but also with the aircraft at slow speed. That's one of the issues with drones. They are quite slow moving, so the aircraft has to fly quite slowly in order to intercept, and you'll see that demonstrated in this display. It is something, it's almost like a new air power role. Indeed, in Ukraine, they have employed aircraft like the Yak-55 and put somebody in the back seat, a sharp shooter, but the word I'm trying to come up with, a sniper basically, to fly next to airborne drones and literally shoot them out of the sky with a rifle. We're back into the trenches here. We're back almost to the early aerial combats over northern France during the First World War. So we're just listening into air traffic control and looking at our various sensors that we have. The aircraft is in the vicinity. His slot he has is just a couple of minutes away, so he'll be just preparing himself.
Go on, Tom.
Obviously the
go on, Tom.
aircraft has gone through all its ground servicing, initial checks on startup, but even once airborne, the display pilot has to go through a certain routine, make sure everything is secure. During this display, we'll go up to basically as fast as you are allowed to go at air shows in the UK, just a shade under 700 miles an hour. Pull at one stage what we call positive G, that's the normal G if you like, the G you feel at the bottom of a roller coaster, when you kind of push yourself down into the seat.
Okay, here we go.
9G in this sequence, but also negative G, that's the uncomfortable one you feel going over the top on a roller coaster, when all the blood wants to rush into your head. It's very uncomfortable, both for aircraft and for pilots, yet in this display, Tom will push, as we call it, up to 3-.
Here we go.
Once again, this will be very, very loud, so make sure you have your children close at hand from the right.
Come on.
Royal Air Force Typhoon. Directly in front of you. to reposition, named after John Derry, very famous test pilot and display pilot from the 1950s, where you brought the aircraft in one direction but turn in the other. So here's Tom pushing the aircraft round, hanging in his straps, minus 3G, very uncomfortable. Usually that manoeuvre to see a little bit of fuel just venting from the tail fin, as you saw there. It's perfectly normal. Once again, Tom opening those throttles up even further, just below 700 miles per hour on this pass. As he goes into a high-speed double aileron roll. Just listen now how that sound has decreased. We've gone from 700 miles per hour all the way down. Slow speed's so important in any aircraft, especially in an interceptor. Typhoons have been called upon to intercept what we call general aviation aircraft and also helicopters. So here the speed bleeds right off. We're down to 130, 140 knots here. With a bit of headwind, that will look even slower. Indeed, after that last pass, the aircraft just seems to be hanging in the air.
ready. Where is he? Hole in the sky coming up.
Good, Tom.
Come on.
Good, Tom. Send it.
Oh yeah! Hey! Woo! Oh yeah!
That Tom into display, making good use of that lovely patch of blue sky. Suddenly opens up over the airfield.
And the Typhoon will come back after it's just landed
about 5,500 feet of airspace available above Cosford this afternoon. Clearly, when you get much higher than that in these here parts, you do start getting into what we call controlled airspace, especially controlled airspace around Birmingham Airport. Tom will be on his way back to Coningsby. They have to manage the weight of the aircraft very carefully, make sure there's obviously enough fuel on board to complete the display and also a safety margin, but you certainly don't want to load too much extra weight. And whilst we've been enjoying that display, Brad and Gally have rejoined and they are now departing away to your left-hand side. Certainly a day of contrast. We go from Glider to Typhoon, and then back to Glider departing, and we're going to keep the variety coming with the next item.
We are, and another of our international visitors. Hopefully you've had a chance to have a look at the Royal Netherlands Air Force Hercules, a C-130H-30 model, a stretched C-130H Hercules. The Dash 30 indicating the fuselage stretch in the same way as the RAF used to distinguish between the Mark 1 and Mark 3 Hercules, the Mark 3 being the longer one. And we're going to see another stretched fuselage Hercules as our next item, but this one the newer C-130J model. It's a CC-130J specifically from the Royal Canadian Air Force.
Awesome.
And we're delighted to have it in the show today. I can't remember the last time the Canadians participated in a Cosford Air Show, but it is in fact effectively a British-based asset, because this is one of now 3 Canadian Hercules based at Glasgow Prestwick Airport, and it's stationed there with the Royal Canadian Air Force's Air Task Force Prestwick, which was established in 2022 as a detachment of No. 1 Canadian Air Division, the name given to the RCAF's operational headquarters.
Wow, thanks Davey for the update.
They've got these 3 Hercules and up to 60 personnel stationed at Prestwick as part of Canada's Operation Reassurance. That is aimed at enhancing the security of Eastern and Central Europe, and especially Latvia, where Canada currently leads a NATO multinational brigade. And the Canadian Hercules, since they deployed to Europe, have transported millions of pounds of military and humanitarian cargoes around the continent in support of Ukraine. And Prestwick has become a major air mobility hub for the Canadians, supporting regular flights not just by these Hercules that are stationed there, but by their CC-177 Globemaster 3s. We'll see a C-17 of the RAF later in the programme, as well as their new CC-330 Husky tanker transports. That's what they call the Airbus A330 tanker transport, pretty similar to our own Voyagers. And there's a very nice historical link here, because back in the Second World War, Prestwick was often the first airfield that aircraft coming across the Atlantic from the United States and from Canada would first arrive in the UK before going into the European theatre. Yes, and there's another good historical link with the squadron that provides the Hercules we're about to see. It's 436 Transport Squadron, part of 8th Wing, which is headquartered at Canadian Forces Base Trenton in Ontario. And 436 Squadron flew Douglas Dakotas, like the one we should have seen earlier on, in Burma during World War II. And after the J-Day, the final victory over Japan in August 1945, its Dakotas were stationed in Britain at Down-Ampney in the Cotswolds.
Yeah, they're after the C-130.
Canada was an early adopter of the Lockheed Hercules, this most legendary of post-war airlifters. It took delivery of its first C-130B model in 1960, later replaced by the improved E and H models, all of them known as CC-130s to the Canadians. They used them as KC C-130 tankers, but now they've got 17 of these CC-130J models in service, and in from the left for its first pass, the Royal Canadian Air Force Lockheed Martin CC-130J Hercules. Stretching a Hercules has been around for quite a long time. Indeed, the Royal Air Force did it some years ago with their C1 and C3s. The point being that you sort of ran out of volume before you ran out of the amount you could lift. So the airframes frequently what we call bulked out. It could lift more weight, but the cabin was actually full. So it obviously wasn't quite as simple as this, but you basically cut the aircraft in half, added a fillet, and sewed it back together again. These J-30 models built as stretched aircraft from new. Of course, that was a very famous conversion program the RAF undertook to create those Mark IIIs. Canada is one of the world's longest standing and largest Hercules operators. It's had 62 of all variants in its inventory over the years. They've still got some of the older ancient models, now with 424 Transport and Rescue Squadron, but 436 Transport Squadron, from which this aircraft comes, is by far the main Canadian Hercules operator. 426 Squadron carries out the training task. And these CC-130Js conduct all manner of missions. Transoceanic strategic airlift is one of them, but also, of course, tactical transport, making use of the Hercules' outstanding abilities in the tactical sphere. They undertake special operations forces drops from high altitudes. They assist in arms treaty verification sorties under the terms of the Open Skies Agreement. They conduct evacuations from areas affected by forest fires, and this of course is a crucial task given the nature of much Canadian terrain, they perform resupply missions to areas in Canada's remote north. Lockheed Martin, the manufacturer, dubs the J model the Super Hercules. The RAF was the launch customer for it. Of course, those aircraft have now been retired and sold off. The J model produced so far to the tune of 560 examples, which serve with 28 operators in 27 different countries. And there are all sorts of special missions variants, and some of those are also based in the UK. The MC-130 Special Operations versions of the US Air Force Special Operations Command, for example, stationed at RAF Milton Hall in Suffolk. Second of the three flypasts then from the Canadian Hercules, once again in from the left. The aircraft not operating out of Prestwick today, in fact pre-positioned to Birmingham International Airport before coming in for its performance.
incredible to believe that Hercules has been in service around the world since 1956. Quickly adding that up, that's 70 years. Certainly one of those aircraft in the running to actually be in service for the full 100 years. They have a lot of legs in them yet. The design is still solid. You can switch things in, you can switch things out, but it's still a Hercules. Famous saying, you know, how do you replace a Hercules? With another Hercules.
In a couple of years' time, I was thinking the other day, it'll be the 125th anniversary of the Wright brothers making the first controlled, powered flight. And I'm sure there'll be lots of debates in 2028 about the greatest aircraft of all time. And to me, the Lockheed Hercules, along with the Douglas Dakota we've been talking about in the historical context, absolutely should be in the reckoning. This is an aeroplane that has performed myriad roles, has made huge contributions to all sorts of humanitarian efforts as well as purely military operations over the years, also used by civilian operators in much smaller numbers than by military ones. But it truly is one of those aircraft that's made a broader contribution, isn't it?
Absolutely right, and it's not just the versatility, it's the fact that the airframe can grow and evolve. I'm thinking of the inclusion of air-to-air refueling, thinking back to the Falklands, classically, where whoever thought that we might have to project air power that far, but we did, and the Hercules played a hidden, I would say, well, slightly not front of stage role in the Falklands campaign, but was massive. It certainly couldn't have happened without it. Not just in maintaining the freight runs from the UK to Ascension Islands, but there were so many missions that went from the Ascension Islands down to the Falklands, down to the fleet, including dropping very important maritime parts without which at least one of the carriers would have probably stopped operating.
Yes, and this is before you consider all of the special missions, psychological warfare, I've mentioned special operations, command and control, many intelligence gathering versions of the Hercules in the US forces alone.
Jet-assisted takeoff, skis, anything you can think of, this aircraft can do and has done.
Weather reconnaissance. Snoopy, the former Hercules W2, which then became the engine test bed for the TP400 engines we saw starting the show on the Atlas that dropped the Falcons.
And I'm trying to think of the extraction gear, the personal
extraction stars in the US Air Force,
where you basically let go of a big helium balloon, tied yourself to the end of it, and the Hercules grabbed you and whipped you out of danger.
Demonstrated occasionally at air shows in the past when they still have that capability in Europe, using dummies for the pickup, and it was a good job on occasion. They used dummies for the air show pickups because the results might have been quite unpleasant otherwise. Coming in now at the slow for the last of its 3 runs, the Royal Canadian Air Force CC-130J Hercules. To be able to say Royal Canadian Air Force again, because for many years, back since the late 60s, the Canadian Armed Forces were unified. It's since been separated off again as an independent air arm with all of that heritage associated with it.
Indeed, and there's many occasions this afternoon where I'm going to start feeling old, and this is one of those occasions. I can't believe it's 3 years ago this month that the Hercules left RAF service, and that fantastic tour around the UK with the 3 aircraft.
And of course you can see RAF Hercules C3, one of the stretched C-130K models, on display here at the RAF Museum Midlands, in fact parked just behind our show site.
And once again, if you haven't seen it already, hopefully that has whetted your appetite to go and see the C-130 we have on the ground, purposely there for you to get up close and personal this aircraft from the Royal Netherlands Air and Space Force.
Thank you. Could be 6 somewhere, isn't it?
departing, I should think, home to Gloucester. Possibly have another display, I'm not sure today. Before we bring our next display item in. Just mentioning the RAF Museum Midlands there, I'm sure many of you will have noticed quite impressive and mixed lineup of aeroplanes in the very centre of the showground. A former Red Arrows Hawk, a former RAF Reaper UAV, a former RAF Puma, and a former RAF Chinook. In fact, the most famous former RAF Chinook, none other than that great veteran of many a war, Bravo November. And the Chinook is an established part of the RAF Museum Midlands collection here at Cosford. The other three are making their debuts in museum ownership today. The three latest additions to the RAF Museum Midlands inventory, and a very, very rare opportunity to see an RAF Reaper in number 31 Squadron colours on ground display. And there are people from number 31 Squadron with it.
Indeed, and they are delighted to talk about the aircraft. I took time before we started flying to have a little wander, and the crowd reaction was just amazing. It is something you don't get to see very often. I think the debut in the UK to actually see one of these on the ground, people surprised at how big it is. We tend, when we think of, I'm going to use the D word again, the drone, the remotely piloted air systems or aerial systems, you do tend to think they're quite small. Absolutely not. And the newest generation, they are, 110, 120 foot wingspan. That's bigger than a Lancaster bomber.
I'm sure that there'll also be people who, like me, are surprised that it's already a museum piece, but it is. You can see it outside today, and you'll be able to see it in the museum.
I said there are many occasions this afternoon where I am going to feel like I'm getting old.
Yeah. Well, we're now going to take the story of military aviation in warfare back a number of generations for our next display item, and another very welcome sight in the skies over Cosford today.
She's like, come on, good daring. Right, I can see a good number of warbirds here. I think I can see 5. No, make that 6.
And you can just see the aircraft in the next slot ambling their way in from the left. It's the Great War Display Team, and it's my pleasure to introduce Charlie Boddington, who's going to be describing them for you.
Wow.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as Ben so eloquently put, as usual, it's my time to try and take you back a number of years, I'm afraid. You've had your Spitfires, you've had your Hercules, you've had your Typhoons, but now we need to go back to where it all began, back in the skies over Western France in 1940. I'd say running in from your left, but I'm afraid it's something more like walking. You might see a small squadron of machines coming by, leading an Allied patrol of SE5s in Newports. Unfortunately, they've not spotted the danger behind them of a German Jagdstaffel coming in for the hunt.
Oh wow, this is going to be good.
And now they've seen them. But too late. Without the room to escape, without the speed, it looks like it's going to be devolving into yet another classic World War I dogfight.
No way, this is awesome.
Here to present to you aerial combat over the Western Front, the Great War Display Team.
Oi, oi! This is absolutely Hello. There's like explosions, there's all sorts going on.
Now we've already seen the anti-aircraft gunfire coming up, but early on in the war, aircraft weren't armed at all. Originally, aircraft were used to take photos of the enemy lines to try and see where troops could be moved on. But very quickly, it was decided that something had to be done to stop each other. Weapons ranged from pistols to rifles to hand grenades, until we finally reached machine guns. We refer to these men as boys a lot, and that's not out of disrespect. The youngest pilots in the Royal Flying Corps were only 16. And my mum wouldn't even let me have a motorbike when I was 16. Considering the first aircraft flew in 1903, these boys had to learn how to fly at the same time as they were learning how to fight. Into your stomach just to get a bead on them? Or was it better to sneak up behind, to get in hard, hit hard and fast without them ever knowing you were there, to literally shoot them in the back? Artillery fire and combat conditions. Now the way to get performance out of these aircraft was to make them as light as possible so the engine wasn't doing too much work. And the lightest possible materials they had was wood covered with fabric, much like your grandma's armchair. Now, I'll be honest, if I'm facing two pairs of machine guns, I usually want something a bit stronger than wooden fabric behind me.
Yeah. Pilots didn't have a choice, and they had to make it work, and many of them did incredibly successfully. Names like Voss, Manock, McCudden, Bishop all made huge talents for themselves, with the name ripped off and rising above. 80 kills to claim the crown of Ace of Aces. 29 Squadron had 26 aces during the First World War, and McCudden was one of them. BC.
Although we have this image of Knights of the Air dueling for supremacy, it wasn't the enemy that was the main risk here. 60% of pilots would be killed in training, with a lack of any training program to really get them flying. these days in our displays, our pilots have thousands. But just to throw one more, well, spanner in the works, shall we say, it was decided that pilots would not carry parachutes into combat. It was decided they would encourage pilots to jump out of what could be a fully functioning aircraft. So,
yeah, look at this.
If your aircraft was irreparably damaged in combat, if it caught fire, you had no choice but to ride it out. These aircraft were very much a case of fight or die. And I think it's this that makes it so, looking for the word, it's such a tragedy that they're so often overlooked in the dogfights of the Second World War, when these boys were putting in so much effort, had so much courage, that their story could possibly be forgotten.
Oh, have a read of McCudden's book, Fury, before he died. Absolutely incredible.
Incredible odds. And their efforts are so often overlooked. This is why we fly. To bring back the stories. To keep the legend alive. I'd like you to spare a moment to remember those who flew, who fought, and who fell in the Great War of 1914 to 1918. Deserves a round of applause, don't you, ladies and gentlemen?
Wow.
And especially a round of applause to Mr. Ben Hughes, who has just made his very first display with the team in what is not a small environment.
How are we doing, ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears? And I'll tell you what I've got with me. Speaking of the Great War, which is absolutely incredible.
Terrific stuff, Charlie, and lovely for me for the first time since its restoration to see the Slingsby SE5A replica flying. I didn't get to see it when it was on the circuit
this is a
last year. A
genuine
very historic replica in its own right, that one.
Medal. As you know, I am a
That's
collector.
an aircraft with its very
Genuine
own history.
Fitting,
Built
very
for the
fitting
films,
for what we've just seen. And
flight films back in
I'd
the
also
70s.
got
Flown by
something
actually my
special as well.
grandfather for many of these films.
Remember,
who was tragically killed back in 1970.
Royal Flying Corps.
But as you can see now, brought back to life, back on the airshow scene by my dad, Matthew Boddington.
Lord Trenchard formed the Royal Air Force.
Definitely.
We had the Royal Flying
Such a
Corps.
lovely mix of types
which would have
there, the
flown the likes of what
SE5A,
we've
the
seen.
U417 and the two Fokker triplanes, and representation
Absolutely
there
amazing,
of
isn't
some of
it?
the main combatant air arms of the Great War.
Absolutely, and
Look
we're
at
very
that.
lucky to have them here.
A genuine,
there's not many
like I
other
said,
places
I'm
in
a
the world where you
collector,
can
and I
see
could always advise you to
up to
please
4
go
Fokker
to a
triplanes,
genuine
up to 4
retailer
SE5s,
of
certainly not
those
a U417 in the world.
collectibles and antiques. A genuine Royal Flying
A very
Corps.
warm welcome back to the Great War Display Team, and thank you to Charlie Boddington
My
for
life's complete with
describing
that.
it so
Honestly,
well
I
for you.
absolutely loved that. I'm hoping I put that in the list of your favourite displays. I am, well, I may be voting for that myself if I'm allowed to. I don't even know if I'm allowed to vote, but there we go. It's just something a little bit special. Look at that. Oh, gosh, a graveyard there, isn't it? Well, they say a boneyard, but that was just amazing. For those who don't know, before the Royal Air Force,
now though,
there was indeed the Royal Flying Corps.
The story forward,
and they formed on the 13th of April 1912 to the 1st of April 1918, when Sir Hugh Trenchard amalgamated the Flying Corps, a bit like the United States Army Air Force, but combined it with the Flying Corps of the Naval Air Service, the Royal Naval Air Service. They put together to make it the Royal Air Force, which you would have heard earlier from one of our commentators in the background. They're very, very special. Right, I've actually lost track because I got a bit emotional with that. It was,
and Dan gave me 24 or something, so I've got the boot.
So just while I was watching that display, Ben, I was struck with how far things have moved on, but in some ways how little things have moved on. Principles are principles after all, and that, you know, the first role of air power was to see what was happening over the hill. What's the enemy doing? I fired all those shells. Have I hit anything? You know, we would call that perhaps surveillance, reconnaissance today.
Sally B's coming up now.
A very, very important role. We call it I-Star, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. And then when we come almost right up to date, I mentioned earlier that in Ukraine, drones are being shot down by exactly Yak-52. Someone in the rear seat opened the cockpit with a rifle, leading out, bang.
Yeah, that came to my mind as well. And obviously we talk a lot about beyond visual range air-to-air combat nowadays with the likes of the Typhoon and the F-35 and the Rafale that we'll be seeing later. But what we've seen in Ukraine with those very lightly armed Yak-52s shooting down small Russian drones indicates there's still very much a place in the modern air warfare arena for close in, almost hand-to-hand type aerial combat that we saw
Thank you very much.
Display Team portraying. It's not all about beyond visual range, even in the 21st century.
And there were some amazing stories in the early days of aviation, certainly in the early days of military aviation. Well, the aircraft's not a horse, is it? So why would I want one, basically? Famously, the first Sea Lord at the time said that I've investigated the use of the aircraft, this is for the Navy, and we have a requirement, it is for one aircraft. And then how quickly, and of course it was the manoeuvre on the Marne in the first few months of the First World War in the autumn of 1914, that the aircraft suddenly made a difference because actually slightly through, it wasn't quite as intentional as it's sometimes led to believe, but the fact that the German forces had actually moved very quickly, very silently, stealthily, and had moved around the River Marne, and nobody really knew they were there, and an aircraft flew over the top at dusk and could just see a few little lights flickering on, and that was reported back. The history again could have been very, very different because those German forces were very close to Paris at that time.
Yes, and again linking it to the modern day, we saw the Army Air Corps with the Wildcat and the Apaches earlier, and battlefield reconnaissance, albeit with of course the very potent attack capability provided by the Apaches in addition to that, is very much the raison d'etre of the Army Air Corps on the modern battlefield. So there again, we see those contrasts, and we see the progression of air power depicted here in one display this afternoon at Cosford from those, it's not cliche I know, but it's worth repeating, stick and string biplanes, triplanes of the First World War through to today's modern swing roll combat jets, very potent battlefield helicopters. And I think that's exactly the right expression, because certainly during the first couple of years of the First World War, you were in greater danger from your own aircraft than you were from the enemy, because the technology was such, they were built incredibly quickly, turned out very quickly, and then the life of a pilot then was just so strange because spared the horrors of the trenches, generally positioned safely back, quite close to the front line, the trench line, but fairly good facilities, and then within 10 minutes of taking off you would be in your own aerial hell basically. It's phenomenal. There's also, for those of you who've been in the RAF Museum here over the course of the day, an interesting contrast there between the types we saw depicted by the Great War Display Team, the SE-5As and the U-417, all biplanes, and the Fokker DR-1, the Dreidecker, the triplane, with the Bristol M1C monoplane, a replica of which, a reproduction of which, is on display in the RAF Museum Midlands here. Because, yes, there were many important fighting monoplanes in the First World War, the Fokker E3 Eindecker perhaps being the most famous, but there was a degree of official mistrust in Britain towards the monoplane configuration, which perhaps held us back a little in terms of aircraft development. So now taking on moving into one of our very special sequences, I think, that we have lined up for you this afternoon.
And for those that know, that's my favourite warbird, the P-47 Thunderbolt.
Display, because it's been here many, many times over the years. We're delighted to see it back. Britain's most beloved American bomber, and a very welcome representation in the show today of the four-engine heavies of World War II in the absence of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, Lancaster, while it undergoes its major service with the Aircraft Restoration Company at Duxford. I'm talking, of course, about the most famous American bomber of World War II, and what is now the only flying example of this type left in Europe. And so it is a vital flying memorial to the activities of these aeroplanes in the European theatre from the summer of 1942, when they embarked on their first bombing raids over Germany, right through until VE Day in May 1945. For the first time then, on the ground here at the RAF Cosford Air Show, and operating from this airfield, it's the Boeing B-17G Flying Fortress named Sally B.
Here we go.
In fact, the RAF's early experiences with this design that really turned it into the outstanding weapon it became. The RAF lacked 4-engine heavy bombers at the outbreak of war, and so in early 1940 it requested 20 very early B-17C models. They conducted their first operation with number 90 Squadron to Wilhelmshaven in July 1941. The early experiences the RAF had with the fortress were disastrous, and in part they led pretty soon to Bomber Command abandoning daylight raids. In fact, half of all of that squadron's missions with its fortresses were aborted without bombs being dropped. So what did that show the Americans when they turned up in the European theatre? Well, they showed that the B-17 needed better defensive armament, a bigger bomb load, and much better equipment for aiming those bombs. And the US Army Air Forces, specifically the 8th Air Force, would have all of those on the B-17s that began to deploy to Europe from 1942. This is a B-17G model, very much the ultimate of the B-17 versions that we used during the Second World War. It added a chin turret under the nose, it enclosed and moved the waist gun positions. It also provided electric controls for the turbo superchargers on the right Cyclone engines. The Americans had hoped that heavily armed bombers would not need fighter escorts for the entire duration of their sorties in the European theatre. That was very quickly proved wrong, but it took a long time for the ideal escort fighters to become available to the 8th Air Force. Here, though, we see two of them. The Republic P-47D Thunderbolt and an Australian-built version of the North American P-51D Mustang forming up on the B-17.
Slice of history in the sky here. The whole concept of the Fly Fortress was this: it could protect itself. Didn't quite work out like that at the time. The aircraft that could escort were fairly short range. And I think it really all came to a head on the 17th of August 1943. The infamous Schweinfurt-Regensburg raid, ball bearing plants and a Messerschmitt plant deep into Germany. 376 B-17s were involved and 60 aircraft were lost. That's a loss of 16% of the bombers that took part. Bear in mind, a tour at that time on the B-17 was 25 missions. Crew had to complete 25 missions before any chance of going home. 16%, that's 1 in 6, was lost on that one raid.
Your point.
Operating from bases in East Anglia, the 8th Air Force was operating by daylight, the sort of missions that the RAF, as I said, had abandoned. They were flying against German industrial facilities and transport and resupply networks, and that lack of fighter escorts early on, or lack of suitable fighter escorts early on, really did hit them hard. RAF Spitfires could hardly escort the American bombers any distance into Europe, but the P-47 and the P-51 in particular that we've just seen with the B-17 changed all of that. B-17s of the US 8th Air Force flying from their bases in East Anglia. They were flying at high altitude. It was noisy, it was horrendously cold. They didn't have very much armour plating to protect them, and of course there was the ever-present threat of enemy action, whether in the form of flak or fighters. And even though the B-17 was an incredibly tough airframe, able to withstand tremendous amounts of battle damage, these so often proved fatal.
On an airfield. Just imagine an airfield with 36 of these. And for I'd say a standard raid, getting airborne at just after first light, sometimes as early as that, sometimes a little bit later, there could be 200, 300 aircraft spiralling up from airfields. And because even when escorted, these aircraft flew in very tight formations. It was all part of that. If we fly together, we defend each other. And those squadrons that were not so good at formation flying, that was clear, and the German pilots knew that and would single them out. So in addition to everything else going on, you've also got to fly very, very tight formation. Hundreds of aircraft in the sky at any one time.
And not just B-17s, the consolidated B-24 Liberators as well. And this, in large part, is what Sally B is all about, isn't it, as a flying memorial. The 8th Air Force, flying from East Anglia, suffered almost half of all the US Army Air Force's casualties of the war, including 26,000 men dead. Its bombers, including the B-17s, conducted more than 440,000 sorties and dropped nearly 700,000 tons of bombs. And this, above all, is the aircraft that salutes the men who made that effort possible. The effort involving keeping this aircraft airworthy in private hands by Ellie Sallingboe and her colleagues with B-17 preservation at Duxford is also verging on the superhuman. This aircraft last year celebrated its 50th anniversary on the British display circuit in private hands. Ellie has been at the helm for the vast majority of that time, and as the number of veterans dwindle, I think it becomes ever more important that this aircraft flies on in salute to them. And as you mentioned earlier, Ben, that this is the G version with that chin turret. The version before the F, the Foxtrot, was vulnerable head-on. And if you think of a fighter, well, its weapons are forward-facing, so it is going to come straight at you. And it was a very common tactic at the time. And we used it during the Battle of Britain as well. That if you're facing a formation of bombers and you are attacking them with fighters, you fly straight at them and open fire at the last minute. That just beyond belief. once again, that's the sort of heroism that will never be forgotten as long as this aircraft flies on. As I say, it does so in private hands. It doesn't receive official support. A very big part of the effort behind this aeroplane comes courtesy of the contributions made by private individuals. Club underpins all of this with thousands of members worldwide, and it's a very, very worthwhile organisation to belong to, and it certainly has helped sustain Ellie and the team's efforts in keeping this B-17 airworthy against the odds for now 51 years and counting. An amazing record. Here at an RAF station and one of the homes of the RAF Museum, we ought to say that that disastrous early use of the fortress by the RAF wasn't its last activity in British service, because it went on to be used by RAF Coastal Command with far more success. It joined its great compatriot in the 8th Air Force Bomber Infantry, the Consolidated Liberator, in the VLR, the very long-range role with Coastal Command, helping plug what was known as the Atlantic Gap, that area of the middle of the North Atlantic where U-boats had been able to roam, supported by Focke-Wulf Condor maritime attack aircraft, almost at will, until aircraft land planes with sufficient range and sufficiently long-range flying boats like the Consolidated Catalina arrived to literally plug that gap. And no fewer than 11 U-boats were sunk by RAF fortresses during the Second World War. We see the bomb doors on the B-17 open on this pass, and also smoke on to simulate a damaged engine, and this final pass always pays tribute to the members of the Sally B Supporters Club. sallib.org.uk and sign up. Now, having seen the aircraft take off from Cosford for the first time earlier on, we're now counting in its arrival here yesterday, hopefully, if conditions permit, going to see its second ever landing at this airfield. Normally toured in from its base at Duxford for its displays here, but exceptionally for this year it's operating from the venue, and a really welcome sight as one of the heavy aircraft we've got on the ground here today.
And again, let's just go back in time and imagine this is 1944. Your ground crew, you don't know how many of your aircraft are coming back, how many of your friends are coming back. The aircraft, you can see, might have got airborne 10 hours ago. They've been at minus 35 degrees centigrade. They have been shot at. There may well be casualties on board. The aircraft may well have suffered damage. And yet, the job is not over. The job is not over till the hangar doors are shut, as we say, but until the aircraft has actually landed. And again, most of these crews were very, very young. They came across the Atlantic. Most of them never left the USA. They came halfway around the globe to serve in the European theatre of the Second World War.
This is often described as a very friendly aircraft to fly for such a large tail-dragging, tail-wheel-equipped machine. And of course, part of that, as one of its modern-day pilots reminded me, was because this had to be an airplane capable of being flown by men as young as that, as fresh out of training as they were.
If you gear an aircraft for the top 10%, then it's not going to do very well in service.
Yes.
And again, I'd just like to mention the colour scheme, how well that's working here. Later in the war, the B-17s were largely left unpainted, sort of bare metal. But for a while Sally B was taxiing from our position with the grass and trees, the aircraft almost disappeared.
So, the aircraft now on its final approach to land. is down on Cosford's runway. Thanks so much to Ellie Sallingbow, the operator, for making possible this unique spectacle at this year's show, and to the flight crew. Yes. Peter Kuipers, the captain, Pete Kinsey, the co-pilot, both outstanding pilots on the historic aircraft scene, and operating the B-17 from this relatively short runway for it look a bagatelle, but it isn't. It looked like it was landed at Heathrow for a moment there. Beautiful, beautiful. The B-17G Flying Fortress, Sally B. And now from the right, here come the fighters. Friends, as they were often known, but not so little in the case of the P-47, but going vertical above it. The P-51 Mustang, or rather I should say the Commonwealth CA-18 Mustang Mark 21, because this is an Australian-built version of the P-51D. And there we have the first example of that kind of whistle. Hopefully, if you were in early enough, you heard the various reasons for that whistle put in, largely to do with wind over the gun ports to a certain extent. Exactly how that works, no one knows. Kind of like blowing over an empty milk bottle. Possibly also the air scoop as well. The air scoop, the Meredith effect, as it's called. Yes. This aircraft was, to use a modern phrase that seems a bit out of keeping with an historic machine, a game changer really, wasn't it, in terms of its performance and its legs? It certainly is right up there as one of the best fighter designs of all time, no doubt about it. The early marks of Mustang don't quite receive the press they should. Originally with a different engine, didn't quite live up to expectations in the dogfight high altitude role, but was certainly a handful at low level. It was, of course, when the airframe met the Merlin, the Packard Merlin, the licensed built version, that the aircraft really delivered on its ticket. Yeah, and Britain was instrumental right from the start of this aircraft flying, of course, because it was designed to meet a British fighter requirement. North American produced it in a very short period of time. It's like 100-something days, something ridiculous. It's not quite as short as is often cited, but it was still incredibly compressed. The airframe they produced was absolutely outstanding. And as you say, the Allison B-1710 engine that powered the early marks, the early models, was not particularly good at high altitude. Its outright performance was not as good. You're quite right to say that those Allison engine examples were outstanding at low level, and they were still being used for low-level tactical reconnaissance, for example, by the RAF in the D-Day period, by which time the Merlin-engined Mustangs, like this effectively P-51D model we have here, were well in service. It's the thing that slows you down, it's the thing that eats up your fuel. This wing had very low, both induced and parasitic drag, which meant not only could it go quite fast, that wasn't the issue, it could go quite fast without using too much fuel. And then when you put drop tanks and everything on, you get an aircraft that can escort bombers deep into Germany and back to the UK. And that, as you mentioned, was the game changer. Single-seater, and it's in the markings of an illustrious 8th Air Force pilot, Major Donald Strait, later a Major General, who served with the 356th Fighter Group at Markensham Heath near Ipswich, and it's named Jersey Jerk. During the early stages of the Battle of Britain, because they faced in many ways similar lack of range of the fighters to protect the bombers, much past London. The Messerschmitt 110, it's a destroyer as it was called, but a kind of escort fighter, but was not a match for Spitfires or Hurricanes. This had both. It had the legs and it had the firepower, the dogfighting ability when it got there, when it needed it. Yes. An outstanding fighter that served many years after World War II as
Ted's
well.
Going in the Chinook.
Served with great distinction in the Korean War with the US Air Force and the South African Air Force. But here we see the other of the two escort fighters that joined the B-17 earlier, running back in the P-47B Thunderbolt.
Give play about the our squadron leader.
Now this, to some of you, might not look like much of a fighter. It is a very, very big aeroplane. It's a brute, isn't it? It's a brute. It is in some respects. It looks like one. In fact, it flies incredibly sweetly. It has beautiful handling characteristics. And one very, very seasoned warbird pilot I spoke to once said if he were putting a newly fledged pilot onto any high-performance warbird, he says this would be the one. Very large and very heavy for a single-engine aircraft. In fact, the P-47 weighs 3 times heavier than a Mark 1 Spitfire, and even twice as heavy as a later Spitfire, the Mark 19. That when Republic first produced a prototype, the XP-47, it was quite a lightweight machine. They canned that, they developed a much larger, much heavier design that weighs more than some multi-engine strike aircraft and light bombers. It still took quite a bit of development to refine it, just as we were saying with the Mustang to some degree, because to begin with it wasn't particularly long range, nor was it especially good at low level. But this P-47D model really showed all its attributes to good effect. One of those attributes was its tremendous toughness. Another was its stability, and so as a very stable gun platform, it turned into a superb ground attack platform. Especially when those guns are .5, half an inch caliber, as were the Mustangs. In the UK, we stuck with the 303, which is basically a rifle bullet. Yeah, it's a rifle bullet. And again, Spitfires, Hurricanes in the Battle of Britain would empty hundreds and hundreds of rounds into German bombers, and they'd still get home. A little bit leaky, but they would get home. The .5 at least, totally different story. I believe it's 8 on
the Thunderbolt 6 on the Mustang. And also one of the defining features of the Thunderbolt, as you'd expect from something that powerful and that heavy, was that it came downhill very quickly. Its dive was incredibly fast but controlled. And remember, in an escort fighter, generally you've already got the height, and what you want to do is pounce on the enemy as they come up to meet you. So that dive is so important.
And I'll tell you what, one of these things where it's really wound up in a dive, as this one sometimes is in this place, it sounds fabulous as well. And it's interesting, you know, talking about those attributes. I mentioned the name of Pete Kinsey, who was co-pilot on the B-17 we just saw. I spoke to him about the P-47. He's got a lot of experience in this aircraft alone. He said it is a very heavy aeroplane, around 10,500 pounds. He said with that weight comes a lot of inertia, and it's the kind of aeroplane you can really wind up in a high-speed dive, fly through at high speed, and then it'll maintain the energy. He said he didn't want to necessarily have a P-47 in a close-in turning dogfight, but for just the sort of combat you were describing, Andy, superb.
Because in the escort role, the priority task is to protect the bombers, not necessarily to shoot the enemy down. Nice if you can, of course, but what's key is to defend the bombers. So getting amongst any intercepting fighters as quickly as possible is often enough, was often enough. If you weren't necessarily in the most aerobatic aircraft at the time, okay, but at least you'd broken up the Staffel, the Geschwader, whatever it was that was coming at you. And that meant the bombers were suddenly another 50 miles further on their mission, either out or homeward bound.
Numerous American fighter of World War II, more than 15,500 were built. This is the only one now flying in Europe. It is also operated by Ultimate Warbirds, mainly based this aircraft at Duxford. It's owned by Fighter Aviation Engineering, and it's in the colours of a P-47 named Nellie B, which served with the 9th Air Force in the UK during the latter part of World War II. The 8th Air Force, as I said, stationed in East Anglia. The 9th Air Force, which primarily provided close support for ground forces, was stationed further west. And in the case of the original Nellie B, that was at Ibsley in the New Forest in Hampshire, and it was with the 48th Fighter Group, and in a nice bit of historical symmetry, today's 48th Fighter Wing, descendant of that group, is still stationed in Britain, flying F-15Es and F-35s from RAF Falcons in Suffolk. And the wing has often welcomed this P-47 to Lakenheath for heritage days and so forth. Wonderful then and now link. Southeast Asia Command with great distinction. The RAF took 830 of them. Another reason why it's so lovely to have this one flying in the UK. And wasn't that a lovely display? We saw Mark Levy in the Mustang earlier and Stu Goldspink in the P-47, and here he comes back round once again.
just last week, the black and white stripes on the wings and on the rear fuselage, painted on most Allied aircraft on the 5th of June 1944 to aid with aircraft recognition during D-Day, primarily to stop what we call blue on blue. That's basically attacking your own aircraft, especially of course from attacking from the ground. It wasn't so much fighter on fighter, and in fact during D-Day the Luftwaffe was in no real position to interfere. However, with so many hundreds of thousands of aircraft flying above the beachheads, above ships of many, many different types, it's not a very nice position. You can feel quite vulnerable, trust me, on a ship when you've got a lot of air power above you. And just in case anyone was getting trigger happy, then if you saw black and white, it was friendly, simple as that. You didn't care whether it was this or mark that, or even what country was flying it. If it had black and white stripes, it was friendly.
And nowadays, when you see the invasion stripes painted on warbirds in the modern era, they're often very neatly painted, of course, to make the airplane look nice and smart. The reality was, and you do often see this nowadays replicated on warbirds, is that the straight lines were nothing but straight at all. They would often be perhaps guided by broom handles in trying to make them as straight as possible, a little more than that. But yes, another important aspect of describing the D-Day air power story.
I don't know, just I'm used to being outside now. Right, what we got next? I think we got it could be the Rafale, yeah. Yeah, should be. Yeah, it should be. Here we go. So the French Rafale, I think, is next. Should be a few minutes out. And I don't know the routine, so this is going to be fun.
Well, depends if you want to call it. It won't be a Kiwi first.
Well, a quick update on the next couple of items. We've got our next international item and our next fast jet coming up in just a few moments' time. This is on frequency and will be with us very shortly, after which we've got some nostalgia from the vintage pair of chipmunks in that superb trainer's 80th anniversary year. And then at 3 o'clock it'll be time for the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. But there's plenty more after the Red Arrows have finished, running all the way through until nearly 6 o'clock this evening.
Sure.
So we're looking out to the right for our contribution to today's show from l'Armée de l'air et de l'espace, the French Air and Space Force. And it is without doubt one of the finest solo fast jet displays you'll see on the circuit these days. An outstanding, what the French call omni-role fighter, one that's replaced a very large number of platforms across both the French Air Force and the French Navy, to say nothing of export customers. But it is, as I say, from the French Air and Space Force that this one comes. In fact, running from the left, I'm told now. In fact, there it is, out to the left. The aircraft comes from Escadron de Transformation Rafale 3-4, Aquitaine, stationed at Saint-Dizier. And here it is, the Dassault Rafale C. Chapter on Escadron de Transformation Rafale, or ETR 34. as well as a reconnaissance and anti-shipping platform. Also uses the two-seat Rafale B not only as a conversion trainer, but also as a two-seat combat aircraft. The weapon systems operates in much the same way as, say, the US Air Force uses the F-35B strike unit. And then there's the single-seat Rafale N model, the navalised carrier-borne version used by the French Naval Air Arm, the Aeronautique Naval. Now, undercarriage down. Stunning paint scheme, 40 years solo space. Of the aeroplane and accelerating to around 0.9 Mach for the high-speed topside pass. The Rafale made its combat debut in French service during 2007 on operations over Afghanistan. It really earned its spurs over Libya in 2011. Involved right from the start of that campaign, regularly launching strikes from their base at Saint-Dizier in metropolitan France. But now, the speed bleeding off, and the digital fly-by-wire controls really coming into play as we see the aircraft at the slow speed pass in from the left. Down to around 100 knots. All the time with the latest systems, which should see this aircraft through its service for many, many years to come. For various technical and operational reasons, we haven't been able to see the Rafale solo display for the past 2 years at Cosford. I hope you'll agree that was definitely worth the wait. Fantastic stuff.
That was amazing.
And I'm
so pleased to see that the cloud is steadily lifted.
I know, we're getting some blue skies
quicker than we expected it, which is really nice. So, good time to remind you to make sure you are putting that suntan cream on. Ultraviolet light levels are high, and we really don't want you to go home with sunburn. That horrible feeling in the car, skin beginning to go red and hot, and yeah, let's not do that. Put some sun cream on now, and hopefully that will see you through towards the end of the flight program.
And our next display item, a very nostalgic one for many of you in the audience, I'm sure. Getting airborne, two de Havilland Canada Chinook T10s, and together they form the vintage pair. Now, we've seen the vintage pair at Cosford before. We saw them giving their first ever aerobatic as opposed to flat displays at last year's show. But this year we have them here for a special reason. There are representatives in the flying display of this most outstanding trainer on its 80th anniversary. And this is still an aircraft that's really relevant for training, albeit not in the military, apart from in one country today.
And once again, let's just thank all those owners and operators of Chipmunks who are with us this afternoon. I think they're going to be watching this with quite a critical eye.
I'm sure they will. This is an aircraft that was designed as a successor to the de Havilland Tiger Moth biplane trainer, intended for both the RAF and the Royal Canadian Air Force. It was to be built by de Havilland in Britain, at the Hatfield plant in Hertfordshire, and at Harden in Chester, still of course such an important centre of aircraft manufacturing today, as well as in Canada, where it was a product, or the design product, of de Havilland's Canadian subsidiary. And there's quite a nice quote from a gentleman named Francis St Barb, who was a director of de Havilland in the United Kingdom. He's reputed to have said to the chief engineer of de Havilland Canada, Zverod Jakimiuk, a Polish emigre, "If you can make a good trainer, I will sell it." And sell it certainly did. Around 1,280 of these wonderful little aeroplanes ended up being produced. And it was a big advance over the likes of the Tiger Moth, wasn't it? With things like flaps and brakes and a working radio.
But also it shows its heritage, because certainly the nose is very much a Tiger Moth, that inverted Gypsy Major engine. So the engine is actually upside down, which means the drive shaft, if you like, the bit that the propeller hangs on, would normally be at the bottom of the engine, but here it's at the top, which makes it a lot higher, which gives it all sorts of advantages. It means lots of clearance from the ground, because the propeller is actually higher than it would otherwise be, and also that the thrust line is just where it wants to be, which is sort of up near sort of the pilot's chin, ideally, on an aircraft. And I would suggest also the tail is very reminiscent of a mosquito tail.
There are definite family resemblances, aren't there, here, as there are between so many de Havilland products, whether from Canada or the UK. And so here they are diving in to start their display, the two Chipmunk T10s of the vintage pair, and they started in what I think is absolutely lovely fashion. Splendid, isn't it? Just 145 horsepower from that Gypsy Major engine, so it's a low-powered, relatively low-performing aeroplane, and so there's not much power in reserve for formation aerobatics, so to keep that tight formation really is super impressive, I think.
We always talk about you have to be ahead of the aircraft, because if you're not, then you're so far behind it. If it's beginning to happen, it's too late. So to hold formation the way they are is exceptional.
Chipmunk first flew at the de Havilland Canada factory airfield, Downsview in Toronto, on on the 22nd of May 1946. It came into service with the Royal Canadian Air Force a couple of years later, and with the RAF in 1950, starting with the Oxford University Air Squadron. They went on to be flown by many university air squadrons, many elementary flying training schools, later the Air Experience flights, giving Air Experience flights for air cadets.
Also famously at the Flying Selection School at RAF Swinderby, which was one of the very first gates in that an RAF pilot would have to walk through.
And that's before we remember the fact that this is an aircraft that served very much on the front line, with 2 RAF units in particular. The first of those was number 114 Squadron in Cyprus, countering the Greek separatist movement EOKA in the late 1950s, and they flew visual reconnaissances with army observers in the back seat. They flew convoy escort missions, mail drops and other tasks, and in that the tremendous agility of the Chipmunk was really important, because they were flying over the Troodos mountain ranges or low deep inside valleys, and so being able to turn tight and potentially get away from enemy attentions was a real boon. Although it was very secret at the time, the RAF Gatto station flight in Berlin used them for photo reconnaissances, flying around the Berlin control zone, literally spying on Soviet and Warsaw Pact troop concentrations and bases in and around divided Berlin, using the Allied rights to fly within the Berlin control zone.
And a photographer in the back seat with a long lens.
Yes, from Brixmis, the British Commanders-in-Chief mission to the Soviet forces in Germany, as it was very, very euphemistically known. They were shot at on least one occasion by Soviet forces on the ground who knew full well what the Chipmunks were doing. They even were primitive electronic intelligence gatherers towards the end of the Cold War, not just doing visual photo reconnaissances. And this went on right up until the Berlin Wall fell and Germany was unified. A time flown by 3 of the flying services in Britain, Fleet Arm of the Royal Navy and the Army Air Corps, as well as the RAF. And indeed still used by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. It's still a very valuable aircraft, and in fact it's found a little niche in that market. Yes. For people that need to either train on what we call tail draggers, and those are aircraft that don't have a wheel in the nose but have it actually at the rear end of the aircraft, mainly because how they handle on landing and especially while taxiing. So if you are going on to fly the latest of the Bbmf, which is a tail dragger, best you get a little bit of experience first on something, and that something is a Chipmunk. Yeah, and the Navy Wings Heritage Flight, they've got that here. The Historic Army Aircraft Flight has one, and all sorts of other organisations still offering tail dragger training, the very role for which the Chipmunk was intended.
And of course, the Chipmunk by royal appointment.
Yes.
It is the aircraft that His Majesty the King learned to fly on, and in fact we are lucky enough to have that very aircraft here. The bright red one, the Red Dragon, Whiskey Papa 903, which is the nearest aircraft to the showground in the scurry of Chipmunks. He learned to fly on that aircraft when he was a student at Cambridge University with Cambridge University Air Squadron, before moving on to the Jet Provost at Cranwell, and then later to Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton to learn how to fly helicopters, principally towards the Wessex. And if you do have a look at that aircraft, just have a look at the parrot on top. It still amuses me. It's a special kind of anti-collision red light that's right on the top that means a royal is on board.
20 nations other than Canada and the UK flew chipmunks. Denmark is unique in operating them on skis, and one country still has chipmunks on strength as contemporary pilot trainers. I say that to differentiate them from the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, which of course is an historic flight. The Portuguese Air Force still has the chipmunk, like Lysander engine chipmunks, rather than the de Havilland Gypsy Major engine ones we see here, in service with its Air Force Academy at Sintra. They perform pilot screening, they tow gliders, and they do initial pilot training. They're going to be replaced in those training roles by Italian-built Tecnam P Mentor trainers at a date yet to be confirmed. But I was told when 3 of the aircraft came over to Duxford for the chipmunk celebration there earlier in the year by one of the pilots, they may still have a use for them as glider tugs, because the Lyconian chipmunk is a brilliant glider tug, so they could carry on in Portuguese service still longer. But here, the 2 chipmunk T10s, ex-RAF ones of the vintage pair, performing a lovely break. Got the red-white one, which is owned by the Higgins family, and we have got WD-290, which is operated by Fenland Flying Club, and on which you can take experience flights from Fenland. And that aircraft is an it was then Birmingham University Air Squadron, now UBAS, the University of Birmingham Air Squadron, airplane in the late 1960s.
Indeed, and it completed 24 years of service with various university air squadrons, so very good. And it's, I mean, let's face it, owning and operating an aircraft is never cheap.
Yeah.
However, I think it's fair to say that Chipmunk is a little bit near the lower end of the market, the cheaper end of the market. And the fraternity is amazing.
It really is.
They're just delightful, but there's something about a Chipmunk pilot. I don't believe I've just said that. My flight instructor's going to kill me. But however, there is, because it just has that spirit. There is something about everyone helps everybody else. I walked down the static line a bit earlier, and it's like, have you got this size back? Oh yeah, hold on. And it's just lovely. It's such a wonderful aviation community.
That pervades a lot through de Havilland aircraft. The moths, of course, are really similar. And it's tremendous to see so many of them here, and it's lovely to see these ones being so beautifully displayed. I think this is a splendid routine. And it must be, I'm sure, very nice for all the UBAS students who are here now to see one of their former mounts taking part in the display. It definitely seems to be.
It definitely is.
With us here. We do indeed. That's enough for us. I think you can tell from that display it's a lovely handling aeroplane. It's one that took a little time to get established in service in the late 40s, because of course countries didn't have a lot of money for a start to buy brand new trains, but once it did, it was pretty much unstoppable. One of the pilots who flies the Chipmunk at the Shuttleworth collection, Richard Crockett, wrote, "Flying a Chipmunk is quite simply one of the most fantastic aviation experiences you can have." That says it all, but this display is not yet over. Watch the side slit pairs landing.
Got to sneak one through. Oh, that was amazing.
I mean, that is just a lovely piece of flying. I think that deserves your appreciation.
Oh, lovely.
Dave Petters and John Higgins
nice one,
in
Dave.
the 2 Chipmunks of the vintage pair.
Who's flown Teddy? Flew Ted, but...
And just when things couldn't get any better, it's also Dave Petter's birthday today.
Yay,
so
happy birthday, Dave.
Happy birthday to you, Dave, and thank you very much for that great flight.
T6.
And the team are also supporting the People's Mosquito, a very important aviation movement, and we hope that will come to fruition in due course. No doubt it will. And their friendly bear called Bertie, in fact I think they have 2 friendly bears with them that are flown in this display. Maybe I should say that with the FCC listening, that these aircraft have been displaying with passengers, be they cuddly bears, which they are going to auction. They are going to auction for the People's Mosquito. So they will be on the showground once they've got out their aircraft, but you can also visit them online if you look for the vintage pair.
It'd be great to see the progression of this display, hasn't it? From non-aerobatic to aerobatic. John Higgins, who was flying the Red and White aircraft, was at one stage the youngest display authorization holder in the country. And again, it's been great to see him. He's been displaying here for many years, doing solo aerobatics before joining up in the vintage.
Big shout out to
and I think that side slip is just the cream on top of the cream on top of the cream, because that is a highly skilled thing to do.
Love that display, and love the lineup of chipmunks in the static.
I have an important message for Robert Gibson. That's Robert Gibson. Would you please make yourself known to any member of the Royal Air Force, anyone in uniform? That's Robert Gibson. Grateful if you could just make contact with any member of the Royal Air Force in uniform.
But now, we're gearing up for one of the centerpieces of the RAF Cosford Air Show 2026, and a very special display. Indeed, the last one we'll see from them in the UK for quite a while, as other commitments begin to ramp up.
And the next person you'll hear talking to you is the new Red 10 for the 2026 season for the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. Here to present them to you is Squadron Leader Stu Roberts.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Squadron Leader Stu Roberts. I'm Red 10 and the Display Supervisor for the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. My primary role is the Display Supervisor. However, I'm going to guide you through the show and give you some insights into the team, as well as some background information on the wider RAF. More importantly, I'm going to make sure you don't miss any of the show-stopping moments the whole team has worked so hard to deliver for you today. I can hear the team airborne. They're out behind us and setting up towards the Shawbury area. And just waiting to check in with the team leader. The Royal Air Force is often called upon to be the United Kingdom's first
Red Arrows, here we go.
RAF aircraft and crews are on alert 24/7 to deter, defend, and if necessary, defeat threats to our sovereign airspace. The ability to rapidly generate global air and space power allows the RAF to support and protect our national interests, as well as those of our partners and allies wherever they may be required.
Right, you'll be able to hear the Reds as well. I've got my radio on.
The Red Arrows are only a small part of the RAF, but conduct activities in support of strategic objectives both at home and abroad. Many of the team today were inspired to join the military after seeing the Red Arrows as a child, and our displays in the UK helped to raise the profile of the wide range of amazing careers in the military. We're often deployed overseas to promote UK interests or industry, as well as strengthening critical international partnerships and alliances. Our ability to take the colours of the Union flag and paint them in smoke across the sky has proved highly successful around the world. It's not long to the start of the show, and the display sequence for 2026 will feature 7 aircraft. This has given us the opportunity to combine innovation and heritage with the team originally forming in 1965 as a 7-ship.
On time, wind 3207 knots.
It is the leggy.
The show format will remain familiar to those that have seen us fly in the past, but has given the team leader an opportunity to introduce a few changes to produce a show that is different from that seen before. This transition to a smaller formation is also important to ensure the continued delivery of a world-class aerobatic display while managing our Hawk T1 aircraft in the final phases of its time in RAF service. We have 3 display profiles available, and it looks like today we're going to go full.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Arriving at over 400 miles an hour for a high-speed demonstration of precision flying and teamwork, representing the Royal Air Force and the very best of British.
finer for straw force. Spitting that onto the belly.
Here we go.
Here they come, the 2026 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. As the team heads skywards, you'll see them change formation into 7 Arrow. Reaching the top of the loop on this beautiful day, they're approximately a mile high, nearly 6,000 feet. Slowing to 120 miles an hour, they'll get their first chance to look back at all of us watching. Referred to by the pilots as Boss, Bondi's in his final year leading the team, and when he leaves will have completed an incredible 8 display seasons, flying in various positions within the team, making him one of the most experienced Red Arrows display pilots ever. Flying just 8 feet away on his right-hand side is Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. Rob's been an operational Typhoon pilot as well as flying the Hawk T-165 in Saudi Arabia. As the smoke comes back on the jets sweep in from the right-hand side, the aim of the first half is to have all aircraft fly as one. They do this by listening to the commands from the team leader. On the left-hand side is Flight Lieutenant Andy McEwen, Red 3. Andy's former AV-8B pilot and has also flown the F-35B 5th generation stealth fighter from RAF Marham. Watch now as the wings slide backwards in a cadence honed over winter training into a formation shape that represents an iconic aircraft that first flew commercially 50 years ago. As the aircraft roll out towards us, look for the shape of Concorde. Require immense skill from the pilots. The aircraft we fly are more akin in age to Concorde, and unlike the Typhoon and F-35, do not have supported flying controls. This makes the smooth flying required in formation even more impressive. They're now in their longest shape with Red 7 dropping right to the back. Wherever they are in formation, the pilots are always taking their references off the team leader. Keep watching now with a splash of colour. This is Blackbird. They're setting up for the big 7 roll. It's a technically challenging manoeuvre, certainly for the aircraft further out who have to coordinate their flying to make it look like it's a fixed wing.
generated in the hot exhaust. Each aircraft can hold 5 minutes of white and a minute of red and blue. This has to be carefully choreographed in pre-season training, and the selections have to be made at the right time by the pilots. The aircraft are now decelerating, putting the air brakes out to increase the drag, setting up for a manoeuvre not seen since 1997. Taking the opportunity of a 7-ship display, they're setting up to perform coordinated pairs rollbacks from inside to outside the formation. I'll let you enjoy the sights and sounds of rollbacks. Just a bit out behind the trees, out to the right-hand side. They're positioning for the next manoeuvre, one of my favourite bits of the first half. They're setting up for Tornado. When you catch a glimpse of them again, you'll see Reds 4 and 5 dropping off towards the back of the formation. Red 4 is squadron leader Chris McCann. He's in his final year with the team as a former Tornado pilot and previously flew the Hawk in the aggressor role, helping to train frontline pilots. At the back, Flight Lieutenant Dusty Wales. He's Red 5. He's also previously flown the Typhoon, operationally as an instructor and in the test and evaluation role. Here they come from the right-hand side with Creamy smoking blue, Dusty smoking red in the roles matched. Keep watching as the colour changes, they come round to the right. The show today, Royal Air Force assets and personnel are currently deployed across the globe on a number of exercises and active operations. We routinely deploy as part of NATO, protecting sovereign airspace from the Arctic all the way down through Eastern Europe. Whether supporting humanitarian responses, maritime patrol, or striking deep within hostile territory, the Royal Air Force has a unique ability to rapidly deliver precision effects across the globe. As the aircraft position to start the second half of the show, we aim to demonstrate this flexibility and agility as the team breaks down into smaller sections and more dynamic manoeuvring. Split in front of us, Reds 1, 2 and 3 are out to our left, Reds 4, 5, 6 and 7 are out to the right. Section to the right is led by Red 6, Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. He's in his first year as the synchro leader. And this is setting up for the first head-to-head pass of the show. These passes are all done visually judged with no cheating timing from GPS or anything like that. They're using features on the ground and matched flying mechanics. Keep watching the 3 aircraft in front of us now. You'll see Red 3 is dropped off the back, setting up to fly Twister. It's a technically challenging manoeuvre requiring him to fly the Hawk to its maximum performance. You'll see him flying tight barrel rolls around the smoke from Reds 1 and 2. The constantly changing vector from Red 1 makes this difficult to orientate.
You'll see the nose lights of reds 4, 5, 6 and 7 setting up for the Hannah break.
Wow.
Red 6 and 4 out to our right hand side. Red 5 is chasing down red 7 out to the left. Red 7's Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. He's a former Tornado pilot and in his 3rd year with the team. You'll see them up on what we now call the perch. They'll be taking out any winding changes, now looking for known geographical features on the ground that they'll study to set up for the pass in the middle. Red 6 and 7 full hard into the vertical, straining under 6G, setting up the boomerang. They're over 2 miles apart, climbing to 4,500 feet. They'll be diving back down to 100 feet with a closing speed of 700 miles an hour to cross back in the central display cycle. Secret, head out to the front. Keep your eyes out to the right hand side. You're looking for reds 1, 2, 3 and 5. You'll see them appear behind the tree line in line astern. It's a tricky manoeuvre. Reds 2 and 3 are sandwiched in between the boss and red 5. This takes a huge amount of trust and skill in execution.
Wow.
Trying to ignore reds 2 and 3 between them. There's no respite as the pilots move forward into another challenging formation position. They've moved up into line abreast with the boss known as Tango for us. They're looking down their right hand or left hand shoulders directly towards the boss. Disappear to our left, look directly to the front for another Red Arrow's favourite. Service in the military is incredibly rewarding but also demanding. None of us can do our jobs effectively without our families, friends and loved ones. This night is to recognise their dedication and thank them for their continued support. The opportunity today to dedicate the heart to Lisa from her son Owen. Lisa unfortunately can't be at the show with us today, but she'll be watching at home. Red 6 and 7 are flying out to their respective sides. They'll be fixing that winding again to make sure they cross back in the middle. They're now running in, they'll perform synchronised barrel rolls to switch sides of the display line before setting up for minimum radius turns towards each other, pulling 4G and looking out the top of the canopy.
Gillette razor.
As Secret Depart Reds 1 to 5 have rejoined, they're running in from the left-hand side, picking this big blue hole to set up for the vertical break. And Red 1, they constantly update their timing to make sure that they aren't in the same place at the same time. Keep looking out to the right hand side, you'll see Synchro running in another new maneuver for this year. This is one designed between Red 6 and Red 7. Keep watching for Red 7 to roll around and stop his roll before reversing it to the sideline. Especially as we've gone down to 7, but every year we redesign the show, trying to keep it new and exciting. We'll have to look back through history books to try and, the history of the Red Arrows to try and find manoeuvres that haven't been done for a while. Change the show to keep it exciting. Keeps it interesting, but also means we have to increase the training burden and keeps the pilots on their toes. You'll see Red 6 and 7 running in from the left-hand side, accelerating up to 460 miles an hour down to 100 feet down the line. Out to the right-hand side, you'll have Reds 1 to 5 setting up for the Goose. Setting up for our final part of the show, it's important to remember that the 7 aircraft and pilots you see today are just the tip of the iceberg that's required to deliver this display. Bolstering the 7 display pilots, we have Reds 8 and 9, Flight Lieutenants Matt Brighty and Christopher Dean. They haven't been involved in the display today, but they flew in the fly past over London yesterday and are recovering jets to Waddington as we speak. They'll be joining the aerobatic display from 2027. We also couldn't operate without the hard work of our 140-strong support team known as the Blues. With roles ranging from engineering to photography, armourers to logisticians and ops support, they work tirelessly in the background to deliver the displays you see. We also work closely with corporate partners and civil servants. No aircraft in the RAF would get airborne without the dedication and commitment of this vast team of people. If you're interested in finding out any more about the roles in the RAF, then you can search online for RAF careers or do come down and see any of the teams in the village by the tents. The team have flown out to the ground front to set up for Cascade. This will be the final element of the show, last seen in 1997. We've worked hard to bring this distinctive edition back to the display. The team will pull up into loop in front of us before departing over our heads, and we hope you agree this
provides an awesome spectacle to finish the show. On behalf of myself, the Red Arrows and the Royal Air Force, we hope you enjoyed the show, and we'd like to thank you for coming out today, supporting these events and appreciating how amazing aviation is. We always love seeing your pictures, so please do link us in anything you put on social media using the hashtag Red Arrows. As the team accelerate down towards us, please put your hands together and make some noise for the 2026 Red Arrows.
Absolutely incredible. Yes. Yeah. That's our Royal Air Force, man. Love it. Beautiful. Well, I have to agree, that was superb.
Squad Leader Stu Roberts, Red 10, thank you very much indeed, and thanks to the whole team for putting on a wonderful performance here at Cosford today. Well, the Red Arrows display may be over, but our show certainly isn't. I'll run through for you what we've got between now and the end of the programme. Just before 6 o'clock, we've got the Bronco, the Jet Provost, the C-17, the Harvard, the Tutor, the C-17 again, the Swordfish, the Royal Navy Wildcat, the Anson, the Lysander, the Bouchon, and to close the show, the Chinook. So some absolute highlights of our 2026 Cosford show still to come.
Beautiful. I just thought I'd leave you with the nice little sky there. Yeah, I'm alright, thanks, man. Yeah, all good, thank you. Thanks, Davey. Hope you're all good and well. How we're doing, ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears. Hope we're all good and well. Beautiful Lysander there.
Yes, I know. No reason pointing.
Welcome to the official Cosford Air Show broadcast.
Very much hope you're having a wonderful day with us here at Cosford today, and our thanks at this point. It seems like an opportune moment to say thanks to all of the based personnel from different organisations here at RAF Cosford who contribute so much to putting this tremendous event on. The University of Birmingham Air Squadron, of course, and the students from all sorts of different universities.
So, and Deister, how you doing? JD, CW4, QG, Ready, Steady, Retro, how you doing? Bama Fan, Belly Bobcat.
But there are many others.
There are indeed, and they were out in the rain on the airfield on Thursday. Remember how heavy that weather was, hammering in posts, marking things out, doing all those 1,001 things that you never really get to see when you visit an
normally,
air show.
I don't know what we're going to do about guards marches because Ted is actually flying, so it's going to have to be. I'll tell you what I might do. I'm wondering if I should do a Cosford Air Show tomorrow. Right, listen to this, right? I'll do your shout out because obviously it's such an amazing support. But what I'll do is tomorrow, although I'm not streaming, I'll do a little members stream just to say thank you for yesterday. As in tomorrow, that'll make today yesterday. Does that make sense? I'll get Ted to do some guards marches.
Once our next display item is finished.
Yes, they've been working hard for us today, which is nice. There was also two involved in a non-appearance role, if you like, in the King's Birthday flypast yesterday, Spectre 1 and 2. They provide the up-to-the-minute weather information by basically flying almost the exact route, just slightly swerving, but feeding back all that real-time information that is necessary to make sure that goes really smoothly. So well done to them. They do get involved in all sorts of things.
I remember being in Paris, or near Paris, when the closing ceremony of the Paralympics,
there took place, and seeing and hearing French Air Force Pilatus PC-21s going around the environs of
Might need a
Paris
drink
doing
now.
exactly the same thing.
Yeah, it fell off. Oops. You're right, if you need anything to watch, thank you. That's great, buddy. Thank you.
Transporting the Red Arrows, part of Shawbury's contribution to the show, which also included hosting the Rafale, which is one of the aircraft that's too high performance to operate out of Cosford. So it's been staging out of Shawbury for its display today and its rehearsal the other day, so thanks to them for supporting that.
Oh, thanks a lot, Mr. Rusty Pete. Thank you very much. Alex Fenton, how you doing? It's been, wow.
Must be one of the
Thank you very much. Thank you. And if you want some photos with me, and maybe Ted's making his way at some point. He's not with me at the moment. He's with the Chinook team at some point. He will be flying in the display, which is amazing.
Stored at Shawbury. Many is stored at Shawbury and stored at Shawbury. And to a certain extent here, although they're not so easy to see because of the way they're grassed out, the massive hangars that we have dotted around here, and we just look out in front and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's nearly always something interesting going on. Yeah. It's a really, really nice sight, isn't it? The backdrop here at Cosford, especially when the sun comes round, as it's done now. We're not staring into the sun, and we're able to admire the rolling Shropshire countryside in front of us, and the rolling grass on the blister hangers. And some more distant Jaguars, of course, shimmering in the sun from here.
Well, if you are not a subscriber, do subscribe, do follow us. We are a specialist military aviation channel. Big shout out to the cadets over there. Nice one, well done, our future generation there. But do subscribe, come and give us a follow, because this is your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We do this usually 4 to 5 days a week. That's right, all year round, non-stop. And through all weathers as well, for those that know the channel. We specialise in just military aviation, with the exception of course, air shows as well. We also cover lost airfields, so I'll do history and also live Teducation. But if you want to go one further and support us as a member, you will be treated to so many members perks. So members only live streams, members only videos, behind the scenes. I've already done a behind the scenes today, which I'll upload at some point for you, so that'll be amazing. So come and give us a subscribe. It is free, and of course do hit the like, even though we've got plenty of likes anyway. I won't dwell on that too much, but if you'd like to support the channel, help it grow, my little channel that's still growing, yay! Still a bit close in. Still got a few items to go.
The next display item.
This is cool.
This is the
OV-10.
North American Rockwell Bronco OV-10. Now this display is going to work very well here at Cosford for reasons that will become clear very quickly, I think. That's quite a distinctive shape. Again, one of these aircraft that was designed for a specific role and an aircraft that excelled in that role. That role was to fulfill a requirement from the US military in the early 1960s for a new close support aircraft, providing support to ground troops. It had to be tough, it had to be easy to maintain, it had to be relatively straightforward to operate, and it also had a huge range of specific requirements underpinning it as well. Twin crew, had to be able to withstand between +8 and -3G, it had to be able to fly on aircraft carriers, have a top speed of 350 miles an hour, carry 2,400 pounds of cargo, or 6 paratroops and stretchers, and a great deal else besides. And the result was the North American Rockwell OV-10. And straight from that spiraling climb up to about 1,500 feet. This is the faster end. With this aircraft, it's not about speed, and we'll come on to that in a moment, but this is opening up to around about, I'd say getting it towards the 300 knot mark.
Rolls as what it is.
And straight away, I think the first thing to say is you can see the quite short, stubby wings. That was definitely part of the design, built to operate out of very small spaces. Sometimes they even cut out jungles or something more similar, dense forests, where not so much the length of the takeoff area that available was the issue, but the actual width. So it's very important to try and keep the aircraft, the span as we call it, as short as possible.
Gear down now, and you might wonder why has it got this very distinctive twin boom design? Well, it's got a lot of practical advantages. For a start, it enables cargo or parachutes to be dropped from the removable rear fuselage. There's a sort of pod type arrangement on the rear fuselage. In fact, there's a Bronco over in France that does parachute drops regularly. It also puts the tail surfaces in the propeller wash, which helps allow single engine takeoffs should they be necessary, even from unprepared strips. And crucially, the crew have got excellent visibility from the cockpit. They're sitting well in front of the engines. And when you compare this to the smaller forward air control and battlefield reconnaissance aircraft the US military had operated before that, the advantages are just so numerous. It's much faster, so it can reach its operating areas much more quickly. It can cruise at higher altitudes, out of small arms fire range. And that flat 360 we saw just then is very much what this aircraft spent a lot of its time doing, kind of loitering, because its job was to observe and then, as necessary, call in other assets to maybe attack a target, it may be to carry out further reconnaissance. But this aircraft could call up support from other aircraft, from ground-based artillery, even close to the sea, it could call up firepower from ships offshore. In addition, of course, it was armed as well, so it could also carry out its own ground attack. Yes, all of this was brought to bear in Vietnam. It entered service with the US Air Force in July 1968, by which time the conflict in Southeast Asia really was already well underway. The US Marine Corps brought them into use first, and as you say, they were able to conduct their own strike missions, as well as providing battlefield reconnaissance and all sorts of other close support duties. And without doubt, a very challenging role, flying fairly slow, fairly low over a battlefield. Even if you have some degree of air supremacy, it's not the safest of occupations. You are kind of lifting up stones to see what's underneath. Often, there'll be something that's going to shoot back at you, as they found in Vietnam. About the Bronco was that, as we say, they were able to call in strikes by fast jets. They were even able to do laser designation of targets for example, US Air Force F-4 Phantoms in Vietnam. But the Broncos themselves could do a great deal of damage to a target before the dedicated strike jets even got there. And as we can see in this tremendous display, it's a really, really agile machine as well, isn't it? Rather belying its appearance. Indeed, it had to almost turn on the sixpence to keep a target or keep an area in view, and that helped by the magnificent kind of... There's a lovely view of it. Basically, the cockpit here is like a greenhouse wrapped around, and in fact, it's actually wider than the aircraft is, so the two crew could actually look down by looking out the side. They could actually have downward vision. And this is very much the sort of aircraft, the relatively uncomplicated light attack counterinsurgency aircraft that's really come back into vogue in recent years. In fact, the US military evaluated some upgraded Broncos for potential use in Vietnam. They didn't procure any, but by all accounts they performed excellently. Afghanistan, I should say, not Vietnam. And there's a really good demonstration of sort of agility. A fly past, banking 90 degrees one way, 90 degrees the other.
Wow.
Yes, that Afghanistan deployment was because there was a requirement for what was dubbed the light armed warplane. They probably believed supported special forces in the fight against ISIS or Daesh. And yes, it's still an aircraft that could very well be relevant today for those types of purpose. They're still in use with the US State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics Law Enforcement on counter-narcotics spraying missions in South America, and the California Department of Forestry flies them for fire spotting.
And here you see the very steep approach, often called the Khe-Sanh approach, named after an airfield in Vietnam. Just the type of approach you fly when the area around your airfield is still a little bit hot, to try and limit your vulnerability to ground fire. The idea being that instead of a nice 3-degree slope down to land, you basically get above the airfield, dive straight down onto the runway and stop.
Well, typical spirit by Tony De Bruyne, aircraft owner from Bouchon in Belgium, a real enthusiast of this type of a superb display pilot. It's an ex-West German Luftwaffe target towing Bronco, hence the very bright day glow patches that form part of the colour scheme. What a great contributor to the airshow circuit.
And I think I'm right in saying it also had a rearward-facing seat, so there was a third crew member who could sit in the kind of the parachutist bay, let's call it that, to actually help with the scoring when it's towing targets and guiding aircraft in and so on. It's quite an exciting place to be.
Very good aerial photography platform. Photography platform, the Bronco. Great to have Tony back here. First time for 9 years that he has attended the RAF Cosford Air Show, and we hope it won't be so long before he returns again. Thank you to him for coming over from Belgium to join our show. Now we're going to be getting the Juno back out while we await the next display item. And we've actually got another departure, which is, I believe, one of the two Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Chipmunks. Still in service with the Bbmf for tail dragger training purposes. They also are used to some extent as what used to be called station hack aircraft. They'll be used to, for example, fly to Duxford and Biggin Hill, where the fighters and bombers are often to be found on major services.
A kind of light communication role.
Yes. They've got, as I say, two in the fleet, one of which is one of the RAF Gatto Station Flight, quote, spy plane chipmunks that I was mentioning earlier. The Bbmf chipmunks don't get out and about very much at all. I'm struggling to think of last time I saw them out, other than Coningsby. Well, I'm pleased to say we are running very well for time at the moment, which is really nice.
is of course the Jet Provost. This one is a Jet Provost Mk.5.
My lenses sorted there just for a second.
Percival, which then became Hunting Percival, renowned British aircraft manufacturer, long defunct now, has already produced its piston engine Provost, and the first jet Provosts, the Mark 1s, were basically a development of that. You can actually see a Jet Provost T1 in the museum site here, a very rare survivor.
And indeed, it's at the conservation centre at the moment.
Yes. We did the Jet Provost anniversary lineup. Right, yes. That's very good. So, of course, started off with the T1, Jet Provost. That was really a kind of development aircraft. Same meaning for the T2. It was the T3 where things really took off, if you pardon the pun. Went into service as a training aircraft. Indeed, from 1959 onwards, and it was, and then said much love. The seating on this aircraft is side by side, kind of like as you ride your car, as opposed to what we call tandem, one behind the other. And anyone who has either trained on this or been an instructor on this has their own opinion on what is better. Certainly, if you're side by side, you cannot fault the instructor at all. The earliest jet Provosts were behind powered, but then further developed versions of the Rolls-Royce Viper engine, a very successful engine. Which started life as an engine to power Poland's fighting drone. Later on, the result of that was the Mark 5, like you see. Big change recognized to enable training to take place at higher altitudes. Also, it has strengthened wings.
Now, we mentioned earlier about aircraft stalling, that's important part of an aircraft's envelope where the wings just can't hold on to the air any longer. Well, one of the problems with the T5 was the stall, the original T5 was the stall was quite vicious, and you didn't get, the aircraft didn't really talk to you very much until you were getting close to the stall. So that was changed when we moved on to the submark, which is slightly shaped wings, and they have aerodynamic fins that just allow the aircraft to drum a little bit as it got nearest to you.
When the Jet Provost first entered service in Mark 1 form, it really was a bit of a revelation, because the students on the first of the flying training schools to re-equip with that, as you say, very early Mark, which was effectively undergoing service evaluation, they found the aircraft very easy to fly. They went solo quicker on the jet than they did on the piston engine Provost, which perhaps, given some of the piston engine handling characteristics, might not be that surprising.
Indeed, because you don't have a big gyroscopic propeller doing all sorts of weird things, as you see on aerobatic displays like Rich Goodwin all those hours ago, where he makes good use of that torque, that turning force that you get from a propeller. With a jet, it's straight up and down.
And so the RAF was convinced immediately of the viability of that jet training concept, which carried on until the Jet Provost was superseded by the turboprop Short Staccato.
And another mark of the Jet Provost, the Mark 4, was a very familiar sight in the skies here, being based at Shawbury to basically act as live training for aircraft control trainers.
The one step
aircraft was frequently used as the mount for various Royal Air Force aerobatic teams. Back in the 50s, 60s, there were veteran display teams. Almost every station would have its own, each flight training school would have its own, and so on. And some of the names are fantastic, things like the Redskins, the Red Pelicans, famously, Gin Force, the Vipers, the Gemini Pair, the Swords, the Magistrates, and the Apaches. And the name resonating of course, the Blades. Very successful on the export market as well, as I said, also used for ground attack purposes by several air forces. Developing the dedicated ground attack Strike Master version. So this particular aircraft was built of the 38th Jet Provost Mk.5. Joined the Royal Air Force in September 1970, entering service with number 3 Flight Training School at RAF I mentioned some of the aerobatic display teams. Well, this aircraft was part of the Gemini Pair during 1973, and then also part of the Swords in 1974. Aircraft spent most of its service at RAF Finningley before finally being retired and ferried to RAF Shawbury, as we just mentioned, for storage, 21st of July 1993. Currently wears the markings, true to form of a time at number 6 Flight Training School at Finningley, round about the early 1970s. And this must be one of the finest jet provosts still flying. Its owner, Jeff Bell, put it through a very comprehensive major overhaul just a few years ago. It really is absolutely immaculate. And as you mentioned earlier, it's amazing when we see, these aircraft in the 50s and 60s, that the engine in this was built to have a life of about 10 hours originally. It was kind of disposable because it was the engine for a target, the such was the engineering on the line that they were changing a few parts of the engine. Many hundred hours between overhauls. And I think, as you alluded to, sometimes this aircraft was the butt of a number of jokes, mainly to do with its lack of thrust. Things like it didn't have a throttle, it had the volume control.
Constant power variable noise.
Constant power variable noise. This aircraft was designed with no thought given to aerodynamics and so on, but yeah, I mean, it's a fine aircraft that served the Air Force very well. To think of the number of pilots that actually really, I would say, learned to fly in the Royal Air Force on the Jet Provost.
Yeah, just like the Chipmunk, a really tremendous contribution to the service, even if perhaps fewer people experienced the Jet Provost than did the Chipmunk, because of course the Chipmunk flew lots of air cadets and UAS students and so forth. But nevertheless, a big contributor to the RAF of the Cold War, carrying on until September 1993, when the last 2 flying training schools equipped with the JP retired them, as the Tucano really mounted in strength within the RAF.
Oh, mate, down there, it's Charlie. What I said, Red Arrow, Don't forget, ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears, if you want to vote for your favourite display, there's a link where you can vote for the Ted Coningsby Display Awards. You can even vote for your first choice and second. I know it's hard, I know it's difficult. It's done on a point system. It's the only one that's fan-based. So come and do it.
Really nice presentation of the Jet Provost T5 from Viper Classic Aircraft by by Ian Brett.
Lovely.
Former RAF Tutor Display Manager, I seem to remember, of a few years ago. Started around that time getting very into flying classic jets, flew Hunters for a while, and he's now one of the 2 regular pilots in the Strike Master display team that we saw here last year. And he really is a good hand in these vintage jets. And it's nice to have a jet that can operate from our runway, of course. That's, I think, one of the key points. So we are visual with the next display item. We've been tracking it that came past Stafford just a few minutes ago. And inbound, this is the first of 2 appearances from this aircraft. One of the reasonably late additions, I would say, to the flying programme. And not something you get to see that often at air shows. No, a mightily impressive sight and a mightily impressive aeroplane. A type that, well, its gestation began way back in the 1970s for the US Air Force, when the US Air Force started looking for a replacement for the Lockheed C-141 Starlifter. The idea was for this platform to take on all of the Starlifter's duties, but also some of those of the much larger Lockheed C-5 Galaxy and the smaller Lockheed C-130 Hercules. So this is both a tactical and a strategic airlifter. It eventually first flew in September 1991, came into US Air Force service a couple of years later, almost immediately proved its worth, and I think it's one of the best procurement decisions the RAF has ever taken, to initially lease and then buy outright its own fleet of the Boeing C-17A Globemaster III, one of which is running in from the left. It comes from number 99 Squadron at Bryce Norton. And another reason we're delighted this aircraft is here is we are celebrating 25 years of the C-17 Globemaster in RAF service. 25 years. I still find that very difficult to believe. Yes, because since the RAF retired the Shorts Belfast, one of which you can see in the National Cold War exhibition in the RAF Museum here, way back in 1976, the RAF hadn't had its own outsized strategic airlift fleet. It had relied on civilian contractors, ironically including some of those same Shorts Belfast that had retired in service with heavy lift cargo airlines, but also things like then Russian design or Soviet designed, now Ukrainian product, Antonov An-124s. It was decided to plug that gap. A lease and support deal with the US Air Force for an initial 4 C-17s was finalised in 2000, and as you say, Andy, they came into use the following year. So, for the first time today, if you look away to your left-hand side, for the first pass of the C-17 Globemaster. We're back to historic trainers for our next item, and a really interesting specimen that we don't see out and about that much on the air show circuit. In fact, the aircraft that's going to be flying is on display. The Grand Bbmf Tutor is getting airborne first to go out to the hold. And indeed, I love the way the weather has so improved the visibility that the C-17 is still visible away to the right-hand side. I mean, we are doing very well with the weather at the moment.
No worries.
We've got another training aspect, the Airbus Juno to pick up Red 10, who's made his way through the crowd, through his adoring public, and is now heading away from Cosford. And then we'll bring in the historic trainer I was just talking about. The trainer we're going to see comes from Rolls-Royce Heritage, which are great supporters again of the air show. We've often enjoyed their Mustang and their ex-Bbmf PR19 Spitfire, but it's something very different to have the Harvard. Yes, it is. The Harvard 2B, built by the Nordang company in Canada rather than North America, which of course designed the Harvard and built them in significant quantity. They were built in large numbers in Canada, both by Nordang and by Canadian Car and Foundry, and this is a Nordang example, but a really historic one in terms of its association with the British military, and it's going to look lovely in its yellow colour scheme against the sky we've got here now.
If you tuned in or just tuned in, don't forget to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, your unique military aviation channel. You can hear the T6 in the background somewhere. Oh, well, nearly on 133,000 subscribers, so thank you very much for all of you who have subscribed to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's been amazing. So Wendy Game 6774, welcome to the Ted
Coningsby trainers, haven't we, Andy? And there's that cliche that a good trainer
CK76, thank you as well for upgrading.
Easy to fly, but difficult to fly well. But there is a lot of truth in it, well and accurately. I think that's entirely right. You do need something that can have a little bit of bite to it, I think. Otherwise,
learning all those corners of the envelope, those more difficult things, the places you hope an aircraft never takes you and you never take an aircraft. You do need to be exposed to those in a controlled way. If you have something that just would happily sit in the sky all day and never give you any problem, then that will give you a problem sometime later.
Yes. And there's a very good reason why the Harvard, or the T6 or AT6 Texan, as the US Army Air Force has called it, is still so much in demand today as a trainer for warbirds. And this one is used as a trainer for the Rolls-Royce Spitfire. It's been used in the past as a trainer for the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. It's a perfect trainer. There are those who would say, experienced warbird pilots, that if you can fly a Harvard, really, you can fly something rather more potent. And of course, doing a good display in a Harvard is more challenging than it is in, say, a Mustang or a Spitfire, because you haven't got as much power.
And it is everything coming full circle, because that's exactly what it did during the late 1930s and into the 1940s. Basically, the hawk of its day, the advanced trainer. Those that went on to fly Spitfires and Hurricanes during the Battle of Britain would probably have firstly trained on the Tiger Moth, the kind of basic flight training, if you like, and then moved on to the Harvard for advanced training, and then onto the Spitfire or Hurricane. And that was a big leap, because at the time there were no two-seat Spitfires or Hurricanes. The first time you got in a Spitfire or Hurricane, you were going solo in it. And there's some great accounts of pilots that made that leap. I'm thinking mainly of Geoffrey Wellham in his book First Light, where he actually describes moving on from the Harvard and that first flight in a Spitfire.
It was also a good thing that North American aviation produced them so quickly for the RAF to meet their needs, because by the end of 1940, more than 800 had been delivered to bases around the Empire, far exceeding the intended production schedule. Imagine that.
And it's strange sometimes how things work out. When the first aircraft was delivered to the United States Army Air Corps, I think as it was then, they didn't like it. They said, well, if you can take it away, bring it back with a more powerful engine, retractable undercarriage, retractable canopy as well, we'll give it a go. So, all right then, we'll give it a go. And
it's a very different aeroplane, those early ones. And the early RAF Harvard, the Mark I, was a fixed undercarriage aircraft, and it was with the Mark II, like we're about to see, that the design as we know it today truly was born.
Okay, here we go.
And here it is, the Harvard 2B from the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight.
Doesn't it? Beautiful.
Now, I said that this very Harvard has a very special place in British military aviation history. It really does. It dates from 1944. It served initially with the RAF, and then in 1947 it went to what was then the Aeroplane and Armament Experimental Establishment, the AAE, at Boscombe Down, the great centre of British flight testing in Wiltshire. It stayed there, latterly with, of course, the privatised Kinetic organisation until late 2016.
I think we really should mention that very distinctive engine noise, this Pratt & Whitney Wasp, which is a radial engine. By radial, I mean that the cylinders are arranged in a circle around the crankshaft, as opposed to being in line or in a V. And those aircraft do make that characteristic kind of buzzsaw sound, very distinctive.
This one was on the strength of the British military for 72 years. It's one of the longest continually serving aircraft that's ever been in British military hands. At Boscombe Down, it was used for all sorts of test activities and also tail dragger instruction. Slow-speed photographic chase of test sorties was one of its main functions there. incredible that this aircraft survived, because in June 1991 it was doing a photo chase of a Lockheed Hercules transport dropping a 1-ton load for its rear ramp by parachute. Somehow the parachute managed to get itself wrapped round the harbour that was in near formation with the Hercules. This could so easily have resulted in, shall we say, an extremely nasty situation. Thankfully, the harbour managed to free itself from the parachute, landed safely, no harm to the crew. So yes, a lucky survivor. And it's so often the way with advanced training aircraft, they do get pushed into more combat-related roles, whether armed or not, during Korean War, and to a lesser extent also in Vietnam, pressed into service as forward air control aircraft, again mainly designating targets for other assets to attack. France used them during the Algerian War, armed with machine guns, bombs and some light rockets, and indeed from 1961 to 1975 Portugal also used a couple of hundred in the counter-insurgency role during the Portuguese colonial war. And indeed I think it was the South African Air Force was the last Air Force to use the harbour, retired in 1995. They had enough to be able to fly a 55-ship flight pass to mark the retirement. We use them as well. The RAF used them as light strike aircraft in Malaya against communist gangs in the 1950s. Yeah. Nearly 15,500 of these aircraft were built in total. It's gone under all sorts of names. Harvard to the British Commonwealth Forces, T6 and AT6 Texan to the US Army Air Corps, Army Air Forces, US Air Force, SNJ to the US Navy and Marine Corps. It's also an aircraft that has often been disguised as something else for use in filming and television roles. I'm thinking primarily as the Mitsubishi Zero for Tora. Yeah. If I remember right, there's also some in A Bridge Too Far. I'm not sure whether they're trying to be Typhoons or whatever. They're not particularly disguised, but certainly as a ground attack aircraft. When this one was sold by the British military, it went into the hands of the Aircraft Restoration Company in Duxford for a time. Early 2022, it's been owned by the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight in East Midlands, who'd already been using it for pilot training before that. It's really nice to think that the name lives on. The Beechcraft Texan, known as the Texan TU1, is the current basic fast jet trainer aircraft of the Royal Air Force, based at Royal Air Force Valley on Anglesey. Quite surprised we haven't reused the Harvard name at some point. Maybe that'll come up in the future. Indeed.
Klaus Teddy.
Another former officer commanding the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, Mark Discombe, was flying the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight Harvard for us today, and very nicely too.
Nice.
And what a great addition, not exactly again a last minute addition, but we had originally planned to bring you the Mark 19 Rolls-Royce, the Mark 19 Spitfire from Rolls-Royce Heritage. When that became unavailable, they suggested the Harvard, and I'm really glad they did, because that is such a rare outing for such a wonderful aircraft.
Yeah, and if you want to go and look at a Harvard closer up, you can find one Kennett Aviation in the static display just to the right of the control tower.
Half 5. Yeah. Let's see. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Going back. About 5:30.
I am absolutely
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 2026 Royal Air Force Tutor Display. My name is Flight Lieutenant Ross Edmonds, and I'm the Tutor Display Manager for the 2026 season, and it is our pleasure to display the Grop Tutor Field today. Flying in towards us from the centre at nearly 200 miles an hour is the Tutor Display Pilot, Flight Lieutenant Rich Tamala. As he pulls up, he converts his speed into height to perform his first manoeuvre, the hammerhead. Flight Lieutenant Tamala was born and raised in Cambran, South Wales, and started his flying career in the Royal Air Force in 1996. Year before I was born, flying the C-130. Rich now enters a half-Cuban combination of a pitch, roll, and loop to change direction back along the crowd line. This is Rich's first year with the Tutor Display, and he is operating at a base height of 500 feet, except his final two passes at just 200. He approaches crowd center there, he pulls up for a loop. At the top of the loop, Rich is inverted, experiencing total weightlessness as he hits 0G, and on the way down, the G-forces increase, and Rich smoothly manipulates the aircraft to level out at 500 feet. Rich will now go on for another classic aerobatic maneuver, the half horizontal. Unlike displaying in fast jets, the Tutor requires careful energy management due to its low power to weight ratio, achieved through careful design of the display sequence. He rolls out, Rich now will enter a manoeuvre with the aircraft for a quarter clover. When not displaying, he serves as a qualified flying instructor at East Midlands University's Air Squadron based out of RAF Cosford. Cameras at the ready, folks. Another great photo opportunity here as Rich pitches up to the vertical for a stall turn. Now, full-time reserve officer, Rich, previously a senior officer whilst in the regular service, serving his final tour as officer command of 45 Squadron. As he runs towards us, will complete another quarter clover to reposition back along to the crowd line. During his 30-year career, he's amassed over 5,000 flying hours on 10 different aircraft types. On the rollout here, Rich will complete a wingover, a combined pitching and rolling manoeuvre used to turn the aircraft through 180 degrees. You'll notice throughout the display that every single wingover is slightly different, as Rich carefully selects his flight path to cater to varying wind conditions and energy states.
Sorry.
As he exits the wingover, he will enter a slow roll.
Oh my gosh.
Throughout the slow roll, Rich will skillfully coordinate elevator, rudder, and aileron inputs to keep the lift vector pointing upwards, preventing him from descending towards the ground. Cameras at the ready once again, folks, as Rich will change direction with another stall turn. In his spare time, Rich is a military ski instructor and a mountain leader.
Can't believe that.
As he pulls out of the stall turn, Rich will run back towards crowd centre for another variation on his quarter clover.
Oh my god.
You'll observe that initially he completes the first half of the loop.
Getting attacked here.
Before rolling away from you.
Rich,
Tutor is operated by number 6 Flying Training School in partnership with Babcock International Group, primarily flying University Air Squadron students and RAF Academy.
Where's that fly killer?
Rich will now complete complete yet another half Cuban flight back towards
Oh my god.
There are 13 air experience flights across the UK that offer flights for over 20,000 cadets each year. So if you're 18, 13 and 20 and join the air cadets, you could get to fly this aircraft.
You got that splatter? Because that's going to go
now. Change direction once
I feel
again.
violated.
Links another quarter clover into a wing over. The Air Cadets also offers 50 pilot scholarships per year on the Tutor, with students following a syllabus akin to a private pilot's license.
This is embarrassing.
The highlights, without a doubt, being sent first solo.
Oh, you are kidding me.
The Air Cadets is also one of the largest providers of the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme, along with a range of other adventurous training activities. Cameras at the ready, ladies and gents, as Rich will exit his wing over and enter a 4-point roll. In the 4-point roll, Rich will delicately coordinate rudder, aileron and elevator inputs to keep the nose firmly above the horizon. As he does so beautifully there. Rich will now enter another wing over. You may have noticed that the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund logo is on the underside of the aircraft. The Benevolent Fund supports the Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets and veterans whenever they're in need. And we are proud to raise awareness for a charity that's given so much to the whole family. Rich will now complete a sequence of link maneuvers named after his daughter. She's here today, so a massive cheer for the Amy Rolls. Those of you that are considering joining university, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. UAS students are taught to fly the Tutor by highly experienced, qualified flying instructors such as Rich. It's also worth mentioning that UAS syllabus includes solo aerobatics. Rich will now change direction once again with a half horizontal before descending to 200 feet for the 185-mile-per-hour fast pass. University Air Squadron also offers a huge opportunity for leadership development as well as adventure training and sports in and outside of the UK. After this fast pass, Rich will enter a wing over. Arguably one of the most unique parts of this display compared to others that you'll see today is that if you are aged between 13 and 20 or at university, you can fly this exact aircraft, this exact aerobatic sequence and potentially with Rich himself. All you need to do is join the Air Cadets or if you're slightly older, the University Air Squadron. Which will now enter the final section of the display with a crowd favourite from last season, the oblique loop. Another great opportunity to capture some final photos. I would additionally like to take this moment to say a massive thank you to our sponsors. Our appreciation goes to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Babcock International, Runway 25 and Squadron Prince. Why not visit their tents here today or their websites for more information. Also feel free to pop by and say hello to Rich and myself at the RAF Zone. We'll be here all afternoon. Following a final half Cuban, Rich will now bring the Tutor around for his final manoeuvre, a waving pass, flown at just 100 feet. Be sure to wave back, Rich can certainly see you from there. A massive thank you here from the Cosford Air Show for hosting us today, and for you and all of your support. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2026 Royal Air Force Tutor Display.
Well, thank you very much, Rich, and apologies for the filming there. I could not believe that. Unbelievable.
Sure, we all enjoyed that very much. It's an aircraft that is obviously quite a common sight in this part of the world because tutors are based here at Cosford with the very wonderful UBAS, University of Birmingham Air Squadron, but it's always something special when you see the full display, and it's a masterclass again in something that isn't very particularly high powered, doesn't have a particularly good power to weight ratio, so everything has to be managed and controlled, and that was beautifully done. So please pass our thanks on to all the team. So we have a few moments. I'm expecting a few aircraft movements before we welcome the next item, which will be the second fly past from the C-17. And then just to take you through what we have lined up for the rest of the day, as we get to round about 20 to 5, we will hand over to the Fleet Air Arm for a very impressive, very special and very poignant display by the Swordfish and the Black Cat. As we come over the top of 5 o'clock, we have this lovely run of 3 aircraft, the Anson, the Lysander and the Bouchon, a kind kind of Messerschmitt 109, more about that and on. And then to close the display, just after 5:30 will be the Royal Air Force Chinook roll demonstration. So that's what we had in just about the last hour or so, slightly more than the last hour or so, perhaps an hour and a half, hour 20 minutes, something like that. And again, please spend every minute that you can here enjoying yourself, learning, interacting. There is so much to see and do on the ground here. I'm sure you've had plenty of opportunities to part with your hard-earned cash. Of course, the stores will be open until the showground closes later on this afternoon and into the evening. So many wonderful aircraft to have your photo taken, lots of interesting people to talk to, things to interact with. Make sure you get in all the hangars, have a look round. And if you haven't done already, then I think the walk right up the line to the right-hand side is going to get quite hard as you get tired and as the weather keeps on improving, especially the temperature. But believe me, it is well worth going all the way along there. Go along by the Chipmunks, along the line of the Jaguars, right up to the revetment in the far corner, where there is a Typhoon, a Tornado F3, a Tornado GR4, and I think also a very special Jaguar as well.
Unbelievable, that.
Just check it's open a little tiny bit.
It is. Yeah, that was horrible, that one.
Are you right for okay?
As Andy said, we're going to be getting a couple of aircraft movements out of the way before we continue with the display. So we've got the Royal Navy Wildcat helicopter of the Black Cats team and the Navy Wings Heritage Flying Fairy Swordfish to take off to the hold where they're going to form up. And we were talking earlier about the fact that we've never seen B-17 Sally B on the ground at Cosford before. Well, it's been a little while since we've seen the Swordfish on the ground at Cosford, because the past couple of years it's toured in on marathon flights for an aircraft with such a slow cruising speed, and it's some less favourable weather than we've got today.
I can remember some of the in the rain and the wind, open cockpits. You know, it's not the most comfortable thing to fly. So yeah, up from Somerset, so that's quite a journey.
Yeah, but pleasingly, we've got it on the ground here, so that beautiful historic naval aeroplane will be getting airborne very shortly.
Oh, how we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry about the wasp attack. I've now got the citronella sticks now up here. Goodness me, that was a bit of fun. So just take this opportunity while I'm here. Thank you very much to Wendy Games 6774 for joining the Posh Officers Club. CK76.
And here they go, a formation takeoff. Look
okay.
at this.
I won't be. I'll do that later then. It's. Oh, look at this. See that? Got the Apaches going as well, I think.
My name is.
Also, Steve Morris 2896, welcome to the Posh Officers Club. Stealth Mode 139, welcome as well to the squadron. Gary, welcome to the Fighter Squadron. Steve Simmons 382, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Also joining our squadron is 6U134N4. Pete Lawrenson upgraded to the Fighter Squadron. Horsepower 100M joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. We've got Dan Lindberg, thank you very much, 1917, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. John Kennedy also joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. John Trier, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Sufa LLMG63, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Also welcoming Oops for Science, Janet Cook and Jeff Pickett. Thanks to Margot for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Also Margot, thanks for the super chat. Megan Ambrose, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And also welcoming to the Ted Coningsby Squadron is Claire H, Sandy Bailey, Martin Hosel, Inca Tally, Edward 23241, and Styly 69, and also Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Alan Gates, thanks as well for the super. Belly Bobcat, thank you very much. Babzar, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Heather Postlethwaite, celebrating 11 months of membership. Avroal with 38 months. See you soon, Ted. See you soon. Janet Clark.
We were talking earlier about we wait for the RAF C-17 to come back to us for its second and final flight past. The capabilities that this aircraft has brought to the RAF, of course, they were brought to bear during Operation Herrick in Afghanistan, and after that they continued flying many of those same sorts of taskings to distant theatres, transporting equipment and personnel, aeromedical evacuations and support to deployed operations. But C-17s in the RAF have also conducted a good many humanitarian missions in the aftermath of natural disasters like Hurricane Irma in the British Virgin Islands, or delivering COVID-19 vaccines to Gibraltar, taking aid to Egypt bound for civilians in Gaza, that sort of thing. And of course the most incredible flight undertaken by an RAF C-17 surely had to be as part of the Afghanistan evacuation. The evacuation from Kabul in 2021. 3 Hercules, 4 Atlas, 5 Voyagers and 7 C-17s were involved. More than 15,000 people were airlifted out by the RAF, and 1 C-17 sortie out of the Afghan capital that year carried more people than any other RAF flight in history. 436 in all. The usual maximum for a C-17 is 138. The evacuees were pulling themselves on board through the open rear ramp. An incredible feat of airlift.
That next as well. Thanks to Lynx Rainbird, gifted a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much.
And in terms of equipment, this aircraft can carry a Challenger tank, 3 Warrior armoured fighting vehicles, 13 Land Rovers, and a complete Chinook helicopter. Now, a few years ago, I was part of the team that welcomed the 2 first Apache Echoes, the current version of the Apache, into the UK, and the 2 of them came in the back of a single C-17 with lots of room to spare.
Looking around me for the
and this aircraft built, it cannot operate on its own largely. It doesn't need a lot of manpower support or equipment support on the ground. It can operate just off runways of 3,000 feet in length. Comfortably get in here at Cosford. Also very manoeuvrable on the ground, especially when the aircraft reverses and backs up. Again, that's really important if you're working from less than ideal conditions, austere airfields, rough ground, and also if you're trying to get in and out quick. Remember, this also is a tactical aircraft. Sometimes it has to get in, deliver, and get out very quickly.
And talking about operating from unprepared strip zone, this April, one of the RAF C-17s landed at the most northerly, permanently inhabited settlement on Earth, Canadian Forces Station Alert in Canada's far north, 1,100 miles inside the Arctic Circle, to NATO Signals Intelligence Base, also supports a climate change research station, and an RAF C-17 landed on a short, gravel and compacted snow runway to aid the Royal Canadian Air Force in resupply efforts there. They made 8 sorties from Greenland, delivering jet fuel. This really is a versatile aircraft. Look left, the C-17A, with a quicker pass this time.
If you want to see this low level, we've got just a video with call sign Elvis.
Well, not
not just a sprightly pass, but a very sprightly climb out as well.
The number 99 Squadron, C-17A Globemaster 3 from RAF Brize Norton. Very welcome sight in our show because they don't often have the time to appear in air displays. But now we turn to the Fleet Air Arm of the Royal Navy.
Jan, thanks a lot for your 24-month membership, who joined the TCS Cosford in 2024. On all-round fab channel, thanks to Nikos, Class Banner Crew Bears and members and subscribers. Thanks Rainbird, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Bev2810, thanks for your 1 month. Thank you Nikos and Ted. The Batter Purple, thanks for your gifting membership. Also, Acid Reflux, thanks for the super. Thank you very much for sharing this with us. Get yourself a coffee, thank you very much. Hard Portlock, celebrating 34 months of membership. Love the channel, Nikos. Have a great day. Thank you very much. Gaz Wilkes, thank you for the super. Always an awesome show at Cosford. Have fun, everyone. Julie Beard, thanks a lot for the super as well. Oi PCC, loving the stream so far, Nikos. Thank you. William Eustace, thank you as well for the joining the Posh Officers Club. The Apache's just going out now. Yes, so if you're wondering why there's no Guards marches, it's just Ted is actually taking part in the roll demo, the Chinook roll demo today. So, and he's done a bit of PR work with the Red Arrows as well. So, members' videos are coming soon. I'd like to see what Ted got up to. So Ted went away with his mobile phone and got busy. Yes, Ted has a mobile phone. Also, Boddington Lass, thank you very much for your 13 months membership. 13 months really goes by quickly. Guards March, you will get them. Yes, so Guards Marches, there will be. I'll do them tomorrow for you, just for a little catch up. There'll be because there's no stream tomorrow, but I will do a little members stream to give you all the Guards Marches. A nice little sort of post-Cosford goodbye there. What do you reckon? Sounds good, right? Just pop this on here for a second.
So just a few moments before we move on with the next display, which will be courtesy of the Royal Navy, Swordfish Wildcat. We'll then follow that up with the Anson, the Westland Lysander, and the Bouchon, before we close the show with the Chinook roll demo, which will be the last item. Should be on round about 20 to 6, about an hour's time.
Nigel Richardson, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Margot, thank you for gifting a membership. Andrew McKenzie celebrating 4 months. Jill Rogers celebrating 31 months of membership. 31 months, wow, sorry not been around, still here. Keith Smith, thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. And Andrew Dickey,
we are still just running a little bit ahead of schedule. That's generally a good thing. Always a little bit of buffer incorporated between display acts just to make sure that there's enough flex in the program to move things in and out. Aircraft that are not operating from here obviously have to take off sometimes hundreds of miles away, so we do try and hit their time exactly as built to avoid them having to sit in a hold for any considerable period of time. So it's not just the case of bringing everything forward if you're ahead of the program. It is, we do just like to let it breathe, let you breathe, give you a chance to have a stretch. Sometimes between items we are just a couple of minutes away. 2 aircraft already airborne, that amazing formation takeoff. I don't think I can ever remember seeing something like that. That crashed in Devon 11 days ago. Lieutenant Commander Chris Gayson, Lieutenant Lily May Fisher, Petty Officer Owen Breed. With service comes sacrifice. It always has, it always will. This is a very poignant formation in another way as well, because it's 90 years this July since 825 Naval Air Squadron received the first ferry Swordfish 1 to enter operational Fleet Air Arms service. The Wildcat HMA-2 helicopter accompanying the Navy Wing's heritage flight Swordfish 1 also comes from 825 Naval Air Squadron.
Very soon, the Swordfish came to dominate as far as Fleet Air Arm torpedo bomber squadrons were concerned. 13 of those units were equipped with the slow-flying biplanes on the outbreak of war in September 1939. In many ways, the Fleet Air Arm should not have been going to war with an aircraft like this as late as 1939. Is only 104 miles an hour. If it has a torpedo underslung, that would be reduced to just 94 miles an hour. But there were certain advantages inherent with this aeroplane. At least the fact its flying characteristics were very good, even when operating from the heaving deck of a carrier in the open sea. Was found during May 1941's momentous operation to sink the German battleship Bismarck. The fact that the Swordfish flew so slowly had certain advantages. The flak guns of the Bismarck found it difficult to track these biplanes, and its guns struggled with close-in targets, a surprising drawback that was rectified later on the likes of the Tirpitz. The Fleet Air Arm crews were hugely well trained in torpedo delivery. The aircraft was stable and controllable in all weathers and at night. It could turn tightly, and when equipped with radar, that helped it find its targets and guide the Swordfish back to their carriers. Swordfish from 4 squadrons were involved in the attack on the Bismarck. On the 24th of May 1941, aircraft from, again, 825 Squadron flying from HMS Victorious achieved 1 torpedo strike and slowed the ship. That allowed HMS Ark Royal to get into range. And thereafter, Swordfish from 810, 818 and 820 squadrons achieved 3 hits, one of which damaged the Bismarck's rudder and stopped it from manoeuvring. The home fleet then achieved the sinking with their guns. Of this aircraft for modern warfare were perhaps best illustrated by what became known as the Channel Dash in February 1942. 6 Swordfish from 825 Squadron, led by Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond, who had also led 825's attack on the Bismarck, set out to stop the German Navy battle cruisers Gneisenau and Scharnhorst and the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen from proceeding through the English Channel from Brest in France to their German home ports. All 6 of those Swordfish were shot down by the heavy German defenders, Esmond posthumously being awarded the Victoria Cross. So vital during World War II. They could fly not just from conventional carriers or smaller escort carriers, but also from the so-called MAC ships, merchant aircraft carriers, which were working oilers or grain vessels with a small flight deck welded on top. Again, in that, the Swordfish's flying characteristics were so important, and they still had 4 hours of endurance when operating from those vessels. Swordfish in total sank 21 German U-boats during wartime, mainly escorting the Arctic convoys to North Russia. 1944 that the final Swordfish was built. Most of them, like this one, were built not by Fairey itself, but by Blackburn Aircraft at Sherburn in Elmert in Yorkshire. Biplanes were still active on anti-shipping missions in Norway as late as January 1945, and there was still an operational squadron of Swordfish, active 836 squadron, as late as August that year when World War II concluded in the Pacific.
You can hear the Chinook Teddy.
D-Day invasion stripes on this Swordfish 1 from the Navy Wing's heritage flight at RNAS Yeovilton recall the fact that Swordfish had a role on and around D-Day, laying smoke screens, flying night, anti-E-boat patrols and anti-U-boat patrols to boot. Historic aircraft, there aren't many more beloved than that. The Navy Wing's Swordfish, flown by Mark Jameson, helping recall the heroism of the Fleet Air Arm of the Royal Navy during the Second World War. The Swordfish into land after a beautiful demonstration of its flying qualities. We now turn to the modern element of the formation we saw earlier, and Lieutenant George Corey of the Royal Navy is here to tell you all about it. George.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Cosford. The Black Cats have been a popular fixture on the airshow circuit since 2001, when they're known as the Lynx pair. In 2004, the team was given more support from the Royal Navy and now Leonardo helicopters, and adopted the name the Black Cats. If you look to the skies, approaching the ground centre at 100 feet and 130 knots, please welcome the Royal Navy Black Cats. Is the Royal Navy's shipborne attack helicopter. Operating from frigates, destroyers and aircraft carriers, it gives commands of fast, flexible and heavily armed aircraft that can climb, track and strike strength. Replacing the Lynx Mark 8. The Wildcat has a more powerful engine and allows it to be flown in extreme weather conditions all year round. These engines enable it to lift unsung loads up to 1,000 kilograms. No mean feat given the size of her, and give the aircraft a top speed of 159 knots. Drones, fast attack craft and uncrewed surface vessels can appear quickly and threaten ships at range, but the Wildcat is built to win that fight. The crew can search, identify and track targets by day or night with a raft of high-end sensors before engaging its threat with missiles, 50 cal gun, raw-marine snipers or torpedoes. Strike Force, based at the Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton in Somerset. A25 are responsible for training all Wildcat pilots and observers, as well as the engineers who end up on board Royal Navy frigates and destroyers around the world.
We know more about it through you than looking out our window, sir. Take me looking out the window.
Has been deployed in operations to the Mediterranean, Baltic, Middle East, Far East, Caribbean, South America and the South Atlantic with 815 Naval Air Squadron in the Maritime Strike Role. He converted to the Wildcat in 2017, where he has held both frontline and instructional roles at 815 and 825 Naval Air Squadron, including a period where he served as Lieutenant Commander flying at RNC Yeovilton. Served in the Mediterranean, Far East and High North on a variety of RF vessels with 815 Naval Air Squadron. And Chief Petty Officer Nick Hubbard is the Head of Engineering for the Black Cats of 2026. Nick joined the Royal Navy in 1997 worldwide on Sea Harriers with 801 and 800 Naval Air Squadrons, before moving into construction roles and later deploying on seeking operations in Afghanistan. He is the 825 lead engineer for the Royal Navy Black Cats Helicopter Display Team, with him and the volunteer engineers of 825. Once more, everybody, let's give a big wave to our 2026 Royal Navy Black Cats. The Royal Navy Helicopter Display Team would like to personally thank everyone for the continued support throughout the 2026 season. We would also like to give our thanks to our incredible engineers who keep us flying and are currently on the Black Cat store engaging with all of you. Please pop down and speak to them to find out more about the work of the Royal Navy. We hope that you've enjoyed watching the Black Cats display this year, and as we continue to promote the ongoing work of the Royal Navy and the Fleet Air Arm. Lead, fight, win.
Thank you very much indeed, George. A really nice contribution there from the Navy to our flying display today. Well, we're going to be bringing the Wildcat and the Black Cats into land. We're then going to be getting the Swordfish turned around very quickly to depart before we move on with the show and our next display item. And it's rather appropriate we'll be seeing the Swordfish getting airborne in advance of this display item because they both, to some extent, represent the aircraft with which the UK's air arms went to war in 1939-1940 that were perhaps not ideally suited to the task in that era.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all enjoying this.
The aircraft we're about to see displaying, which is one of our international civilian visitors to this year's Cosford Air Show, is also here for another reason. Because on the 12th of July 1940, at the height of the Battle of Britain, the first Czechoslovak depot was formed here at RAF Cosford. It processed Czechoslovak airmen entering the RAF, testing their skills, giving them English language tuition, and if suitable, posting them straight onto their squadrons. If they weren't, they were given further training. The first group who arrived here that summer in 1940 contained 11 officers and 320 other ranks who'd recently been evacuated from France. Some of them still were wearing their French Air Force uniforms. Soon more arrived, some of whom had fought in Poland, been taken prisoner in Russia, released and come to the UK via Syria and Palestine, or Turkey and Egypt. The Cosford depot was visited in August 1940 by Dr. Edvard Beneš, the president of the Czechoslovak government in exile in London. The depot went on to move elsewhere, but it returned to Cosford in 1944. It was a major part of the Czechoslovak contribution to the wartime RAF, which took in 3 fighter squadrons and 1 bomber squadron and thousands of personnel.
Beautiful.
All of them are saluted by the aeroplane we're about to see, which has come over from an organisation in the Czech Republic called RAF Station Czechoslovakia. And for only this aircraft's second display in Britain, there are few places more suitable for it to occur than Cosford. Many of those Czechoslovak personnel went on to enjoy great friendships with people they had met in this part of the world. It's a bond that's often been remembered at the Cosford Air Show by representation we've had in the past from the modern day Czech Air Force. But today, how better to recall it than with an aircraft that, for me, ranks among the finest historic machines currently airworthy.
Oh, thank you. Oh, lovely. That's awesome. Nice. Good to hear some feedback, actually. Thanks a lot to the RAF and organisers of RAF Cosford, because that's something I'll end the show with as well. A big thank you to all, every single volunteer, all the organisers involved here, and of course, to a very special someone. Thank you to Sarah. Thank you very much for giving me a wonderful opportunity to be able to do this. Thank you so much.
It's an airplane that's an extremely fine representation of a significant part of the RAF's front line when war was declared with Germany on the 3rd of September 1939. Both with RAF Coastal Command, for which it was originally intended, but also with RAF Bomber Command. And here it is, taxiing onto the runway now, an utterly exquisite specimen.
Right, Anson time. Look at this. Oh my.
This aircraft taking off from right to left.
The beam approach training units use these as well, and was also tested out on Coningsby's new runways when it opened in mid-1943.
As we mentioned at the weather brief much earlier today, it was forecast that the wind would back, so it is now across the runway, which means both ends are actually operational.
Here it is, on the roll, the Avro Anson 1. The Anson was the RAF's first aircraft to be a monoplane with a retractable undercarriage. It was intended as a twin-engine coastal reconnaissance land plane, and it was with Coastal Command that it first came into service. 26 squadrons across coastal and bomber commands had aircraft of this type on frontline duties when war broke out in September 1939. The defensive armament came in the form of just 2.303-inch machine guns. They could carry 360 pounds of bombs internally, although you could add a further 250 pound bombs on external racks. Exploits of this aeroplane really are brought into such sharp focus when you see just what a slow-flying aircraft this Mark I Anson with a pair of 350 horsepower Armstrong Sydney Cheetah 9 engines is. Number 500 Squadron, based at Deckley, made the first attack against a U-boat by the RAF of World War II on the 5th of September 1939, just 2 days after war broke out. Then, when British forces were evacuated from the beaches of Dunkirk in May 1940, he was flying coastal patrols in these already obsolete aircraft to provide reassurance to the troops awaiting evacuation. On the 1st of June 1940, a section of 3 Mark I Ansons like this, led by Pilot Officer Pete Peters, was performing one of those patrols when 9 Messerschmitt Bf-109 fighters pounced upon them. Pete Peters slowed his Anson, the Messerschmitts overshot, and 2 of them were shot down by the Anson's guns. No wonder Peters was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross and his 4 crew members the Distinguished Flying Medal. The Anson was obsolete on the front line when aircraft like the Lockheed Hudson and the Armstrong Whitworth Whitley arrived. But still it was superior to some of its intended replacements. It was more agile, something we're seeing demonstrated really well here. The crew had better visibility from it. So for example, when number 608 Squadron received the pretty terrible Blackburn Bofa, pretty soon it had got its Ansons back again, much to the pleasure of the crews. Through the rest of the war, the Anson was much used as a light transport aircraft, including as a ferry aeroplane for the Air Transport Auxiliary, as a crew trainer for particularly bombers and other multi-engined types, especially with the British Commonwealth Air Training plan, and they carried on serving as light transports and trainers with the post-war RAF. But this one is the only airworthy example of the Anson that first went to war, the Mark I. Near Leeds in 1943. It went on to serve with the Royal Australian Air Force. It was then sold into civilian hands. It carried on flying with various different owners, went into preservation. But it was a gentleman in New Zealand named Bill Reid who ensured the site that we see before us today. He bought the aircraft, he had it restored by himself and a team of dedicated helpers on New Zealand's South Island, his farm in Wakefield. It made its first flight from Nelson Airport on the 17th of July 2012. Was shot down over the sea by a Luftwaffe Heinkel HE115 float plane, becoming the first RAF combat loss of the war. The crew of the float plane spotted the survivors from the Anson in the water and landed to try and pick them up. Of the four crew, only Pilot Officer L.H. Edwards survived, becoming the first RAF prisoner of war of the 1939-45 conflict. Put it up for sale. It was bought by RAF Station Czechoslovakia, based at Podhorany Uronova, southeast of Prague, in the Czech Republic, which has a very special mission to pay tribute to the Czechoslovak contribution to the wartime RAF. It already has a fleet of Tiger Moths and a Miles Magister trainer. The aircraft was shipped over to Europe. It was reassembled and reflown at the facilities of a company called Fast Aero at Brascat in Belgium at the end of May last year. And it's a very suitable acquisition for RAF Station Czechoslovakia. Many Czechoslovak pilots and aircrew trained on its Ansons. Number 3 was the 11th Squadron, the only Czechoslovak bomber squadron in the wartime RAF. Initially had Ansons in one of its flights for training. Some Czechoslovaks flew them on anti-submarine patrols with Coastal Command. The early post-war Czechoslovak Air Force flew Ansons as light transports. It's gone to a very good home indeed with RAF Station Czechoslovakia. What a superb aeroplane, Andy. Gloriously flown by Ricard Santos, its owner. I'm almost lost for words. I am just sat back, reveling in that sight. What a magnificent aircraft, so beautifully flown. And again, just takes us back to that era, those few years that are often forgotten, I think, during the Second World War.
often in aviation we think, oh, it's the Battle of Britain, then there was other things after that. No, there was so much going on, and well, an absolute beauty.
Oh,
I
please
confess I
send
was
that
slightly
in.
perturbed when I heard that the aircraft was fitted with a fully functioning turret. Thankfully, that does include a replica machine gun.
I love that.
Not quite.
That is really good. I'll feature it. All right.
I get the point. Yes, the
Yeah, drop me a line. I'll feature that. That's super. Really good. If you've got any photos, by the way, of me in the background, I've kind of made something positive out of me being in the way. If you've got a photo of me with an aircraft in the background, then please send it into any of our socials or visit tedconingsby.co.uk.
In a fortnight's time.
Brilliant, and I'll feature it in one shot. I can't feature all of them, but I will do as
and I love the family history. This was Roy Chadwick, of course, who would later go on to design the Lancaster and, you know, play a huge hand in the Vulcan as well. And this, again, a really important aeroplane from the pen of Chadwick and colleagues that, as you say, can tend to go forgotten. Now, for those of you down at the right-hand end of the airfield, as the Chinook takes off, there's a juxtaposition. The early war RAF again, the Anson taxi back to the park. Another aircraft, so representative of that
our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, who is a fundamental part of our show, of course, the boss. He is airborne at 1713.
Of RAF air power of the late 1930s, early 40s, the Bristol Mercury. And what we're going to see here, the Westland Lysander, very much a short takeoff aircraft. We tend to use the word STOL. Remember from the Bronco, that aircraft was built to take off and land in very short distances. But I think the Lysander can, in the right weather conditions, top all that for its very specific role, which we'll come on to in a moment. But the aircraft able to operate out of very small areas indeed. So this was a British Army cooperation and liaison aircraft produced by Westland Aircraft just before the start of the Second World War and was used throughout that conflict, of course affectionately known as Lizzie. The aircraft soon sort of became obsolete in its original Army cooperation role. Even though it had good performance, it just wasn't the right aircraft at the time. However, this ability to operate on very short fields and out of very confined areas enabled it to perform magnificently in clandestine missions, often delivering and recovering agents from fields throughout France. These operations were flown at night around the full moon. Navigation by map and compass, a very scary mission to undertake. And if you're wondering about the name Lysander, well, at the time, the Royal Air Force has always had this approach to naming things after certain things, transport aircraft, after towns, bombers after cities, and various things. Well, it's all to do with the Lysander is named after the ancient Greek Admiral Lysander, because Army cooperation aircraft were all named after mythical or historical leaders. This is an aircraft that one way or another, and it served in many theatres and in many roles, has a very strong association with RAF operations in France. 4 Lysander squadrons were deployed to France in its original Army cooperation role in September 1939 for artillery spotting and reconnaissance. One of them managed to shoot down a Luftwaffe Heinkel HE-111 that November. But when the Battle of France started, its vulnerability was all too often demonstrated. Nonetheless, it was Lysanders of number 4 Squadron that were the last RAF aeroplane. So here you see the aircraft returning from the left-hand side, as Ed mentioned. It actually shoot down a bomber machine gun that actually then takes it the wheels back. They're the kind of big streamlined covering that you can see around the wheels. They're helping the drag down as low as possible. Very advanced aerodynamically, this aircraft, which is why it looks sort of slightly different. The wing is actually at its narrowest where it joins the fuselage, which is the opposite to most aircraft. The equipped with fully automatic wing slats and slotted flaps. Now the slats come out the front, the leading edge of the wing, and the flaps and the trailing edge, and that basically improves the curvature of the wing and gives it more lift at slow speeds. Just what you need in the middle of the night when you're trying to land the aircraft in a field in France with the enemy very close, and you've just got a couple of 100 yards of grass available to you. You need everything on your side, and that's what this aircraft had. And they would deploy it automatically. I heard one of the pilots say that the aircraft wouldn't exactly come down like a lift, but it would come down like an escalator. You just pulled the throttle back, pointed it down, and the slats and the flaps deployed, and you could land at around about 35 to 40 knots. Very impressive. First entered service June 1938, initially used for message dropping. Now there's another role we don't talk of very often. Sometimes the only way you could carry a message report on something was actually to hand or wing deliver it, let's say. Also used for artillery spotting, and as Ben said, when war broke out, squadrons deployed to France almost immediately. They were also part of the fledgling air sea rescue service for downed airmen in the Channel. They controlled potential invasion areas, literally looking out for the invasion, the thought being that you'd be able to spot it more quickly from the air than by picking it up by other means on ground radar, for example. But it really was those missions on behalf of the Special Operations Executive that defined the Lysander's place in RAF history. They completed more than 400 such operations, fitted with an access ladder and a long-range fuel tank, dropping agents into and recovering them from Nazi-occupied Europe. Often the strips they were flying into that Andy was describing would be lit by either just the moonlight, maybe, hopefully some torches the French resistance had put there, and they would go out in all weathers. The Lysanders of the two squadrons that supported the SOE, numbers 138 and 161 squadrons, flew in weather that grounded everything else in the RAF. And in certain circumstances, the agent that's being deployed would actually wear a kind of padded suit and would actually jump out the aircraft from a couple of feet above, feet and knees together, roll, roll, roll. Absolutely amazing stuff. They didn't know what they'd find at a lot of these sites. It's possible the location might have been betrayed to the Germans by some means. They didn't know what the condition of the strip would be like. They didn't know how it would be lit. These exploits were quite outstanding. And so is this Lysander, Mark 3A. It's the only flying Lysander that was actually built by Westland. The other two that are flying, one in the UK, the other in Canada, were both built in Canada. This one flew with number 225 Squadron, RAF, during the war years. It patrolled the Hampshire coast and the Isle of Wight. It provided air sea rescue cover. It then went to Canada to serve in the training role. This aircraft took 15 years for the Aircraft Restoration Company at Duxford to restore. It flew again in August 2018, finished its original wartime colours, and it's one of two ex-number 225 Squadron Lysanders that survives. The other one, which was restored here at Cosford, is in the RAF Museum. When the aircraft flew again after the restoration, that was the first time it had been airborne for 74 years. How fantastic. The Aircraft Restoration Company has done a lot of research into the crews that flew this aeroplane. One of its pilots went on to receive the Air Force Cross and a posthumous Distinguished Flying Cross. Another was awarded a posthumous Victoria Cross. we're talking about famous designers, of course, Teddy Petter. Yes. On this one again, who would then later go on to design the Canberra and the Red Arrow's first aircraft type than that. Who flew in the back of this very Lysander during wartime, moved on to serve with number 617 Squadron and flew on the Dams raid as a tail gunner. And Anna Meredith, the daughter of the late squadron leader Graham Stewart, who flew this Lysander regularly during wartime, has visited Duxford to see this aeroplane and actually touched its controls, the same controls her late father operated in wartime. That's some of the magic of historic aviation right there, isn't it? Absolutely is.
Mercury.
The Aircraft Restoration Company's Westland Lysander 3A, our first display on type there for its pilot today, Mike Collett. And it's another aircraft from that illustrious Duxford-based operator that's about to take centre stage. We weren't sure, in fact, whether this would be operating out of Cosford today. It is here. It has taxied to the end of the runway, and it represents the adversary from 1939-1940, the period we see represented by the Anson and the Lysander in particular. And of course, the Messerschmitt Bf-109 was the Luftwaffe's prime single-seat fighter during the early war years, and further developed versions served alongside the Focke-Wulf FW-190 in that role right through to the end of hostilities. We're going to see here the Spanish-built Rolls-Royce Merlin engine version, the Hispano Bouchon, which so often plays the Bf-109 at air shows and on film. It's taxiing out now like the Lysander and the Anson to the right-hand end of the runway. We'll be taking off into its display.
Over there. Ted's having a good time. Ted, what's Ted? Oh, is Ted in the truck?
So the Bouchon dates back to 1943 when the Spanish government agreed to license production with Messerschmitt for 200 109Gs, the Gustav version, and a total of 25 dismantled airframes were sent to Spain as a pattern for future production, but quite a lot of the parts failed to arrive. Of course, this was 1943. I think the German manufacturing industry was suffering, especially under the bombs of both the Royal Air Force and the United States Army Air Force. And so that most of the aircraft just never got finished. So the airframe sort of just waited and waited and waited and waited until post-war. So first of all, a Sousa engine was fitted, and that didn't work out too well. But then they tried a Rolls-Royce Merlin, and here's the irony here. We're sort of looking at a Messerschmitt 109-ish, let's say. The main adversary, certainly for Spitfires and Hurricanes, and for so many Royal Air Force aircraft throughout the Second World War. But this is powered by the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, the same engine that was in the Hurricane, the Spitfire, the Lancaster, and so on. With a Rolls-Royce Merlin, first flew 29th of March 1954. Also with a UK sourced four-bladed propeller. But this engine had what we call a chin intake, which is what gives the aircraft that distinctive but slightly different look compared to the Daimler-Benz, the true Messerschmitt 109s. Carried two 20mm Hispano Sousa cannons and could also carry rockets.
There we go.
And remained in service both in combat and in training roles as late as December 1965, which was a good time because in many respects its finest hour, pun intended, was about to come on the silver screen. But here he comes from the right, Bouchon.
West Africa, where Moroccan insurgents and other rebels were threatening Spanish territory and capturing some of it. They provided bomber escort and parachute dropping aircraft escort duties. They also conducted their own strafing and rocket attacks. In fact, the whole fleet of the Bouchons and the Spanish Air Force were engaged in that campaign before there was a ceasefire. One squadron of them later flew along with T6 Texans in policing missions over the Sahara, including counterinsurgency flying.
But then once leaving service, it was the forthcoming Battle of Britain film that perhaps the Bouchon is most well known for. Hamish McAdee putting together his Air Force almost, the amazing fleet of aircraft that were needed to make that film what an epic film it was. It still stands the test of time in many respects, but going back to 1968, that's phenomenal. In total, 27 Bouchons used in the film, not all of them flying admittedly. Some changes were made, the wingtips squared off, struts added, dummy machine guns fitted to more visually represent the Messerschmitt of the Battle of Britain, which was the 109E Emile version. Filming initially in Spain. If you know the film very well, the opening sequences, the UK does look a little bit dry. Northern Europe looks like it's enjoying a very hot summer. But of course later they did come over to the UK, largely out of dust.
They did, and it was far from dry. The filming was significantly held up. It's one of the reasons the film ran so over budget. The weather in the summer of '68 was terrible. The stories of the filming are legion, not least involving the four pilots from the then Confederate Air Force, which had bought four of the aircraft. I could go on about
let alone the hangar story.
Yes. And this was just the start of these aircraft's career on the big screen.
Indeed, and been in so many films. Memphis Belle, of course, famously. Quite recently, I think the SAS television series, Rogue Heroes as well.
This particular aircraft, yes, and this one with Dunkirk.
And Dunkirk as well. And not this one, but Piece of Cake as well. I remember the CDs in that.
Indeed, and one of my favourite examples of the Bouchon on film was Eagles Over London, which was a low-rent Italian film in which they had RAF markings put on them to play RAF fighters. I mean, I ask.
But the symmetry here is amazing. So again, we go back to this is, all intents and purposes, a Messerschmitt 109, but with a UK, a Rolls-Royce engine. If we go back to the original, the first Messerschmitt 109, and on the initial production run, used Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines. So the original Messerschmitt started with a Rolls-Royce engine, then Daimler-Benz got involved, etc., and then at the end we had the Bouchon, the Rolls-Royce engine, amazing.
And also, it was in the Spanish Civil War that the Messerschmitt Bf 109 was first learned, where so many tactics were developed that were so important during the Blitzkrieg and subsequent operations for the Luftwaffe. So therefore, Spain plays a very important part in the whole Bf 109 story up to the Bouchon as well.
9 others was actually shipped to the USA, Connie Edwards, as part payment for involvement in the film. I can't give you too much money, but how about some Bouchons?
That's exactly what happened. They were put into storage at his ranch in Big Spring, Texas, where of course the dry climate meant they were kept in very good condition. He carried on flying one for a few years. Started what we now call the Warbird movement, with many Spitfires being restored to fly in it, interest in these aircraft burgeoning, and the Bouchons that Connie Edwards kept for years, many of them have been sold to new owners. In fact, they've all now been sold on to new owners. This one left his fleet rather earlier than many of the rest, which have only recently reappeared. Industrialist has to be one of the most remarkable men in historic aviation I have ever met. I had the pleasure of meeting him in London only a few months before he died, which was in early 2019. His stories of filming just, they beg to believe some of them. And then keeping the aircraft on his ranch along with a Spitfire, which was also used in the filming, which he acquired and kept, which is now flying with an owner in Germany. His contribution to the aircraft preservation scene was enormous. And what great decisions were made to, well, let's just keep these aircraft, let's just put them away somewhere, keep them in team and go taking the story on a bit further, because we might need them one day. And of course now we have this whole industry, more Spitfires on the register nearly every year, and so but as you said, it really takes back to the factory. This aircraft was put back into flying condition in the mid-2000s by the Real Aeroplane Company at Reeton in North Yorkshire. It was then sold to Tom Blair, who placed it with the Aircraft Restoration Company for operation, and it's still with ARCO, that famous Dutch-based operator today. This Bouchon and another, like Lysander, are the quite late additions to our flying programme, so thanks very much to ARCO for making it available. And it was their head of engineering, Martin Overall, who was displaying it for us today. Another one of those very talented historic aircraft engineers who also, thanks to that inherent mechanical sympathy they have for these machines, makes a very fine display pilot.
And also, how nice to see a Bouchon without a Spitfire or a Hurrican on its tail, because I love that. I've choreographed it myself many times, but the poor Bouchon dogfights for 3-4 minutes and then gets shot down.
Yes, we saw it with the display smoke on at the end of the slot, but really nice to see it singled out.
All good and well, ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears, and our last display coming up
remains on our programme here at the RAF Cosford Air Show 2026. This marathon flying programme, one of the longest we've had here for many a year, and it is a real crowd favourite, and it's a display with quite a difference for 2026. You certainly won't want to miss it.
Alright, here comes Ted, so our very own boss. Here he comes, and I think he's been up to something with the...
You might have seen a taster of it as the aircraft got ready for its display. It's now running in from the left.
What is going on here,
The commentator for the final item of the day is Flight Lieutenant Sean Ahern. Sean, welcome.
Thank
you very much, and good afternoon, Cosford. I hope you're ready for a rip-roaring, blade-slapping headline act of the day with the 2026 RAF Chinook Roll Demonstration. My name is Flight Lieutenant Shaunahan, manager of the Chinook Roll Demo Team, and I'll be your host as we celebrate this capable, battle-proven aircraft, which this year celebrates 45 years of continuous service with the Royal Air Force. Joining us for this display is Ted Coningsby, everyone's favourite. Second CH-47 roll demonstration flight.
Oh, yes!
Today we're proud to work with Joint Helicopter Support Squadron, JHSS, who stand ready to deploy anywhere in the world to support UK helicopter operations.
Oh my word, did you hear that, everyone?
This year is 7 Para Royal Horse Artillery. As part of the Army's 16 Air Assault Brigade, 7 Para provide elite air mobile artillery support to the UK's paratrooper capability. You can now see the Chinook Mark 6 Alpha approaching from crowd left. Underslung beneath the aircraft is a 105mm L118 light gun and a Pinsgauer gun tractor, occupying 2 of the aircraft's 3 external cargo hooks. With a combined weight of 5 tons, this constitutes less than half of the aircraft's maximum payload, which can comprise a variety of configurations, including ISO containers, armored vehicles, or even every aircraft in the Army Air Corps display team. At the controls today is Roll Demo Captain Matt Whirl, better known as Whirly to his friends, both of whom are here today. In the co-pilot seat is Flight Lieutenant Sam Soroya. Sam joined 18 Squadron in 2023 and has since honed his flying skills around the world. Sam is a full mission qualified Chinook captain, but will need to marshal all his skills as he helps Whirly and take the aircraft to its limits today. Taking command of the aircraft positioning as they approach the landing site is Sergeant Stretch Armstrong, with prior career stints as a reservist in the RAF Regiment and as an air operations officer. Stretch is British qualified, joining 18 Squadron as a qualified crewman in 2023. The crew must balance speed with smooth handling to get the gun safely and accurately into position. Operating the Chinook efficiently requires all 4 members of the crew to work together seamlessly as the rear crew marshal the aircraft precisely and efficiently into position over the intercom. This process requires trust, skill, and years of experience to perfect, as well as the ability to count backwards from 10, a high-function skill for a Chinook crewman. With the external loads now gone, the crew land on to release an internally loaded support equipment. On top of its impressive external loading capability, the Chinook's tandem rotor design gives it a large internal loading area. The Chinook's cabin can carry side-by-side buggies, Land Rovers, or even rigid inflatable boats, dispatched from out of sight and sound range to support Royal Marine and Special Boat Service raids. When speed is paramount, smaller vehicles like quad bikes, motorcycles, or even e-bikes can be off the ramp and on task in mere seconds. Internal loads must be securely restrained for the harshest manoeuvring at low altitudes, so releasing them quickly is an important skill for a Chinook crewman, enabling the aircraft to get away from the landing site and safely back on the move quickly. Having supplied the gun team with ammunition, our 7 Para quad bike will head to the ground line to resupply you with some roll demo stash. The 7 Para team rapidly de-rigged the gun and Pinsgauer in preparation for firing.
Look at it go.
Out to the left now, Whirly will reposition the aircraft with a wing over. Chinook must be flown dynamically and aggressively very close to the ground, so mastering coordinated maneuvers like this is vital to developing the skills required to maintain control of the aircraft in a threat environment. Now let's hear some blade slap with a 360-degree flat turn. temperature or high altitude conditions, and to carry heavier protective kit. Prepared for combat, Chinook boasts a layer of ballistic armour up to the windows, a rear-facing M60 machine gun, and a pair of M134 miniguns for broadside protection. Now Worley brings those weapons to bear in a dogburn profile. As the starboard gun reaches the end of its weapons arc, he brings the M60 on the RAF to bear on the target. Now a right turn to bring the miniguns back onto target. Getting the aircraft turned around quickly here is crucial. Every second out of arcs gives the enemy time to take stock and take aim. And Worley races to get the port minigun on target, unleashing 3,000 rounds per minute from its rotating barrels with a sound almost as iconic as the Chinook itself. Runs out of its arcs, the M60 is put back on target. A veteran of the Vietnam War, the M60 makes up for its slower rate of fire with solid dependability. Now fully established on their firing point, the 7-power gun team will execute their fire mission. Battlefield, a gun battery has as little as 3 minutes to complete their mission and escape before enemy counter-battery fire can be brought to bear on them. Their ability to launch an attack rapidly and with deadly accuracy is what makes 7-power lethal, survivable and ready for the modern battlefield. Once complete, they'll hook the gun to the fin scour and egress the threat area pronto. Meanwhile, Worley extends to crown right for another wingover to reposition the aircraft for the next manoeuvre, but not before checking the crew and aircraft for injuries or battle damage. Chinook is a remarkably resilient aircraft, able to defeat a range of heat-seeking missile threats with a multi-layered missile warning system and a cocktail of advanced flares. When the aircraft is hit, it's proven well able to soak up serious damage, including direct hits from rocket-propelled grenades. Now the crew approaches from far right for a nose-down quick stop, bringing the aircraft to a halt from cruising speed in just a few seconds with the help of the equivalent of a half-break turn. Worley pulls back on the stick to commence acceleration before flicking the aircraft around the nose, presenting the flat side of the fuselage to the airflow and slowing the aircraft much more quickly.
Whoa.
Cammy joined the RAF in 2019 and after 4 years of flying training arrived on 18th Squadron in 2024. In just a year, Cammy has already qualified to fly the Chinook from the harsh heat of the desert to the unforgiving cold of the Arctic Circle and has already deployed on operations in the Middle East. An impressive achievement for a man with such impractically large hands. Please share the love and give Cammy a big wave. For better or for worse, he can see. As the number one crewman at the rear of the aircraft, Cammy is responsible for defending the tail with the M60, monitoring of aircraft mechanical systems, maintaining lookout for enemy forces, and marshalling external loads, as well as ensuring cargo, troops, or casualties in the cabin are effectively secured and ready for their next event. During an air assault, Cammy is on the first boots on the ground in the combat area, as he uses the ramp to direct the assault force onto target, ensuring they have the situational awareness required to seize the initiative. In Afghanistan, Chinook crewmen were regularly the first target Taliban militants would see on the ground, and their bravery contributed to mission success on numerous occasions. As a Hibernian Football Club fan, Cammy has already proven his bravery in the face of a determined and well-armed enemy. Excellent preparation for the modern battlefield. Now, Worley on the awesome power of the Chinook to cruise of other helicopter types. All of those aircraft are sadly now out of service, but the mighty Chinook continues to get the job done. Having climbed safely, if flamboyantly, out of the range of small arms fire, Whirly will bring the aircraft back down to ground centre with a tactical descent. In low-tech threat environments, aircraft are safest either at high altitudes or down very low to the ground, where they're harder to see or to shoot at. Transitioning from high to low is a moment of maximum danger and must be flown as quickly as possible without overstressing the rotor system. Whirly manoeuvres the aircraft in the descent to make himself a more difficult target. For real, this would involve numerous changes of direction and high angles of bank, and can be a handful to control in hot or high conditions. Safely back at low level, Whirly prepares to reposition the aircraft once more for a running landing. Supporting Chinook operations, both at air shows and at war, is an expert cadre of RAF engineers, who work day and night to keep these workforces on task and on target, tackling everything from routine servicing to patching up battle damage, and even conducting major repairs under enemy fire and in extreme environmental conditions. Chinook engineers are highly skilled and ready for anything. If the aircraft loses an engine to battle damage, Chinook has the performance to maintain flight and escape the threat area on the one remaining engine. Wow. But slowing the aircraft down to a hover requires a lot of power, so crews train to land on the aft wheels at speed, like a fixed-wing aeroplane, conserving energy to get the aircraft safely onto the ground when engine output is limited. Whirly conserves airspeed for as long as he can, flaring the aircraft to cushion it onto the ground at a maximum speed of 60 knots or 70 miles per hour. Safely on the runway, Whirly uses the unique aerodynamic qualities of the Chinook to balance on its aft wheels. This technique can also be used to land on steep slopes or ledges where the rear of the aircraft is landed while the front end of the aircraft is still in flight. And now for another Chinook fast trick, the reverse taxi and takeoff. A useful capability when space for parking is tight or when the aircraft downwash threatens nearby vehicles or equipment. But mostly, we like to do it because we can. Much like reversing a car, the aircraft gets increasingly twitchy as speed builds, so smooth, calm handling is required to do this safely and efficiently. Whirly brings the aircraft up to ground centre for a goodbye bow. He's absolutely thrilled to show off the aircraft today, as have all of us from the Chinook Force, JHSS and 7th Power. Now he prepares to transition over the shoulder to the parks and to finish the display programme for this year's Cosford Air Show. For sticking it out to the bitter end with us today.
Wow, that was amazing.
You've been absolutely brilliant, and we have been the 2026 RAF Chinook Roll Demonstration Team.
Beautiful.
Have a safe journey home.
Thank you so much.
You all
wow.
Very soon.
Oh dear, that was brilliant.
Sean, thank you so much, and what a splendid way to bring to a close a brilliant day of flying at the RAF Cosford Air Show
now.
2026. I don't think I've seen a dual lift by a Chinook during a flying display for a very, very long time, if ever. So something really nice there in this year's roll demo.
Amazing. I've got just a few shout outs to do before I finish up. It's been absolutely brilliant, so thank you all so much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that does indeed bring to a close.
Wow. Stevie Boy, thanks a lot for the
2026.
acid reflux.
Seems like days ago we promised you 6 hours plus of flying, in addition to everything else on the ground. and we do very much hope you have enjoyed your stay
It's been
with
brilliant.
us.
Faith Marshall, thanks a lot as well for the super chat. Thanks Nikos, Ted and TCS.
Firstly, to UBAS, University of Birmingham Air Squadron, who have provided amazing support.
Give me 1 minute.
So many aspects of the show, mainly in hosting the
quite a few to see. Keith Smith, thank you for the super chat. Nikos Kleber Mods, and all the TCS. There's a few people that want a few autographs and photos. I could do you a special shout out tomorrow if you'd like. But Anne Hartley, Alan Stratton, Gary Baxter, thanks a lot as well.
Thank you to your flying control committee. Your safety has been their first word, their last word, their every word throughout the day, led by Air Commodore Mark Manwaring. And our flying display director,
Stevie Boy, Colin 9N, Alan Pugh,
Mike Stanway,
Colin N, Chris
and none of this would be possible
RFS,
without
Chris
our Air
RFS,
Ops manager, Martin Turner.
Shropshire
And also
Walker,
a shout
how you
out to
doing?
our communications team here from NSR, Johnny,
Janie Ann
Brad,
with 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Dash
so when you do leave
5257.
the airfield, clearly we think about 60,000 people in. It's going to take some time to get you away, so if you can, perhaps just gently wander back towards your car, maybe stop here, maybe stop there, just try and delay things just a little bit, and that will help us to help you get you away as soon as we possibly can. But my final thanks are to this awesome commentary team, Henry Terry, Jonathan Richards, and my co-commentator, Ben Donnell.
Thank you, Andy. My phone's gone weird.
Huge pleasure. What a great day.
Coming down, don't worry.
Superb displays across the board. I think better weather than we ended up thinking we'd get, and above all, a wonderful, wonderful audience to describe the displays to. Thank you to all of you for spending your day with the RAF here at Cosford. And never a truer word said throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is all about
Ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears, if you enjoyed that as well, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Don't forget you can vote for your number 1 choice and your second choice. 1 and 2, you can vote for your favourite Ted Coningsby's display for today.
Royal Air Force Air Show. Hope we get to see some of you then. In a moment, I'm just going to hand you back to Jonathan Richards, who is going to help you on your way home with some more wonderful interviews and material he has gathered throughout the day, just to give you some final listening as you work your way through the airfield and head back home. So finally, from me, Andy Palsey, my heartfelt thanks for coming to us at Cosford. When you do get in your car and head off home, we wish you Godspeed. See you next year. Thank you.
Right, that's it then. Ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears, we're going to finish up. I've got a bit of a queue here for... I did tell everyone, how you doing? I'm on the show. It's been that busy. Oh my word. Yeah, well, if you want to be on it, just there you go. You're on it. Too late.
Are you on there? It says here, same postcode, same people.
Big up the posh, innit? Oh dear. Right. There you go. They're all there. Brilliant. Right. It's been amazing. Listen, I'm going to do the Guards marches tomorrow. I'll do a little members only finish up. But can I just say a massive, massive thank you to all the organisers here at Cosford. Yeah, thank you. And for giving me the opportunity to become, in 3rd year in a row now, to cover the show here. It's an honour. A big shout out to all our RAF as well. The RAF Museum, the Royal Navy, the Army Air Corps as well. Let's not forget all the volunteers that have been here since 4 in the morning, whatever. I know, people getting here earlier than me without a van. Amazing. No, honestly, to all the fans, to all the spectators, it's been wonderful. And listen, all the best. I've got to go. There's loads of people. I hope you enjoyed it. And one more time, like and subscribe. So, for the last time for today and the week, see you soon. Wish you well. See ya.
The team's safety supervisor and commentator, known as Red 10. Stu is new into that role, so I asked him how it was all going.
I've got to hit the button.
It's good. It's a very different job, very different experience from flying on the team, but it's great to be able to get down on the ground, meet people, get to see some new places,
Oh yeah! Ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, Gents and Teddy Bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We've gone all over the country, as far as Rossington, to Brighton, Norton, and military areas such as conflict ranges, low-flying areas, heritage centres, and special place for Ted 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too.
You mentioned it there, you were one of the team pilots and you left only in 2024, so it's a quick return.
Yeah, I enjoyed the job so much that I'm back. The opportunity to take over from Muskie and step into the shoes of all the Red Tents previous was too tempting to come back to, so it's been great.
During your time with the team, of course in Operation Maple, and so you know all about crossing the Atlantic.
I have had the experience of crossing the Atlantic before, yeah. We went in 2024, not quite as far in terms of the journey. We've got slightly different routing this time. The airfield we use in Greenland has now been shut, so we're having to go further north to a place called Kangalusak, which is going to be a new experience for some of us. The team have used it before when they came back from the US tour, and so it's going to be fun. It's a challenge. It's a real sort of flying adventure to go and do it, stop up in all these different places, taking hawks in places they don't normally go to, but it's a massive team effort with the whole of the Air Force involved in terms of air transport, A400 support, P8s, and the Envoy actually this time is going to help us out as an escort.
And of course the reason I'm asking that, I've asked it in the wrong order, is that we're very fortunate at RAF Cosford because you're off to the US for a tour literally this week, I guess.
We are, we leave Wednesday. Everybody's going to be hot-footing it out of here, I'm afraid. The PR team are here as well, so they've all got to get home. I'm going straight back to East Midlands with the OC. We're picking up jets that were left in there from the King's birthday fly past to take them back to Waddington to give them to the engineers to try and have a couple of days to sort them out and get them ready to go. We get a couple of days with our families. I'm sure most people will be packing, doing last minute prep, and then we head out the door on Wednesday.
A lot of other teams out there. It's a really big event, isn't it?
It's huge, and it's an iconic moment in history to be part of. We're very honoured to be going. It's to go and celebrate our relationship with the United States as a whole. We have a very close relationship, working relationship with the US military. It's really important that we're seen to be there. And as you said, there's the French are going. I think the Emiratis are taking their jet. There's the Canadians going down, and obviously the US display teams as well. We're hoping to work with them where we can. While we're on out there.
And there's no rest, because as soon as you come back to the UK, you're straight back into the UK display season.
Normally we'd go on tour at the end of the UK season, as people are well aware. So we get home, if the trail goes on time coming home, we'll get a week or so off to kind of rest and recover. Otherwise, we're going to start to eat into that, and then we're straight back to Eastbourne. So yeah, we're straight back into the weekend at Eastbourne in August.
Well, the very fact you're talking to me, you're very public-facing in your role. I mean, I know you did that as a pilot as well. Is it something you enjoy meeting the public?
It's great. And